on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the Disney.
Well, here we are back again. This is Rick Farron in Boston at the control panel. And we're going to be bringing in Linda James. She's your favorite apostate out of Los Angeles, California. Hello, Linda. Let's bring you in right now. Let me bring you in from the back room. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How you doing?
Well, doing good tonight. Boy, I'll tell you, Linda, this has been one busy night here, one busy day here at the Six Screens. The volume of people coming through tonight, it's actually scaring me. It is.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah. So we got a lot of people still listening in. But I'm going to tell you something, Linda. This story about the witnesses getting shot up over there in Germany, geez, that's bringing a lot of people onto YouTube and Facebook and in our conference call program. It's unbelievable. So will you be talking something about that tonight? You get some other things you'll be talking about?
Absolutely. I'll be talking about that tonight. I think we need to talk about it. It's just so many of us are just shocked and heartbroken about it.
Yeah. Well, anyways, what I'll do here is I may be putting up during your program, putting up little pictures that people can see that I downloaded from a number of sites, on television sites and what have you. So I'll put some little pictures up during the program tonight so people can get an idea as you're talking about it. Yeah.
What you did during your show, and you explained that, I wouldn't mind if you repeated that or if you knew where it was in the video, because you were so thorough about it. I don't know if you're up to it, but I really loved the way you shared it. I don't have this stuff in front of me, but I'm going to go by memory if you're not up to it. And if you're not, that's fine too. But I thought the way you shared it was just really thorough, really accurate. And
well, thank you. What I'll do is I won't be able to do the whole thing, but I'll put some stuff up from time to time as you get into the subject. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to step out, and if you need me, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. This is Apostababe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I'm just going to pass on that whole brainwashing you thing. I know I'm your favorite apostate. We're all good on that one. Let's get into talking about what happened in Germany and how we have been reading about it and just how much it is affecting us. To be honest, my heart has been broken all week, and the thought of what people in that congregation had gone through, how terrifying it must have been for them. And Rick mentioned earlier about the Zoom, how many people were on Zoom. Oh my God, I didn't even think about the people on Zoom and how helpless they must have felt, to see some or just hear stuff go down, wow. This was really, really devastating. And at the same time, it's not surprising that something like this has happened. And I hope that each time something happens with certain things, the organization will switch things up a bit. And I hope that they do with this situation as well. And wives of elders, I'm wanting to talk to you right now, because the elders are asked to put their lives on the line for the congregation, and then they will become abandoned when it comes to going to court, if they ever have to go to court. And I just don't want your husband to be in a position of being thrown under the bus, because that seems to be the nature that I have seen in courtrooms over and over and over and over again, because the organization will not take responsibility over their rules that the elders are to enforce on the members of the Kingdom Hall. They will allow the elders, and say it in court, that the elders were going by their own conscience, when in fact they were going by the shepherd of the flock book. Okay. This night, we found out that it was a night that this person, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, was going to be announced as disfellowshipped. And this was his planned reaction. This was planned by him. Now, us that are in the ex-JW community, at least for a time, I'm requesting that we be sensitive in our speech. I'm requesting that we do not use terminology like, burning down the org or taking it down, like as that terminology that would imply that it could be considered a terrorist threat. So what is a terrorist threat? A terrorist threat is when, for instance, a few years back, I was caring for one of my ex's kids who was in school, and he decided to talk like, I'm going to come back tomorrow with a gun and blah, 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 to tell you this, that, and the other. He was talking like a little badass, right? And he got expelled. Why? For a terrorist threat. Now, if that is a terrorist threat, think about some of the things that we use in our hopes. Okay, so it's a request. I'm not demanding anything. It's a request. Because the way things are going down in, with all of those cases of the elders, okay, I don't know why I can't think of that state right now, but I know you know what I'm talking about. The organization does a great job of blame shifting, okay? This is the characteristic of a narcissist or sociopath. Whatever they have done wrong will be blamed on us, okay? It was the evil apostates that did this. Now, this shooting that has happened, this person got disfellowshipped for apostasy. So it's definitely going to be used as an evil apostate's actions, right? We can expect this. So if we can just take our terminology to be more kinder, rather than we need to break down the org and we want it to fall and burn to the ground, this kind of terminology, is going to be looked at and scanned and could be used against us, okay? I'm just putting that out there. I might be totally off base. I might just be imagining things. I don't know. But people are going to be looking, whether it's from the Watchtower or society at large, of the culture of the organization. And us as ex-witnesses or people that used to be associated with the organization, they're going to be looking at us and our behavior as well. And when you think about it, the elders that dealt with him, if they would have been more educated, okay? Ordinarily, when somebody is a pastor or a minister, they have to go through classes such as communications or sociology or psychology, okay? Why? Because they have to deal with the public. They deal with all different kinds of personalities. Society at large will come to them, and they need to have some wisdom and knowledge on how to assist these members of their church or anybody from off the street that needs help, okay? Unfortunately, our elders at Kingdom Halls have not been educated in this. Could they have seen this coming? Maybe, but did they have any opportunity to report it? I don't know. If they saw this person as, taking time. Okay, so I have the busy signal. I know that YouTube hears me, but Rick's going to get up and he's going to.
We're going to straighten that out for you, Linda. Sorry, it's during our program. It always happens, but just give us a second here, folks. We just have to reset the phone. It goes off every 6 hours, but give it a second. Linda's
Sure.
good. Sorry, Linda.
No problem.
Every 6 hours it goes off.
Welcome into the live 6 screens conference calls. We thank you for
So
joining
we'll get it set up so then we'll be fine.
I'm just looking at some of the chat.
You're talking.
Yeah.
When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the.
Stay with us, folks. We're just getting some phone systems reset here.
If you are the host, please enter your PIN followed. Thank you. There are 20 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
Don't worry, this thing is being recorded, so even though they're saying. Okay, so I guess you're all set, Linda.
Okay, thank you. We just had an interruption because of a phone only is on for so many hours, so it turned off, and Rick dialed back in so that the communication could be continuing. So what I was saying last was that most pastors and priests or whatever do have more education than the elders from Kingdom Halls. So if they did have the idea that this person that was going to be or did get announced that night as being disfellowshipped, and the reason was for apostasy, if they had gotten a clue that he was kind of like a ticking time bomb, or maybe he made a few statements that would make them think that this person might be dangerous, would the organization allow the elders to report him to the authorities? I don't know, I just think that elders are vulnerable to someone who gets in that frame of mind. Ordinarily, the members are vulnerable to the elders positionally because they see them as, that they were put there by God, and they are the ones taking the lead and the ones that God is using to guide them spiritually. But when we have someone like this who not only fantasizes, but goes through with the act, it's horrifying. So I'm talking again to wives of elders. If something like this happens again, and I hate to even say it, but it has happened, and we need to know and have an expectancy that it could happen again, not because Jehovah's Witnesses are this kind of nature, because most of them are not, but some of them, if they do get to a place of an alternate reality, maybe have maybe the stress of being disfellowshipped takes them to a different place mentally. I believe that the behavior is unpredictable. Okay. And that's what we saw and heard about with this situation in Germany.
Hey, Linda?
Yes, who's this?
Add something to that? I wanted to say that wasn't there an incident with the situation where someone did call the police and they came out and somehow confronted him and decided he wasn't dangerous?
I did read that in a comment under a video, and I believe I did also hear it through one of the articles I read. But yes, the police did show up at his home. They did talk with him, and I believe they knew he had guns, which is like almost impossible to have over there. Like there's certain standards that must be, that you have to fit under. Something to the effect of you feel like your life is in danger. And
he evidently was legal. Evidently.
Yeah, so they
sad that they weren't able to discern that he might be dangerous, because he must have, acted a certain way and not let out what his plans were. He covered himself somehow where the police couldn't determine his motive. And they did check him, and he was, from my understanding, he was legal. He had proper licensing and, things like that. So when you're talking about the elders, they need more. The elders, well, they're going to follow the governing body's direction to shepherd the flock, and they're going to go ahead and disfellowship. I don't know if the elders would ever have the discernment to be able to determine that this particular situation might be dangerous, to disfellowship him. I don't know if they're given the freedom to say, well, we better not, this might be dangerous, It would be good if they could. And ideally, of course, the whole practice is dangerous for, all these years. So many people have, there's been many, many murder-suicides. And
Yes.
if I could add a little bit more,
Sure.
when I heard this week, I was like, I've been brokenhearted all week, but I woke up right before the murder-suicide in, what was that, Harbor?
Yes, 2018. Lauren Stewart, Harbor,
Yeah.
Michigan. Yes.
In a town called something Harbor.
Yes.
Harbor, Michigan. Yeah. And I was just coming out. I was just starting to learn, about the ARC, and I was new waking up, and I was in a really mentally broken state of mind. And then that came out right after I started waking up, and I was traumatized by it. I was so traumatized by it. And this week, it feels very similar.
It does.
It's exactly the same where a mother, took the lives of her family, but it's similar in the sense that it was just so shocking.
Yes.
It's beyond shocking. And it has affected me this week horrifically. And I just wanted to say, I understand how you feel. I agree with how you felt this week. It's just been traumatizing for me because it brought up that particular incident as being so extreme.
Oh, absolutely.
The sad part is that, like you said, the sad part is the police didn't catch it, and neither did anybody else. And it's just traumatic. I can't stop thinking about it, but I'm going to have to, get myself together here pretty soon and try to, but discussing it, is good. And I want to say one more thing. Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Today.
Yeah.
I want to say I got on a couple chat rooms about it. People were chatting about it, and I did come to the realization that even that particular murder-suicide in 18 did not get the media attention that this one had. And so my comment into the chat, if anybody in Germany is an ex-JW, could go to the authorities and try to open discussion with them about this is a trend, not just this one-time incident in Germany, but to bring it out that this needs to be addressed in the government. The government, regarding human rights abuses, just like they've done now in Norway and other countries. I was thinking that if I was in Germany, I don't know if you have to be in Germany to do this, but I was thinking that the ex-JWs there need to come forward and start explaining, because like tonight, this one person calling in with Rick was saying, oh, well, shunning's not violent. Well, no, it has to be understood. It needs to be explained to the government authorities, the effect, and they need to have people give their testimony that have been shunned and come in and start helping so the laws can change and we can support the government laws to bringing human rights abuses and bringing justice to this organization. Because as far as I know, this situation with the shunning, with the Jehovah's Witnesses, is so extreme compared to other religious groups that do some form of shunning. I'm not sure how. I guess I haven't really looked it up, but I was thinking that the JWs are one of the most extreme in the shunning practice and needs to be addressed by the government and the human rights abuses. So anyway, just wanted to chime in and say hi to you, Linda. And also, can I bring up one more thing? I spoke to you earlier about this foul-mouthed person that came into your show last week. I was just, my heart was breaking listening to him talk to Pete. And I really feel bad because I know Pete, he hasn't been coming on the show so much like in the past. And I was so happy to hear him coming on your show. And you and him were trying to explain sincerely to this new person that was calling in. And it broke my heart. I had to get it off. It upset me so badly to that this person just kept going and attacking Pete with very foul language.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to tell you that I spoke up tonight because the whole point of new ones coming in is they need to feel safe.
I agree.
When I was looking up, I couldn't listen to anything loud or, when you're broken emotionally, you can't listen to that, and it hurts. So I just trying to protect the new ones coming in. They really need protection. We need to all protect the group from getting the wrong impression. Remember that lady, Linda, that came in?
Yes. Her name was Nancy. And she asked a few questions. That were very honest. Inquiring questions, and I wanted Pete to go first.
John, this is Tom. Say something.
Christine, do you mind if Tom joins us? Are you finished with what you're saying, or?
Say something if it's okay.
Hello? It's a lot of static, everybody. I don't know what's happening.
Tom is joining us. Do you mind if he joins us?
Tom, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tom. Yes.
Okay. Well, I would like to say that I can totally understand how crazy this can make you actually feel. I experienced, the first time when I was shunned, I wasn't even baptized, and they shunned me, and my little brother was only 5 years old, and he had to treat me as if I was dead, and I would see my own mother.
Hey Tom, this is Rick. Tom, this is Rick Parrott, the Six Screens. Are you on? Your phone is coming through very terrible. Are you on speaker, or do you have something on the background? There's a bunch of static on it.
No, I'm on speaker, but okay, I'll
Take speaker off.
From where I'm at, you sounded far away, but I do want to hear you
Any better?
louder.
Is this any better?
A little better. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just redid it. I don't know if it made a difference.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I was trying to say was that I know the pain that I felt when I was 18 years old and I got shunned and I wasn't allowed to talk to my 5-year-old brother or
Were you-
my mother.
Were you in the same? I'm sorry. May I ask you a quick question? Were you living in the same household as them?
I got kicked out. But yes, I helped my little brother. I changed his diapers, and I was very close. So and then later, when anyways, let's just put it this way: when it came to my family and being separated from them, I can feel. I understand that people can have extreme feelings. But most people, especially if you're brought up as a witness, you have enough control to never want to hurt anybody else, but I can understand how it can drive you crazy because it really hurts a lot. I know the elder that actually caused my disassociation from whatever his phone call that he heard something about. I know that the first time I saw him in public, I shouldered him hard and knocked him on his ass. I wanted to right in the head.
You wanted to, or you did?
He is the one who is responsible for, me, and it was wrong. They shouldn't have done it. And they did change it. They changed it a couple of years later. But I'm just saying that I can understand how that can drive somebody crazy. But
Absolutely.
my point I was trying to make is that being brought up, or even just, being a witness, and understanding Bible principles, the idea of hurting somebody that's innocent is unconscientious or whatever, unconscionable.
Yes, unconscionable, just straight up wrong.
Yes, exactly. So whatever the hell was going on with this dude, that he obviously the goodness did not reach his heart. You know what I mean? I don't know how bad he must have got to actually destroy that many people's lives. And that is terrible. There's been some action against the person that caused, your demise, and that one person or two or three, whatever. But to do what he did was unconscionable.
Hello, can I make a comment on?
That's what I just want
you're next.
to say is I can understand the anger that we feel. I felt it towards this person, and like I said, I shouldered him and I knocked him on his ass in public because I felt he had no right doing what he did. But I would never, ever take somebody's life over anything like this, and that's terrible. And there's no way anybody, I don't think anybody can actually come up with any defense for this dude. None.
I agree.
He deserved to die. It was wrong. It was terrible, and I hate to see this happening, and hopefully it doesn't keep happening. But it's a terrible thing. But I can understand how it can drive you mad. That's all I can say.
I agree. Very, very good point. And then the next caller, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Albert. I've been on your show a couple of times. I had this situation with my wife, but I want to say something. Being an ex-police officer, that man, this is like an officer when he puts on his uniform in the morning. He doesn't go out and says, you know what, I'm going to shoot somebody today. They don't have that. People are driven. There's always a reason. It's not justified. He was not justified in doing what he did. He killed 8 people. But you could be driven off the cliff. You could just be a little. He didn't come in there with mental illness. He joined that organization because he had a good heart. He wanted to help people. And what happened is their rules and their policies on shunning and taking your family from you caused him to tug over the edge. So culpability belongs to that organization. And that's why he took his life. He didn't want to do that. That man didn't want to do that. I saw his picture. He was clean cut. He
looks like a gentle man, actually.
Right.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I know that gentleman is upset. That could have been my family that he shot down. But my thing is this. You have to, we're human. We're human people. We're human. We have feelings. And if you take everything from me, you take everything, my family, my wife, my kids, what do I have left? Yeah,
exactly. I'm so glad you're saying this, because when you have nothing left to lose, there's nothing left to lose. And this kind of behavior could easily be considered,
Yeah, and I don't, God, I feel for them. My daughter, she's pregnant. I would go nuts. But my thing is, there's no, you can't say, oh, he had everybody. No, he did. There's always a reason. And the thing is, he looked too clean cut for me. What if that gentleman went in the night before and tried to talk to the elders and said, get out of here, you're dead to us. This is what they think of us. This is what they think. My family left me. It's like, what is it going to take for people to wake up? And all it takes is a stroke of a pen. But them guys that say, no more shunning, no more disfellowshipping unless it's something real bad. Nobody wants anybody bad in their hall. Nobody. But this is going to end. When is it going to end? Jesus, it's just going to keep going and going and going. And that's why Norway said, the hell with it. You guys got to stop it. But they want the money, right? So now they got refunded because now they
stop it. But you don't have to kill a bunch of people.
No, you don't.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
People are. Let me
Which is why. Sorry to interrupt both of you, but this is why having an area like this for us to complain and stuff is really healthy.
But let me say something. You're absolutely right, sir. There's no justification. There's no justification for even a police officer to kill somebody that they didn't have the right to. But you're putting people in positions where now their mental stat. Remember, it's all about the mental. It's like if you guys are home today and you found your wife with another man in the bed, you go temporary insanity. That's why they got to flee, because you killed the guy that was on your wife. So that is justifiable in the sense that you are technically charged.
Not anymore. No, you can't do that.
No. Your defense is you were temporary insane, so you're not going to get first-degree murder. You're going to get.
Oh, that's been changed. Is that what you're saying, Tom?
No.
Can we stop interrupting? One person at a time, please. One person at a time.
I'm done. I just wanted to.
We're not justifying this.
Thank you, Tom.
Justification for what
there isn't any.
I don't care.
We're given a reason. We're not saying it's justified. We're not saying that. Jesus, this guy's got to know that we don't. What happens? That's awful. But it's just like anybody else. You get the platform. If you have a platform and you tell people, like the president, right? He's got a platform where he can speak and tell people. They're going to do it because it's coming from him. It's just like this guy. That organization was everything to him, and then they just took everything away, and he went nuts.
Well, yeah, like, very similar to that term, postal. He went postal, and it's very often said that apostates are disgruntled, and we are disgruntled when somebody is has enough control to get our own family to not speak to us. And where I grew up, I grew up in the barrio, and the most low class thing you could do is to hurt somebody through their children. And the common thing was, if somebody didn't like somebody else, they would call CPS on them, Child Protective Services, so that they would go make a visit, and that person that they didn't like would fear that their children would be taken away. That's hideous. That's the way they would, get each other back, through something that gave them fear that their children would be taken away. So I have no respect for people that choose to give them fear that use those kinds of techniques. And I'm saying that the Watchtower uses them. And if it affects me that way, it's affecting everyone this way. It's an understandable resentment.
Illness is so bad. It's so bad right now that any little thing is going to trigger people. Now, if he was going to do that, he should just shot himself, right? That would have been the better thing to do. If you're that jacked up and your world's coming to an end, you want to blame them, but you're giving it, you're targeting the wrong people. Then you take your own life and just call it a day. So that part, yeah, that's what should have happened. But we know what drove him to do this heinous act. We know what happened. We know what was in this guy's mind. But he had no right. And I'm not justifying homicide. My God, 8 people, an unborn child. You can't. They can't get any worse than that. It can't.
You know, Rick was talking earlier about his a little bit about his character or personality, and he also mentioned that he didn't grow up a Jehovah's Witness, but evangelical, and then he became a Jehovah's Witness. And just some of the things Rick was talking about regarding his personality, Rick was speaking of him as though he had like a mindset of an egomaniac, or kind of very very narcissistic or sociopathic. Okay, so when people get in that frame of mind, if that was his frame of mind, the things they do are always justified in their mind. Okay, and they will not take responsibility for anything they've done wrong. Now, if he would have been left alone, that would probably have been a good idea. But from what I understand from the testimony Rick said earlier, was that he wrote a book, and in the book it said some things that were questionable, and the elders decided that because of this book he wrote, and did it have things of grandeur in it? Probably. But the elders chose to disfellowship him because of this book, okay, for apostasy, which is why I'm asking everyone, we got to please go easy, with our terminology, to please speak more loving lately, because what that has done is confirmed what the organization says about apostates, okay? He is now a representative of apostates, but what we do know is that's not necessarily the case. He's an example of somebody who was inactive for a while, and then the elders went after him and chose to disfellowship him because of what some of the stuff in his book said. Okay, now he chose to go out in the manner that he went out, which says so much more than just he has depression. He had thoughts of grandeur and all this stuff, and it's.
Hello, Linda.
Yes.
Hey, can I mention something as an elder? I was an elder for 15 years, and some of the violent fights I had with elders in judicial committees, violent fights in reinstatement and disfellowshipping, disagreements, because elders do have discretion. Now, I haven't been an elder for 10 years, but I don't know how it is today. But 10 years ago, elders had discretion. And but it takes a lot of courage, because most elders are spineless. They don't know how to speak up. They don't know how to defend the innocent. They just go with the flow. Go along to get along. But one of the things that we thought about back then was suicide. I remember fighting with dear brothers of mine, elders, and I would tell him, "Hey, if this kid whacks himself, it's on you, brother. It's on you." I remember at the parking lot at Home Depot, I told a brother of mine who disfellowshipped a young kid who was mentally disturbed, and I pointed at his face, it's coming back on you if he commits suicide. So elders had to go through this years ago. But today, with what happened in Germany, this changes everything.
Yes.
It changes everything, because before it was suicide, now it's murder. So
Suicide. Yes.
Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen in the congregation. The elders are going to have to change, definitely.
I hope so. I mean,
question.
For Albert, were you done with what you were saying?
Yes. Well, okay. But I'm Albert. Yeah, I'm done. But you know what? The PTSD is real. That's a real deal. I have it. I've had it. It's a real deal.
Yes, it is.
But you have to control it, and you don't hurt people. But I'm going to tell you something. That organization has killed 4 people than any other organization on the face of this earth. With suicide, with everything that they're doing, with the blood, with the suicide, everything. Thousands. There's thousands.
Because I'm wanting to get to Eric. Is that okay with you, Albert?
I could just go along with the brother was saying is
Okay.
how many through all this pain, how many Jehovah's Witnesses are going to develop PTSD from what happened to them in this terrible tragedy? How many of them are going to become alcoholics, drug addicts, etc.? Have mental illness from this? Just my wife being in a car crash caused some PTSD, and we have PTSD from Watchtower, just their policies alone. Are these people going to be disfellowshipped in the future that become alcoholics, or if that happens? You know what I mean? Just like the blood doctrine, are people going to die from that? It just keeps going deeper and deeper. How many people how far is this going to impact this community that happens?
Excellent point. Excellent point. That's an excellent point. You're absolutely right. This is only going to have a ripple effect the wrong way. You're absolutely right. The sister that was sitting next to the sister, I've been on scenes. You are absolutely right. So again, you don't have these policies in place. You're more compassionate. You don't have this crap. It doesn't happen. But you're right. You're absolutely right.
Well, Linda, this is Rick here at the Six Screens. Linda, did you want me? I'm going to give you a little information. I think it might help the audience listening in here tonight.
I would really appreciate that, actually, yes.
I'd like to get a little information on, I've been working all day long here trying to find out as much as I possibly can on this situation.
I just can't get over the picture of this man, just how gentle he looks. He looks.
Yeah, well, there is. He's on YouTube. You can see him on Facebook. Philip Fusa, Fusa. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but let's go with that. But what got this man in trouble? Now, he at one time was a Jehovah's Witness, and 18 months ago, what he did was he no longer was coming to the meetings.
Inactive.
So what he did is he kind of like faded away, and he wrote a book. This book got him in big time trouble. The name of the book was The Truth About God, Jesus Christ, and Satan. Now, I got on Amazon. I got some information about it. It's not on there now. They took it down, maybe in view of what's going on here in Germany. They don't want the book to be sold. But a little synopsis on the book. The book, according to Amazon here and reading right from it, this book is a standard reference when it comes to theology and law. This book is a must-read for all persons who hold a function or leading position in the fields of economy, science, politics, and entertainment, and also for all religious persons. So let's just fast forward here. He wrote this book, and that was written actually after he left the Watchtower 18 months ago. But what happened here is in the beginning of March. Now, we're in March right now, right? It's only March 11th. But in the beginning of March, he faced a judicial hearing in the Jehovah's Witness world, and he was disfellowshipped for apostasy. Now, what happened here is the Watchtower found out about this book. Now, bear in mind, now he left 18 months ago, kind of faded. A lot of people are doing that right now. But he did write this book, and it was on Amazon. The elders caught attention of it in December of 2022. So that ticked them off, because a lot of the things that he's writing about was really against the Jehovah's Witness organization. This man was a deeply disturbed individual. He really was a narcissist, you could say. He was over the top with a notion of himself. I mean, he thought he was something else. Now, this book, I mean, this is him writing it and he talks about his book. He says this is a new standard book next to the Bible and the Quran. So he's putting his book in the same position that the Bible and the Quran are in. And he says this book will be so valid in 100 years' time. He's saying that this is a monumental book and people will really get it and understand it. And in 100 years from now, people will be all over this book. But Philip Hughes, well, he was saying that he was the first person since Jesus who actually could explain everything and opens up the door about the secrets of Jesus Christ and what he has spoken.
Right there. Let me interrupt, Rick. When somebody talks about the secrets that have been hidden or something like that, that's dangerous. Okay, please keep going.
Well, very dangerous, Linda. And I mean, I found this very fascinating. I got some information from the book and kind of skimmed through it. And this is what's being said. He's saying that his book is a true milestone, which will go down in history forever. I mean, come on, let's get real with this. So he claimed that the angels listened to him personally. This man who shot the Jehovah's Witnesses up, he said he wanted to thank the angelic audience and his angelic fans. So he's saying that. So he's saying that he has angelic fans, that the angels actually adore him to some degree. He claimed that he had nightmares and prophetic dreams, that God himself revealed himself to him personally, and that he visited hell for 3 years. I mean, this guy wasn't in a good mental state. Let's go with that. So he's saying that he talked to them. I'm kind of just skimming through all of this. There's so much here to talk about.
I appreciate it.
But he explained that the wars in Vietnam, WW2, WW1, as God and Christ fighting against Satan. He was saying these wars, of course, were perpetrated by Satan, and God and Christ, Jesus, were fighting against it. And then he brought up the fact about Russia supposedly invaded Ukraine to free Ukrainian sex workers. And I mean, this is like over the top type stuff. But what I underlined this. I mean, there's so much here to go through. I can't give you everything. But he actually thought that Adolf Hitler was God's instrument. He was actually saying that Hitler was a good guy. Now, I know what the Germans are saying here because I've heard this before. In Germany, many Germans, even to this day, they think that Hitler was a wonderful guy. I mean, he straightened the economy out, but he's going on that God was working with Hitler. I mean, no one's going to believe that. I mean, who's going to believe that? So in the book, he never called God Jehovah. So he only one time he used the word Yahweh, YHWH, never used Jehovah. And this is really, it's getting worse as I'm skimming through some of this stuff. He claimed, now this is what I think really got him big time trouble with the Watchtower. He claimed in his book that Satan was on the second place after God in the universe until Jesus' earthly ministry. This totally contradicts Watchtower theology that says that Jehovah created Jesus first and then created everything else, including angels and Satan, making the Logos, or as we know, Jesus, the firstborn since the beginning, not Satan. So that's contrary to what Watchtower teaches. He also believes in the cross. Now, I think this is the statement in his book that really nailed him and got him in big time trouble with the Watchtower. He claims God's direction is on a higher level than the governing body. That, I think, was the clincher right there. So, this guy had a lot to say about the Watchtower, not good. So he was disfellowshipped the night that he murdered the people in the Kingdom Hall. Now he went in at 9 o'clock at night,
which is the time of the announcements, the last thing of the meeting.
Yes, so he wanted to be there, and that was the last thing that would be said at 9 o'clock, because that's what they do in the witness world. They always announce it last, at the very last of the meeting.
Yes.
So as soon as that was announced, evidently he fired through a window and killing the witnesses inside. So, well, what a terrible story, Linda. It's a terrible story.
Yes. I saw some of that footage that you were speaking of earlier. It was interesting. He was from the outside, broke a window and was shooting through a window into the Kingdom Hall. And a neighbor was filming it, which looked like they probably just used their cell phone when they heard the sound, and they were just as shocked as all of us, right? And to watch him do what he did, it just it seems so planned. It seems so, revenge for what they had did to him is what it seemed like. And somebody in the comment section actually called out the news and said that they should know better than to show that footage because there's snow there at this time. So I went and looked at the weather for exactly that place. And ordinarily there would be snow, but it's usually a light snow. But when I checked out the weather, it had not snowed since March 5th. So for the streets to be cleaned and the parking lot to be cleaned when that person first started filming is to be expected. Anyways. I get talked. I do. Sorry to interrupt, Rick. Were you going to say anything else?
No. In fact, that's about what I wanted to say. But I'll be putting some pictures up here during the night of some of the pictures I captured from the news media this week. So I'll put it up here. I'll put it up here. So I'll keep talking from time to time and give them some thoughts on this. And thank you, Linda.
Sure. I think I heard earlier, maybe from the show that just ended, that the governing body has not made an announcement, or maybe I even heard them wrong, but I did go to jw.org. It was on JW News, and they had, made an announcement. I know that the light shined on it, but this is what I'm going to read. And let me just tap this thing here for the details so that I can see. The date I did the screenshot was on March 10th. So that's the day after the shooting when I took this screenshot. It says, breaking news, shooting at Kingdom Hall in Hamburg, Germany. On March 9th, 2023, a shooter attacked the Hamburg Winterhut Kingdom Hall after the midweek meeting had concluded. Sadly, 4 brothers, 2 sisters, a sister's unborn child were killed in this shooting. Several other brothers and sisters were injured. Local elders are providing spiritual comfort to the family members and friends of those affected. We appreciate the courageous help provided by the police and emergency services. Our prayers are with all those affected by the attack. We are confident that Jehovah, the God of peace, will continue to be a refuge and strength in this time of distress. And then they have Psalms 9:9, chapter 9, verse 9, also Psalms 46, verse 1, and then Philippians 4, verse 9. I had heard on one of the things that either I read or saw a video of that when the calls went out for help, fortunately, there was a police officer or someone just around the corner. So they were able to get there so quickly. and that was a good thing. But the damage that this shooter had done happened so quickly. And Mike and Kim mentioned that, which I saw on Twitter, that somebody had turned off the light and probably saved many members because of this. I didn't know what to think of that. I just took it in. And then later when I saw that this person was from the outside shooting into the windows, the light being turned off would make it more tough for him to shoot at certain targets of certain brothers and sisters in the hall, you know. So that was courageous, very courageous. And that's what Kim and Mikey's post said on Twitter. And we're just finding things out as we're going along. I can't imagine what that congregation is going through today and that night. And, you know, I also saw them being escorted out on a video, and they had to have their hands up when they're escorted out. I was just like, oh my God, you know, even the victims had to have their hands up as they were escorted out. Just so traumatic. And yes.
Hello, Apostababe.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, Kurt.
Yeah. Hey, I don't want to interrupt the show. It's a really, really good show. But I've been wanting to tell you something since Monday. Last Saturday on your show and Eric's show, the video was not up. I know Rick knows that already, but when he posted, that was in streaming, but when he posted, I watched JW World News and Eric's show and your show on Monday, and the video was up. And I just wanted to tell you, in a brotherly way, you are very pretty, looking very pretty.
Thank you.
Tonight, and that's in a brotherly way, no weird way.
No, I'm not taking it that way at all. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, you think you need to be told, in my opinion. One other thing.
Thank you.
Curious Pete, when I was talking to him, I was confused. I thought it was stupid on my part. I thought I was talking to a Tom. Now, Tom's on there tonight.
Yes.
But Tom I was thinking about is up in New Hampshire. Anyway, I wanted to mention that in case, I think I heard Pete earlier tonight, in case he's on there. I didn't mean to offend him or anything. I didn't realize that I was talking to him. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a little break on the shooting incident and tell you that, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that. You corrected a mistake, which reminds me, about 6 weeks to 2 months ago, I said there was a place where some of the witnesses could have blood transfusions. I called it Belgium, but it's Bulgaria. I hope I'm saying it right, Bulgaria. So I said the wrong place. So there is that. I didn't realize it until I was reading about it last night. Bulgaria, not Belgium. For all I know, Bulgaria is in Belgium. I haven't checked that far. I just looked at it and thought, oh my God. I'm sorry, who's there?
Hello, hi. My name is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
With this unfortunate situation, but when we look back on the society's history, and I'm not saying that this is payback or anything, but what happened with the society with Malawi in the 60s and 70s,
yes,
there was that issue with the political card. They knowingly marched these brothers into harm's way. When
yes.
They allowed them to bribe the officials so they could avoid the draft. But they took advantage of Africa because it's a poor country. They have nothing to lose in a monetary way. So they used them, took advantage of them, because bad news is good for business. Because as we know, the society will take things, twist them around, and they'll use that as an example and say, look what these brothers went through. And then they'll go to a first world country and they'll tell them, well, look at what they went through. You need to get out in service. You don't have the persecution they do. You need to be at the meeting. Don't worry about being tired. So that was a great injustice because there was no reason or no excuse for that other than controlling a cult. That's all that's about.
Yes, I agree. And the situation that he is talking about is what most Jehovah's Witnesses nor myself knew when this was happening. Back in the day in Malawi, we were taught that Malawi was being persecuted because they were Jehovah's Witnesses. And I can remember it was suggested that we write letters to the, political leaders to please not, do that to our Jehovah's Witness brothers and sisters. But what we got to find out from reading Raymond Friend's book, Crises of Conscience, is that, on the other hand, Mexico was supposed to have a card confirming that they had signed up for like the military or had done some military service. It had something to do with that. And they could actually bribe an official and end up getting a card that says that they've done what the legal authorities has told them they're supposed to do. So those elders actually wrote to headquarters to find out if that was okay for them to do that. Bribe an official, then they get the card that says that they've done whatever the government told them they're supposed to do, something similar to the signing up for the drafter or something similar to that. And the society said that it was okay if it was okay with their conscience. Now, that is going on in Mexico, whereas in Malawi, to buy a 25-cent political card when there is only one political party, the organization told the members there that they had to be faithful to Jehovah, and the consequences were horrifying.
Absolutely. And they took that situation, and like I said, they used that because bad news is good for business, and they turned that into propaganda for the rest of the organization to say, well, this is what they went through because it's God's true organization. And they said, so there's no reason why you can't get out in service, why you can't go to meetings. And so they had no real understanding of what was going on, that they were just being used as pawns to further the cult and the psychological effects on people.
Yes. That is so true. And I remember growing up knowing about this, that this was happening. I didn't know the extent that I, got to find out after I grew up and read more about it. I was a child when I heard about it. The mindset is to always expect some form of persecution because we're God's one and only organization. And that's confirmation that God is, that this is God's true organization. When in actuality, what the leadership has done is set us up, the members up, in such a way that they would get these reactions from the government. I believe what happened with the shooter that the organization has set things up for the perfect kind of storm that this would happen. I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner. I don't think it's right. I think it's wicked and wrong. But when you get somebody to the place of having nothing left to lose, then they got nothing less to lose, nothing left. And they will take out others with them. This is like the first time I've heard of a mass shooting directed towards Jehovah's Witness members, and it's done by a quote unquote apostate, okay? Because he got disfellowshipped and it was announced that night. They always want people to show up and be there on the night of their disfellowshipping. They expect that, a matter of fact.
Well, Linda, I got some other things to share here with you. I think the audience might enjoy this to some degree. But what I want the audience to do, we read things, we hear things, but, we're not really right in the center of action. I'm gonna play something. I want you to hear it. Now imagine you're sitting in the Kingdom Hall just a few nights ago, Thursday night, and imagine. I just want you just to relax now. Listen to what.
Does this need a warning, Rick?
Well, it will be a warning. In fact, if it's going to disturb you, I just want you just to relax. Maybe step away. But I want to warn you. Just imagine you're sitting in the Kingdom Hall, and this is what you hear. It's hard for us to understand this, but this is a traumatic thing. Listen to this.
So-and-so has been no longer a Jehovah's Witness.
Listen to this. No, I'm not trying to over dramatize anything here, but you have to put yourself in that situation. Linda, I'm going to play a tape. Here. There was a man across the street from the Kingdom Hall, and he had his cell phone, and we all have cameras on the cell phone, and he was just kind of walking out on his balcony at his apartment, and he was focused on the Kingdom Hall across the street.
May I interrupt you for a minute, Rick?
Yes.
I didn't hear what was just played, and when I asked the audience on YouTube, I'm getting quite a few no's that they didn't hear it either.
They didn't hear it. Well, hold on 1 second. Let me see why. Susan, did you hear it on the telephone line? Hold on.
I heard it.
You heard it. Okay, so you didn't hear it.
Are you on the telephone line?
I heard it.
Okay.
Okay, so why didn't we hear it on YouTube?
Gilbert says he heard it on the phone as well. Okay.
So YouTube says they didn't hear it, but those were gunshots. Those were shots. Let me just check the YouTube feed here. Let me just make sure that things are moving in the right direction. So evidently, I'm not sure, but they were saying they didn't hear it. All right, so it was gunshots.
Hey, Rick?
Yes.
If I could describe it to the audience for you, it sounded like a war zone.
It did.
Well, you heard the shots going off,
Yeah.
So, well, let's. I want to play another clip. Hopefully, the people on YouTube can hear this one.
Okay.
I don't know why they couldn't, but I do have a clip here that I want people to at least. I want to share it. Now, this man was across the street in his apartment. He was out on his balcony, and he had his cell phone going, just taking pictures. And all of a sudden, he saw this man that was kind of climbing up the stairs. It was hard to really say. It looks like he was climbing up the side of the building, to be honest with you. I don't know how he was doing that. But anyways, I'm going to play a clip. It's a little grainy. Don't pay attention to the German people speaking in the background. It's hard to understand what they're saying. But if you guys are a little bit skittish, I'm going to ask that you don't watch this. It's quite dramatic. It's showing the shooter breaking the window and actually shooting into the Kingdom Hall. So let's play that right now. Let's listen in, see what you think. Let's play it right now. And let me unmute this, and you'll be able to hear it. And we're now going to share it. So let's start doing it right now.
der da drin wieder irgendwie? Digga, was geht hier ab im Hintergrund im Mark?
The man is speaking in German.
Da
But
sind richtig viele Polizisten
you can
jetzt.
see the shooter. The
Digga,
shooter is
was?
getting ready to break a
Gehen wir
window
gerade rein?
and shoot into the Kingdom Hall.
Überall. Ich wollte gerade das Polizei rufen. Ich wollte da gerade sogar noch hinfahren.
He's videoing this on his
Gehen
cell
wir irgendwo
phone.
an einer Bushaltestelle? Ich bin Anwohner hier oben und habe laute Schüsse gehört. Daraufhin bin ich ans Fenster gegangen, um mir Klarschrift von der Situation zu machen. Da habe ich gesehen, dass da ein Mann mit einer Schusswaffe auf dem Fenster schießt und habe das daraufhin gefilmt. Ja, ich habe selber erstmal gar nicht realisiert, was da gerade genau passiert. Da habe ich das mit meinem Handy gefilmt und durch den Zoom habe ich erst festgestellt, dass da gerade jemand schießt bei den Zeugen Jehovas.
Absolutely.
Während ich das gefilmt habe, habe ich erst realisiert, was.
Okay, so this gentleman that we were just listening to, was this the person that did the filming?
Yes, it was. Yeah, he
wow.
did the
Okay.
filming, and yeah, it was terrible, Linda. And it really would upset not only people connected to witnesses, but people around the neighborhood as well.
Yes, yes. So it just seemed like he just happened to be looking in that direction to see what was going on and began to film. And this happens all the time now, that certain activity will happen. Yes, that picture right there that's showing that circle, that's the circle. It is blurry, yes, but that is the gunman. I can't even imagine the terror the members must have been going through.
Well, sometimes it's so hard when you see stories like this. It's you just see it and you don't really connect with it, but that had to be a horrifying experience. Man, what do you do? And especially, I'll tell you what really touched me is when the news came across saying that the Jehovah's Witness woman lost her baby.
Yes.
The baby was only 7 months old. It was still in the mother, in the womb.
Yeah, she was 7 months pregnant.
That was so sad. That was so sad.
I can't even imagine. And to hear that the elders are giving spiritual assistance. Okay. It was nice to see pictures such as these ones that all came to the location at once. This is Satan's organization that came and rescued them, or came and did what they did. It looked like the situation happened so fast that it was basically over with at the time that they showed up. Oh, wow, they're showing snow during the day. That's interesting. So the event happened at night. So it looked like it was snowing the next day, maybe.
Hey, Linda, can you hear me well?
I can hear you, yes.
Hey, Linda, this is Gilbert, and trust you, I'm not trying to make a stretch here, saran wrap religion, or stretch it out. But this thing that Rick was bringing out just recently about, the Yahweh thing, and what position Satan has in the universe, all the stuff about his book, right? That
Yes.
100 years from now, he's, it is the illusions of grandeur,
Yes.
And you and I have had this conversation before on your program that this is the problem with know-it-all. When you start going down this road that you know everything about the scriptures, and then you went to Machu Picchu and you studied everything about the pyramids, this stuff is dangerous. Now, I'm not saying that people that do that go and kill people, but you know what it does kill? It kills friendships and family relationships. It even kills marriages, because if your spouse is a whack job, he or she's not gonna want to be married to a whack job. So I'm not, so again, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to stretch it, but if you're listening to this and you're, and you're a religious zealot where you have the answers to everything, what position like this guy knew, what position
Satan had in the universe, and you have all of the secret answers. Well, nobody wants to be your friend. Nobody wants to go to dinner with you. You know, there's nothing wrong with having an opinion and saying, hey, Linda, remember last week I called and go, hey, Linda, I had this opinion, and, I'm going to run it by you. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not talking about that. You can have all of the opinions that you want. You can have, flat earth. Is there such a thing called reincarnation? Do dogs go to heaven? I mean, there's nothing wrong. Right. But you see, what I'm trying to say is this guy went and shot up people because he was like, God talked to him. Well, I'm telling you, God talked to you, you need to go see a doctor. Yeah.
And he had angels for an audience.
Yeah. But you see, if you and I, I think we're friends. But if I were to start talking this way, you're going to be like, I don't think we can become friends anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. It murders friendship. It murders.
Oh, yeah. I would be scared of you.
You understand?
I would back off.
Yeah.
Maybe say a few things and see if you catch it. But if you don't, I will have to distance myself from you. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And this is a perfect, this guy went, he went too far. But he was going down that road of being a know-it-all. And Jehovah's Witness elders are know-it-all. And they disfellowship people, they destroy families, they murder, they literally bring death to family relationships and friendships. And they cause harm. And I remember, I've been wanting to do this video for the longest time, and it's about this guy. He's a real Bible scholar, and he just gives an opinion. He's not talking but he says the phrase, he goes, it's lost in translation. He goes, he's trying to explain to people that there's a certain passage in Matthew 5 where he goes, you guys, if you don't understand, like if you translate a song in English or Spanish, the translation is lost. There's the meaning is lost in translation. And he said the phrase, blessed are the confused. And it's so true, because at the very end of his little comment, he says that all of the world's problems, everything, like this guy here, this shooter, Hitler, Stalin, you just go down the list of everybody that's been evil. It's all done by people who are know-it-alls, that are 100% convinced that they know the truth, they have the answers, and they are the most dangerous people. So just because you leave the Jehovah's Witness religion does not mean that you stop being a know-it-all. That's what I'm trying to say.
Very good point. And it was ingrained into us to have this elitist mentality. Yet when we were at the Kingdom Hall, we had the mentality of, always feeling inferior. But when we would walk outside that Kingdom Hall, we knew that we were superior to all others. This is something the organization taught us. Yes.
Because you and I were selling magazines for 25 cents.
That's right. Was there somebody else that spoke up? If I want to share something, and this is a picture of someone walking out the door with a backpack on and that roller, suitcase, and it looks like it's a teenage boy. And then there's this father and mother and younger sister, and they're all just so sad and so crying, and it says, ask yourself, do I show zeal for pure worship? Do I stop associating with anyone, including a family member who turns his back on Jehovah? Second, J.O., chapter 9, verse 10. This is an encouraged mindset to have. And maybe you can see it, I'm not sure, where it shows the picture of the son walking out the door. I don't know if you're catching it or not. But, so this is encouragement to shun someone who's turned their back on Jehovah, aka no longer wants to be a Jehovah's Witness. The organization and Jehovah are, basically if you turn down the organization, you're turning your back on God. They're they can be interchanged.
Yeah, and you know what? Just real quick, can you hear me? Gerald?
Yes, I do hear you.
In the financial markets, Gerald Celeste says, when people have nothing left to lose, they lose it.
Yes.
And Silicon Valley Bank just went bankrupt. And
Yes,
90%, they say 90% of the people that have accounts there, 90% in Silicon Valley Bank have more than $250,000. You know what that means, right? That the FDIC took over the bank. And if you have over $250,000, anything over that, it just disappears. So that's imagine, and I'm correlating the two because here we have this shooter in Germany who has nothing left to lose, and he lost it. And what I'm saying is, could you? I mean, imagine in a world where people start losing everything, whether it's religion or money or whatever. You know, we are living in monumental times. I don't know what times we're living in, but I know that these times are monumental. And being confused and having an open mind and not being a know-it-all, I think, is the best protection we have, because at least we're willing to listen and find, and find the right answers or go down the right road.
Apostababe.
I agree with you, Gilbert. Yes, Kurt?
Yeah. Just a quick story, true story, that has to do with all kinds of people coming into the organization.
Speak up just a little bit higher for me, Kurt, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Here at this Kingdom Hall, back in the 80s, there had been a man and his mother that had left here probably in the early 70s, actually, and they came back in the 80s. They went to Detroit. And his wife was from here, too, in this county. They was in Detroit sometime in the early 80s. Anyway, the first time I met him was at our Kingdom Hall before the meeting, and him and his wife come in. His mother drove a little old car, but they come in on a big Harley Davidson, some kind of touring bike, in the meeting.
Wow.
So anyway, time went on, and the Kingdom Hall split. He was quite a ladies' man, though, by the way. His wife was pretty. And, he drew a lot of attention to himself. And he became an elder there at our Kingdom Hall. And not long after that, some of the people up in his neck of the woods, he pushed for it. They formed their own Kingdom Hall. They met up there in his mother's. They had some property up there, and they had his mother's house, and they built a little building for a Kingdom Hall. He had a restaurant business. They had a restaurant business. But to get to the point, he ended up in the drug business, dealing drugs, and the end of the story is a young woman that was selling drugs for him. They fell out, and he ended up killing her and burying her body. So they went looking for her. The state police investigated, and they got him all caught up in it. He's still in prison today, as far as I know. Got a life sentence. It made the front page of the paper. The moral of the story is, I don't have to tell you guys, there's all kinds of people come and go in the organization. We all know that. And this guy in Hamburg, he no doubt, like Rick explained all of it, he no doubt probably got his feelings hurt, getting disfellowship, but he was out there. Very dangerous man.
and done with life. He ended up killing himself. So there's all kinds that come. I could think of 2 or 3 other examples. I'm no saint myself, but 2 or 3 other examples right here locally that people's come in to the Kingdom Hall, get baptized. It'll be around 2 or 3 years or 5, and they end up being real bad guys. So anyway, I just wanted to give you that story, and thanks for listening, Linda. Okay.
Thank you. You know, you mentioned that somebody had some property and they put a Kingdom Hall on some of the land of property that a witness owned. This was a very common thing that witnesses loved to do, to donate some of their property so that a Kingdom Hall could be built on it. You know, I don't know, that just brings a smile to my face, because it just seemed to be, you know, a way that they could advance the kingdom, you know, and I'm sure it must have felt very good for them to do that.
Hey, Linda.
Also good for their restaurant business.
Yep.
Hello.
Hi.
Linda.
Yes, Eric.
Ask, what do you think about this for Jehovah's Witnesses? I mean, I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and now that I live in the South, and I've had a couple of just things that happened to me that changed my mind about gun laws, like that Jehovah's Witnesses to have guns are evil. And I've got a small little revolver in my house just in case, you know, for home protection. And now that this has happened, I mean, who would not want to have something on them while they're there? I mean, to keep the peace. If someone was there I mean, I hate to say it, I know we shouldn't approach with violence, but there's been situations in the news where there has been a good citizen that had a firearm and took someone out that could have caused way more harm that could have happened. And that was like a citizen's arrest in a way, you know? I mean, I don't know. If I had a family and I was going to the Kingdom Hall, I would certainly want to bring something with me at this point to protect myself and everyone else there.
Right. And this is kind of getting, makes perfect sense to ask this, and yet it's getting a little bit political. So I appreciate you giving your opinion, and I'm just going to give mine.
But yourself, you know, like that's all.
Absolutely. And I don't want it to be like this thing that other people call in and everybody's got to argue about it. Because
I didn't mean it to get to political or tell people. I just meant, well, Jehovah's Witnesses maybe re-question what the governing body has taught them, how they should view guns. You know, I'm not encouraging any violence or anything. It's just that or just go on Zoom, you know, and avoid violence and stay at peace altogether, so that you can avoid this any other catastrophe that happens. They go back on Zoom.
I totally picture people returning to Zoom.
Right, that's the peaceful way. Like, all right, scratch my idea. Let's just do Zoom.
Yes, Zoom sounds real good right about now. And so I understand that theory that you're asking about. And in my mind, I don't know enough about what kinds of, I know that it's super hard to be a gun owner over there, and that it has to be under certain circumstances. I can't imagine the police that had came and spoke to him and found it legal, the gun that he did own, and the automatic weapon that he showed up with at the Kingdom Hall. To me, again, I don't know all the rules. I would assume a standard handgun.
In the South, you can get a gun the same day if you have a clean record, like in 40 minutes, maybe even 30. It's actually crazy how fast you can get a gun with a clean record.
The Reuters news service reported that Germany had only 5 gun crimes so far this year.
Oh my God! Okay.
So
to me,
over there, and this, I was in a newsroom for years. I've never seen a story like this. Take the witness part out of it and pretend I'm back in the newsroom and pretend it's a different cult.
I was going to ask you to give us what you've put together.
This was different. This was different. And he's the shooter's dead, so we'll never know the complete motive. Did he know the pregnant woman? It's just sad, but there's a uniqueness to this that is different. And that book, you know, we can't read his mental state now, and this was something else.
It really is something else. And Hi.
Hello,
Who's this?
Yes. I was wondering if is Eric there? Or did he leave?
He was just on, and I just heard another gentleman say hello.
Hi, I'm here, hon. I'm here,
Okay,
Susan.
yeah, I wanted to make sure that we got that other gentleman. Eric, if you could do me a favor, and if you can say no if you don't want to, but if you could send your address to Rick's email, I would appreciate it. I have something I would like to send to you and Desiree.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Sure. Yeah, no problem. That's so sweet of you.
Oh well.
I got your email. Don't worry.
Do you? Okay, good.
I even have his number. If I could send him a text, whatever's easier. But I'll do it through his email.
All right, that would be great. Thank you. And I'm sorry for the gentleman that was trying to come in. I didn't mean to interrupt him.
We'll let him go and let him continue. And thank you, Susan. I appreciate y'all. And thanks, Rick.
Okay.
I'm just going to finish up what I was saying. I can't imagine an officer showing up and being okay with this person owning an automatic weapon. I haven't done my homework. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe that that's the okay gun that the officer approved of when checking him out before. To me, it was, just gotten underground or something. He had to do some premeditated planning to have a gun like that, because I don't believe that's the kind that's legal over there. That's all I wanted. That's how I wanted to finish it off. There was a gentleman that said hello a minute ago. You're welcome to speak up now.
Yes, this is JP from California.
Hi, JP.
Hi, how's it going? I just wanted to say I do agree with Eric about kind of what he was saying about having something for home defense and stuff. It is even a thing that we have a right to protect ourselves as humans, even it's a biblical thing. But I don't want to take it into that. But what I was going back to, I think what Gilbert was saying earlier about how a lot of these people are like know-it-alls and stuff, and it kind of sounds like how that man might have portrayed himself, and he wrote this book, and a lot of things that really goes into like how in the religion and the history of the Watchtower religion, you have people like C.T. Russell and Rutherford who were also know-it-alls, and they made statements similar to this man who he wrote, about his book, that it was at the same equivalent to like maybe the Bible or the Quran. Well, Russell said the same thing about his 6 studies in the scriptures. At one time, he pointed out that it would be even more beneficial to read his 6 studies. And then also at some point, Rutherford was talking about how angels were communicating with him.
Yes.
And so these men didn't outright go out kill people like that, but from then on, what they started was a complete destruction and loss of life from some of their policies. For example, just the blood policy, and that was probably started like from Noah and from a misinterpretation of a scripture. And you have probably tens of thousands of people that have died. Estimates have been from the 60s, it's been maybe 70, 80,000 people, which I was involved with that myself. I survived draining down blood, but I think that it affects a lot more people. There's like 8 million witnesses, but you're talking people that are just publishers. That's not mentioning people that are just children. And other people that were associated with witnesses. Like, there was a long time where I was actually a pony. I was actually physically out, mentally in. And if I had to turn down a blood transfusion, I would have did it again, because I still needed it, even though I wasn't going. So millions and millions of people, and you can't say that it's just a couple a week that happens. I mean, if these 8.5 to million publishers plus all their families and other people, you're talking millions and millions of people, and every day there's car accidents, health issues, and all that. So they have to be responsible for the lives of thousands of people probably a year who will never know. But I was just thinking that on top of just the craziness with some of the things that man wrote, which is similar to a lot of the craziness that some of the things that the founders of this cult wrote, and how they've cost many lives. And so I don't know how that connects, but that was just some of the things that I was thinking at the moment.
And I'm glad you brought it up, because those are things that a cult leader would say, those kinds of things. And it, usually people that are cult leaders are narcissists or sociopaths. And for the elders to go after him, first off, if you learn about narcissists and sociopaths and you find out their techniques and everything, and some of the things that the educators will tell you is to do some stuff like, it's called dry rock, where you kind of, or no contact. So they're techniques that you can use for yourself to protect your own well-being. They never tell you how to manage or control a narcissist or a sociopath. Why? Because this is a bad idea. They are in control, and they want to make sure you know that they are in control. The act of disfellowshipping this man, if this is the case, and if this person's narcissistic or sociopathic, that mentality doesn't do well with other people thinking they can take control of their lives. They have what is called a narcissistic injury, and that's never pretty, okay, at all, when they're dealing with a narcissistic injury. So they do things that are grandiose in negative ways, So it's smart to educate yourself on the characteristics of a narcissist or a sociopath, because most cult leaders are these things. And then they want to train the members to also be very much like that. And it's a slow process over time. The better the members are, is because they're acting more like the leadership. They're, like I say, that they're like mini-me's. They're becoming more and more like the leadership. So when somebody's been in this organization for a long time, they've taken that personality that they either never got to develop if they were born in, or did have a bit of developing because they got recruited, and it gets taken away or shifted into the manner that the organization wants you to be. It's not personable. It's more about power and control. And these elders who are being faithful to the leadership, to go and disfellowship someone with this kind of characteristics that we've come to find, was a really bad and dangerous thing to do. If they had some education in psychology or sociology, they might have not done that. Or, I don't know, maybe they would have, but they would have seen that this is a bad idea to treat somebody like this, I hope I'm making sense. I do. I hope I'm making sense.
Well, another thing too that I was wondering is, it sounds like he was baptized a little later in life, like around 30, and he's 35 now. It doesn't sound like he was raised as a witness. I think his family were some kind of a Christian. He has some kind of a Christian background. So it makes you wonder too of some of the people that they do recruit, which I know somebody was bringing out. Some people are mentally unstable or at a low time in their life when they get brought into the organization.
Yes.
Bring in people from prison, other stuff. And also another thing too is, I know that the organization or the elders, they're not equipped or they're trained, but they don't even encourage to address mental illness or mental problems. So if somebody has a mental illness or that, they're not going to tell them to go get help or even the problem's not going to be addressed. So I'm thinking too, it was just a whole thing. I don't know where this man came from to be a part of the witnesses, whether he was picked up as a Bible study and somebody studied with him recently, a few years ago, and then he got baptized when he was 30, or he was raised in, but it doesn't sound like he was raised in, or he didn't have too much family. So that just goes to show that some of the people that they do bring in could be dangerous people, which is shown even with the problem that they have with the pedophile problems and other stuff, is people come in from the outside and they don't know, and as soon as they become dedicated or dedicate themselves to the organization, everybody just completely trusts that person like they're like God with that person or something, and they just put their guard down, I think.
Yes, I totally agree with you. We never had to think to ourselves, at least I can remember thinking this way, oh, they're Jehovah's Witness, so they're safe. They're Jehovah's Witness, so we can trust them. This is what I was brought up with, this kind of mentality. Anybody else that's not a Jehovah's Witness is bad association. Ones that are Jehovah's Witnesses are the good ones, the us and them. So what happens is those that come into the Kingdom Hall, or that are recruited or grew up and been taught, however it turns out, the abusive manner that these different things of power and control, abusive authority, things such as this, we don't know that it's even happening, because once the elders get wind of it, any kind of stuff like this, everybody is to be quiet about it. Okay? So I can remember interviewing Bill Bowen, right? And he was talking about how he had to keep his mouth shut about a pedophile when the pedophile was marrying a sister in the Kingdom Hall. He could not warn this sister that he was a pedophile. She was getting ready to marry a pedophile. Okay? So do they really have the members' best interests in mind when something like this happens? I don't think so. I think that what's happening is the reputation of the organization is what's kept in mind. We can't let the organization have a tainted reputation. So at the expense of members, they don't reveal certain things that really should be, if that makes sense.
It's all about trying to keep up a certain image of they're not perfect, but they want to try to act like it's God's organization. But there's so many things that go wrong. I mean, I was raised in, and I've seen everything that you can see under the sun, from child abuse multiple times in the congregation I was in as a child, to crooked business practices, to people cheating on other spouses and within the congregation, even though supposedly witnesses have the best marriages and the lowest divorce rate. I've seen it all.
Yeah, see, I grew up in the org, and I never saw any of that. I don't know if it was because my mother and my sister and I were considered spiritually weak, so we weren't in with the in crowd. I don't know. I never saw any of it. I just knew I could not stand remaining in this organization where everything I ever wanted to do was somehow of the devil. It's just so. I just was not convinced that everything I wanted to do was going to just ruin me. It was so suffocating to me. But I still believed it was the truth when I left it.
Different congregations that are different throughout the world, like people were talking about earlier. I think about like graduation stuff, and I do believe that is true. Like, I've been to different congregations throughout the United States. I've even been to different ones within my own state. I lived in one part of California, and I just moved 2 or 3 hours away, and the congregation was completely different. And I love that congregation compared to the one I was, because it was so uptight. there were so many people that were cliques. I went to this other one. It was completely open, and everybody was hanging out, and everybody got included, and the elders were more laid back. So it just depends. It really is. I don't know. Too, of this is just something like in the United States either. But I do think that, like how you were saying, you didn't see a lot of that growing up. Well, that's really good, because you probably grew up in one of those congregations that were a little nicer. But there are some that a lot of really bad things happen.
No, I believe stuff was bad going on in there. I just believe I was kept so isolated, even under my mother's control. And then we weren't invited to very many things. So I really had no clue, because I was like off on the outer part of, I didn't get to socialize much with any of the JWs.
And I think too, that might have been like a little bit of a different time, like around the 80s and stuff, when you're.
Yeah, I grew up in the 70s. I left in 1982.
Where a lot more things come out a lot quicker. But it was nice. It was nice talking. But it sounds like another brother wants to come in, or another friend of the program wants to come in.
Thank you, hon. I appreciate what you had to offer, and I'm glad you said what it is, because we're taught that these things don't happen within the organization, and the fact is it happens in society at large, and it does happen in the organization. So keeping the organization clean is a farce. The next, who is this next person?
The organization is no different than any other organization, whether it be a Catholic church,
yes,
Baptist. They all have their own problems, and so do the JWs.
Yes,
and they don't want to. The members don't want to accept that there are problems. They try to just ignore them or act like nothing ever happened, but they're just as bad, if not worse, than all the other ones. Which just goes to show they're just as human. We're all just as human as other people. We're no better.
I agree.
We're all trying to do our best.
I agree.
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Yeah, Apostababe.
Yes.
This is Kurt. Can you
Hi,
hear
Kurt.
me very well?
Yes, just speak up a little bit more for me, though.
Yeah, this phone. I don't know how to get me a new phone, I guess. What come to my mind there a few minutes ago, this tragedy may wake up at least some of the elders. I think it's common sense that some of the elders are pretty arrogant. They have a job to do. Sometimes disfellowshipping, as we all know, is necessary. Sometimes it's necessary, but in these disfellowshipping meetings, if I was an elder, I would be very, very careful and merciful, because you don't know, who you might be dealing with, their mental state, and what it all might end up in. So that's the first thing. Also, the brother, I never did get his name, he's with the Mormons out in Utah. You know who I'm talking about. I haven't heard him tonight. Did you ever get his name, out west?
There's someone that calls in to this show, and he's in Utah.
Yeah, he told us.
Okay.
He told us a few weeks back. He spent 10 years in Provo, and then I think he said he lived in Arizona. But I haven't heard him on any of the programs tonight. I just wondered if he was out there on the call. Just wondered what he thought about all this. Anyway, he may not called in tonight. I never did get his name. Did you ever get his name? You know who I'm talking about, right?
I don't, but I know I think I'm just airheading a bit, because it makes sense that ex-Mormons would be involved with, learning about the Jehovah's Witness culture. It's actually the same techniques and tactics are used in both of them, even though the doctrines are different. The same techniques and tactics are used. And it's actually a more helpful way to help somebody wake up is to bring up some of the techniques and tactics of another religion rather than the Watchtower.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? The Mormons do this and the Mormons do that, which is exactly the same thing as Watchtower. And it kind of plants a seed and you just let it pass and, see how it kind of plants itself into the brains of your JW friends. That way you're not taking the approach of attacking the organization itself. Jehovah's Witnesses have their own identity wrapped up in the membership. They are one of Jehovah's Witnesses. And when somebody's identity is attacked, then they don't take it well, It's hard for them to receive what you have to say.
He lived out there with the Mormons, he said, 10 years in Provo. Anyway, he's been on your program. Him and Zachary went a couple of rounds. But
now, did he say that he was a Mormon or that he lived out there?
He just lived out there with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, he's a former witness. Anyway, I hadn't heard him tonight. I don't know. Maybe he's not on the call. Him and Zachary don't see eye to eye, but I just wondered what happened to him, and I wondered if you ever got his name. I never got his name. Anyway, thanks for taking the call. I'm going to mute myself, okay? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So what has happened is going to really change the way Jehovah's Witnesses view going to the Kingdom Hall. They're going to have an extraordinary fear of apostates. I guarantee you this will be blamed on apostates and what they are about. So my request is for us to be on our decent best behavior. I'm not saying don't bring up stuff. I'm just saying let's just not say terminology like we want to bring down the tower or we want it to burn down. Anything that would sound like, some of us say, it's going to be construed as very different than what our intent might be, I just want to encourage that for a season, if that could possibly be. And I know that, for some of us that were born in, this is the culture of our origin. And even those that have spent a few years in it, the way that they invested themselves, it takes a toll on them as well. And I know that they're identifying to what they're, they can identify to an ordinary Jehovah's Witness. And again, I just want to bring up that most ex-Jehovah's Witnesses have no problem with the ordinary rank and file Jehovah's Witness. What we have a problem with is the leadership and how the leadership abuses the members. Who is this?
Linda?
Yes.
It's Christine.
Hi.
Hi. I'm trying to stay on topic, trying to connect everything together. Rick was speaking earlier about what are the things that Jehovah's Witnesses today are getting irritated about. He listed, probably maybe 8 to 10 things. He was saying, did you hear that part of his program? Where he listed all the things that the people that are in the active JW, what's bothering them today. And
I remember him talking about it, but I don't remember the details of each one. So bring up as many as possible. Now I'm curious.
Yeah. Well, they were they're upset about Serena Williams. They're upset about what Let's said about babies.
Yeah.
He had a good list. So
Okay.
what I wanted to kind of bring into it was he was asking a question. Why is Watchtower, along with all its dark policies that are causing damage, but also causing controversy in the organization. Like, you know, if you don't go to Zoom, you're not supposed to go to Zoom anymore, or you're not a strong Christian. You know, I mean, all these putting in all these issues that people can be divided.
Yes, yes.
Now, there's so many things being brought into the organization that are causing so much controversy, like even the new thing about you can divorce your mate if they're not spiritually strong. You know, they're endangerment.
Yes, spiritual endangerment, yes. That's been for a long time, but they've never really said so. That's been there for years.
Yeah.
And it's usually applied to
I think we have
one of the mates deciding to leave the organization.
Yeah. But it did. I don't think it used to be you had grounds to remarry on that, but I think you do now. But anyway, my thoughts are to ask the question, what is their long-term, you know, intent? Like, what are they looking at for long-term? And I was thinking that they're shaking out the people that they know they won't be able to control. I'm wondering, and this is just a thought, that they're liquidating their property. I'm trying to look at it from a business standpoint, like a corporation business. Could it be that they're shaking out the ones that they don't want, like anybody that would be on the edge, you know, questioning things, and therefore that downsizes the congregation attendance, and then they can sell more properties. And then I'm wondering what their long-term goals are. Like, are they trying to just maybe switch over to, you know, just like televangelism and gradually shaking people out so they can sell properties? And then there's a PMO sister that I've gotten in contact with, and she said that her last Zoom meeting, they had a 23-year-old giving the main talk, and they were giving him so much adulation on the Zoom, people on the Zoom and at the Kingdom Hall. They gave him so much adulation. So could it be that they're just like trying to get the old timers out, the ones that, you know, are questioning things, and anybody that questions out, and then they're going to try to start from a new resource of young people? So, and then now they're encouraging babies, and I'm like, wait a minute. When I came in the 70s, they said, no, you know, try to stay single and pioneer, and don't get married, don't have kids. You know, that was the kind of the thing back then. So I'm like, what? You know, I know nobody knows what they're thinking, but my thought too is that if they're a corporation, if they're a profit corporation, why don't they bring in marketing experts? A marketing expert would come in, and they would say, look, you're killing people.
Right.
Good for business.
Right.
I mean, a marketing person would come in and say, how could we maximize and get this religion, you know, growing and getting more and more productive, more people, and even retaining the people they have? A marketing expert would come in and go, what's going on here? You know, it'd be like, you know, any product organization that, you know, they started becoming defective in their product and people just stopped buying it. And rumors go around about the corruption in the company, and the company starts going down. You know, it's like a marketing person comes in and says, listen, you know, you got to improve your product. You got to improve your, you know, your front image. You got to improve your advertisement. You know, I mean,
rebrand, repackage, stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm.
I'm just like so confused about what is their end goal. I just, do they have one, or are they just so confused in there that?
Let me just tell you, the audience on YouTube is like saying, the caller has really good points. They're hearing you and agreeing with you. And the thing that I've noticed about the organization is statistically, they have the highest turnover than most religions. And they seem all too fine with this. It's been this way for quite a while. And it doesn't surprise me just for the fact that they will keep people on this hamster wheel going until they're totally depleted and begin to lack or slack a little bit. And once somebody is not useful to the organization, when it doesn't fit into this well-oiled machine, they are dismissed. They are disposable. They are disposed of.
Right.
And bring in, you know, it's they don't care about the members themselves. They care about how the corporation all works and falls into place. And there's a certain personality that functions very well. But
the
most
rate is not, we don't know if there really are 8 million in there. They say there are, but I wouldn't bet on it, you know, that there's 8 million in there.
I don't think so either. And when one of the last episodes that Barbara Anderson was on with Rick Farron, she mentioned, and her guess was, you know, around 3 million or 4 million. She believes that the organization is cooking the books. That's a guess of hers, and I am quoting a guess of hers. She doesn't have documentation.
Yeah, and then to add to that, what Rick said about the latest broadcast with the showing of the drinks, and he had some good points, whatever that was about the broadcast, that it was possibly relating to Toni Morrison. So I had the thought that they're going to bring in more things for people to judge one another about. So if they're going to subliminally kind of bring out that if you're drinking, you know, you're going to be in trouble. I mean,
true. And somebody else brought up that
people.
I'm sorry, I was talking over you.
Keep adding friction. They're causing chaos amongst a very fearful, judgmental, self-righteous group of people, because they're getting really bad. I mean, I had an experience. I don't know if anybody wants to hear it. The witnesses came to my door.
Oh, did they?
And I haven't spoken to them. I haven't spoken to witnesses since I got out about 5 years ago.
How did that go?
A woman, 2 women, and she's a circuit overseer's wife. And so my thought was to just answer the door and just follow them, like follow their lead.
Yes, so, very smart.
Open the door. She's all bubbly, you know how, well, you're supposed to act real bubbly and happy when you're at the door.
Yeah.
And, you know, she said, oh, well, we're Jehovah's Witnesses, and we would like to offer you a Bible study. And she had this little tiny piece of paper. It's like half the size of a credit card or half the size of a business card. And I never took it. She had it in her hand. She was going to, and I said, oh, no, I was a Jehovah's Witness. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness.
Wow. How did that go down?
She goes, and she goes, well, how long were you a Jehovah's Witness? I said, 45 years. It's like,
Sorry.
she's like trying to think of what to say. No.
That's what I'm thinking.
Said, well, have you ever thought about coming back? And I said, no. And she said, well, why not? And I said, well.
Oh, here we go. Sorry. I'm like doing commentary. Sorry. Okay.
I wish I would have recorded it, but I don't know how to record things. Do you just turn your phone on camera and record it? Is that how you do it? I don't know how. Never recorded anything. So I said, well, when I left, I had a mental breakdown. I had a mental and emotional breakdown. So I stopped going to meetings. I became inactive. Well, she's like, well, why didn't you come back? And I said, well, while I was, in recovery, I started doing research on the organization. And some court cases were brought to my attention about what was going on legally in the organization. And I said, it's not good. I'm trying to be vague because, if you come down on them and you dump all this stuff out, you just have to kind of
That was actually very smart.
And yeah, I followed their lead. I did get to say that, there are policies, and it's proven because they're in the Shepherd book, Shepherd the Flock book. And you should have seen her. She almost fell to the ground.
Right?
What? Like, whoop.
A woman looked at the Shepherd of the Flock God book. I'm sorry, I can't help it. It brings so much joy to me.
It lightly. Like, well, there are policies that are showing up in the Shepherd the Flock book.
And audience, the reason why I'm just so enthusiastic about it is because this book is literally never supposed to be viewed by women. That's why I'm just
gonna melt. Like in Wizard of Oz, Wizard of Oz, and the witch melts to the ground. I thought she was just gonna melt, and I was just very calm. I was very.
Can I just ask you, sister? Did she know the book, or she was surprised because she never heard it?
No. She goes, "What are you doing reading the Shepherd?"
How did that?
His wife, maybe, or somebody who knew. Okay.
Reprimanded you.
No.
What are you doing?
Here.
Wow.
And so then I said, well, another thing that happened was my friends, because I wasn't going to the meetings, all my friends that I had for 30 or 40 years, they stopped associating with me, and I did nothing. I just had a nervous breakdown. I basically was showing her that, the love ended. And she's like, oh no, she says, I have visited over 400 congregations, and there is nothing but love and blah, 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 blah. And I said, well, I didn't know what to say because, I told her that, well, that's what happened to me. I lost all my friends. And
can I interrupt here? Let me just interrupt, Christine. In 2016, the Symposium of the Jehovah's Witnesses made the declaration or suggestion that those that are inactive were to be treated just as those that are disfellowshipped. So what happened to you falls in line with that announcement, not in line with the circuit overseer's wife.
Yeah, she acted like there was no basis for me to think this way. Like, in other words, just being inactive should not have brought upon you no love from anybody. And then I said, and do you recall the convention a few years ago where a young girl was trying to reach her parents on the phone? And in the video, it was basically, being taught that we are not to even answer the phone for our own children, even if they're in trouble. And then she goes, oh, well, disfellowshipping is like timeout when your kids are young and you have to give them a timeout. And I looked at her straight in the eye and I go,
I want to slap her right now. How dare I said, it is not like timeout when you're a child.
But you see, looking at it afterwards, if you've never been DF'd, you don't really know. I mean, she may not really know what it feels like to be completely, shut down.
That's true.
And then being in the love bombing, the love bombing that she gets as a circuit overseer is why I think about it. They go to all the congregations, they get fed, they get clothed, they get all their bills paid. They get
green handshakes.
They get love bombed by every congregation. So it would be difficult maybe to convince someone like her. And I don't know if she had children. She didn't insinuate, and I didn't ask. But anyway, then the other sister that was at the door said, well, I'll give you an illustration. Depending on what kind of prison you go to, you get treated differently. And I'm like, what does that have to do with it? I'm like,
what kind of prison you go to?
Bringing up these things like, time out and this and that. And I just said, I go, what are you talking about? What are you saying? I don't get it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So then it was just it kind of rambled on. And then something happened in my house where my sister started. I live with my sister. And
you can.
She was some noise in the background.
Is there two people talking?
Then I turned around and then I went back to the door and they both looked at me and they said, oh, we gotta go. We gotta go. They turned around and left. But I
missed what happened between you and your sister. Can you say that again?
Yeah. Well, there was some yelling in the background and it kind of scared them. They're like, oh, what's this household? We better get out of here. But the point is, I didn't get to finish. I was going to say, thank you for coming. I was going to be very, I didn't get rude. I didn't get nasty. And I said, I was going to say, the reason I spoke to you today is because when I was a JW doing the same work you're doing, I did it for 45 years. I said, nobody spoke to me about what was going on in the Watchtower organization behind the scenes and the corruption that was going on in the organization and all of the harm that's being done. So I want to speak to you sincerely to do some research and, for yourself, find out why there's so many problems and death and suicide. And, of course, this was last weekend. So the murder-suicide of today,
wow.
I've been able to bring that up. I would have been able to bring that up, but I didn't because it hadn't happened yet. But
exactly.
What I want to do, here's what I want to say to everybody here that's an ex-JW. Try to talk to them with empathy and not accusations. Like, I know I might have scared them a little bit when I talked about reading the flock book and the policy. I didn't really blurt out all the policies that are bad. I didn't want to go down into the detail. But what I think we should do as ex-JWs, answer the door, show empathy, and be honest, and say, well, I used to do, just give your testimony of why you left, and don't attack, and try to open an idea that they need to find out what's going on. Because, I said, you guys know, I looked in her eyes, I said, there's stuff going on, right? Like, you can feel it. Because women are more, intuitive and emotional, and you can talk to a woman that way. And she looked at me, and she just kind of her face was just like stunned. And I said, don't be just pretending there's nothing wrong. Really think about it and look into it. Look into the reports that are going on in the government. She was trying to tell me, well, it's not a perfect organization, blah, blah, blah. And I said, no. I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about the government and what they're doing around the world now to stand up for human rights. So those kind of things, if we could say that to them, to say, wait a minute, I'm not talking about imperfection. I'm talking about the government and the authorities that are coming in and trying to find justice with the human rights abuses of suicides and, all of the abuse going on, sexual abuse. And I said, I'm not trying to pull the wool over here on you. This is not, and now they knew I wasn't disfellowshipped or I wasn't an apostate. But of course, they were thinking I was, but I don't know. I just think that we should figure out a way to talk to them in such a way that they don't feel attacked. And so next time I'll work on it a little better. But that's what I wanted to say to them. The reason I'm speaking to you, normally I wouldn't answer the door because I'm not interested.
Right.
But I wanted to tell you that when I was a witness, nobody told me what was going on. Like, there are things you don't know.
Yeah.
I want to plead with you to consider finding out about what's really going on. And it might help them to figure out, like, they may say, well, that's why we're having so many problems. They may go, oh, there might be a reason that we're having so many problems in the organization. Anyway, I wanted to give you my story, but I don't know if I'm going to answer the door again. Somebody told me, oh, they're going to send their elder husbands back. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I might do the same thing.
You might, yeah.
Same thing.
Was your sister yelling at you, or do you think she might have been yelling as a protection of you, or was she just being her normal self, or what was that about?
Normal. Well, she normally talks very loud, and she was talking very loud to my son, who I didn't know was in the kitchen.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So the kitchen was right behind the door, so I thought she was talking to me, and so I turned around, but then I lost my flow talking to them. But I don't know. I have no idea. They look scared. I think there might have been something said that it wasn't just that they were real frightened, but there was something. They were struggling to stay at the door when I started just being honest and, reaching them as women. Because, they're a clone of me. I used to be them.
Isn't it strange? Yeah.
They're all trained the same way. I'm a woman. I have, maybe more emotion, more empathy, and I could reach them being women and talk to them. But I don't know. I hope I didn't ruin their week. I don't really have a goal to wake people up, but they should know what's going on. Like,
I agree.
I'm not saying get out of your religion. I'm saying at least, like the Catholics. Do they know about what the Catholics? Do the Catholic parishioners, or the people that go, don't they know about all the child abuse that the priests are getting? I don't think it's a secret in other organizations if they have flaws or they have problems. I don't think it's hidden from them. So I think that that's how we should view them, the witnesses. Fine if they want to stay in, of course. That's their life. They built their whole life around it. But they need to do it with disclosure. They need to be in the religion knowing what's going on. That's all.
I agree with you. They deserve to know these things, and it's kept from them. It is kept from them. I can remember being a child, and I like what you said to the audience of the ex-JW community is, to have empathy and all that. And I can remember being a child and listening to some gentleman at the door where we were going door to door. And I can remember to this day the kindness that this man showed my mother. I remember experiencing the love that he showed my mother that was so what I was taught people of the world were. This was a good man. And I remember just soaking it in. And so I'm hoping that, especially at this time, that love, so in other words, love was louder than what the organization told me this guy's about. And the organization talks so much.
To do. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I was trying to show kindness to them and that courtesy.
Absolutely.
Like I said, nobody. Because if I could say this to them, I did what you're doing for 45 years and nobody that was an ex-JW or, inactive or somebody that learned about what was going on, nobody spoke to me. And I said, that's why I'm speaking to you. I'm showing you kindness, that I would have wanted to have been shown, to know what was going on in the organization.
Yes.
But, I'm not saying I'm trying to wake them up, because it really, if your whole life is, generations of people and your whole life, like this woman was probably my age, in her 60s. And certainly, we know the mental stress of coming out and being out. We know what it is. So we're not wishing that on anybody.
Yes.
But also, I just feel that, because of the dangers in there, they should be in there with their eyes wide open. Like, well, this is what they teach and it's causing trouble, but I still want to stay. I mean, let them,
Right.
I don't know how to explain it, but just.
That would be them making an informed decision. Yes.
Yeah. So there's my testimony of the first time I talked to witnesses since I woke up 5 years ago. So it was, I was a little nervous. But I'm not going to be afraid to answer the door. And I just want to encourage everybody, just be honest. Don't attack, but just say, this is my experience. And this is what I've learned. And not to say too much. Let them ask the question. Like, I let her kind of lead the conversation. Just be honest and be kind. And that might be the best way to help them, get out eventually. It might start something. Because I don't think very many people are convinced by showing them that their doctrine is wrong.
Right.
You go back and forth for hours on doctrine and blah, blah, blah. and all the corruption in the doctrine. But I just think that the policies that harm people's lives are the biggest problem with that religion. Not the doctrine. It could be a problem, but it doesn't, your child doesn't die because, you don't believe in hellfire.
Right.
Your child doesn't die in the hospital because you don't believe in hellfire. It's like, that doesn't kill people, but, doctrine, arguing over doctrine just is more of an intellectual side of the religion, but it's the policies that break up the family and take away their focus. Well, of course, they are a multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Real estate empire, yeah.
It is for me. It's an issue because I always thought that they taught, everything was clean and upright, and the financials were clean, and that was just for the work. But you find out it's not just for the work. It's for wealth. But they're not going to believe you if you tell them that at the door. They're not. They're going to go, "Oh, you're making that up."
That's too much for them to even comprehend. I would assume that maybe someone might be ready to hear it. But again, I really appreciate what you said. And I'm going to say it again that, especially during this season, after what happened earlier this week with this mass shooter, I think that us as apostates showing love needs to really be experienced by the Jehovah's Witness community, that our hearts have gone out to them, and we don't think this was right, at all. It was horrible. And, if they could just experience that more so than what they've been taught that we are about, I think that would be very good for them to see and experience at this time.
So that was, I'm going to probably, if they do send people back, they've been to the door a couple times, but I didn't answer because I wasn't dressed, or, I wasn't in the mood to talk to them.
Right.
Maybe make the effort to, and don't be afraid. Don't feel like you have to prove anything. Just go to the door, be honest about your situation, why you left, if they ask you, whatever, why you wouldn't come back. But don't just start throwing daggers like, well, you guys, me, just, you got to be subtle and gentle because they're afraid. They're scared to death. I mean, they are scared, these people. I would be, if I was still in, I'd be every step I took, every breath I took would have to be in order to prove myself to stay in that organization. Yeah, it's very difficult. We all have PTSD from, being in there for so many years and march to the beat.
Yes.
So, and I really don't recommend older people, trying to get older people out, because they don't really have anything, as far as community. I'm talking about community. When you're older, you pretty much don't have any other community. So I'm a little bit, not black or white on it. I'm not black or white on. I'm saying be honest, be helpful. Maybe they're in a situation where they may need the thought that they should look into things. It might open them up a little bit and help them. Maybe they need the help. Maybe they're at the point, So we just don't know what they're going through. We really don't.
Yeah, I have had that mindset too, but what I'm discovering is that they're coming out on their own. Like maybe a few seeds have been sown by some people, but I'm noticing that older ones are just like, they get ready to leave in their 70s and 80s. And I'm just always so amazed when that happens. And you can tell they've done their homework too. So that's been really neat to see.
Our intention to wake them up. Our intention should be, yes. I'm one of you. I'm a clone, exactly. But here I am. I was, I had to look behind the curtain. I didn't say that, but I said that I had to look behind the curtain, and I didn't want to go into, the religious trauma syndrome and all of that stuff comes later, to learn about what happened to you, but to just be honest and say, something's going on. Don't be afraid to look into it. I did. And, that's why I won't come back. And the testimony of you not coming back is very strong.
Yes.
Very strong for them to hear somebody mature and saying, no, I would never come back because I don't approve of the policies that are hurting people. So that's all I can say. Yeah.
Esther in the YouTube chat said, I figure my soul woke me up when it was time to leave. I had no intention of leaving, but my soul had other plans. I just love that, and that's a comment of Esther's.
I like her. Hi, Esther. Hi, Esther. I really like you, and I saw your testimony. I relate to you. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. Very good point.
When I'm questioned about why I've looked at the Shepherd of the Flock, that book, my answer is, and this is how I truly feel and believe, I have family members in that organization, and I believe that I am entitled to know what governs their lives, the rules and doctrines that govern their lives. That's has always been my answer. That, it is my business. It's my business to know the things that govern their lives. And I just think that I do. So I've never had my conscience bothered by looking at that book, even though it's said that that it is only for the elders, because I see it as something that hides some of the rules that members don't get to find out until the moment they find out, like on a need to know basis. So this happened, so now's the time for you to need to know. Whereas the organization claims that, if a member reads all the, literature and everything over an amount of time, maybe 3 years, they would have been familiarized with all the rules and stuff of what's in this book. And you know what? I don't believe that. I just don't believe that. I don't believe that it's something secretive, such as when something becomes a practice. Well, if it's happened 3 times, the organization declared it's a practice. It's a practice. Other things like that. Now I wanted to go back to the JW.org and what you heard about the alcoholism and stuff. Somebody was mentioning, and I can't remember who, but we can have some kind of an expectancy of, just like when an ordinary member is no longer one of Jehovah's Witnesses, either before they leave or after they leave, there's what's called a marking talk. And the subject of what they struggled with will be brought up and talked about, but never mentioning their name. This person suggested that we can expect that from JW.org regarding Anthony Morris.
Yeah.
That it would have that same kind of thing. Yeah. So that you're telling me something about alcoholism that might be having to do with Anthony Morris.
Rick was really insightful when he spoke about that tonight.
Who did?
Rick did.
Okay.
He kind of put it all together and it made sense.
Okay. Yeah, I liked how Rick's show went tonight.
Another thing that wasn't brought up tonight, and I had a thought, was that, in different cultures through humanity, through the human, different cultures of humans through the years and different years and back in the history, when somebody did something wrong in their town, they hung them in public.
Oh, yeah.
And that public hanging or that public execution put fear
yes
people. And yeah. I came up in my mind tonight that that's what disfellowshipping is. It's a public execution.
It's definitely a form of public humiliation. And public humiliation within groups is one of the abusive things, one of the techniques and tactics.
It's the general congregation. See, the purpose of the doing it publicly is to scare those that are still in.
Absolutely.
If you don't listen, you're going to get hung.
That's right.
So it has a powerful effect both ways.
I agree with you. Now that you said, it just clicked in my head. It's like a public execution. Those that were hung were killed. They are dead. And those that are disfellowshipped are to be looked at as though they are dead. I'm talking over you. I'm so sorry.
And the whole congregation has to murder you in their mind.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When they meet you in public, in the grocery store, they got to
Yes.
kill you.
Mm-hmm.
In your mind. In their mind, they have to hate you, which I did read that scripture for a reason. I mean, I'm not a Bible thumper or anything, but it really does say in the Bible that when you hate someone, you are murdering them.
Yes.
So basically, they are hanging you, and they are getting everyone else to murder you in their mind, and they don't know why. At least when they would hang you in the public square, they would put a sign up, adulterer or thief, or, everybody knew what he did. But
right.
we have to hang him with no evidence.
Right.
We have to hang our family members or our friends or just our association in the congregation, a fellow congregation member, and we're not supposed to know why?
Right. We've been told by the the organization that disfellowshipping is the last resort. And if they get disfellowshipped, it means that they were unrepentant. So when we hear that somebody's been, no longer a witness, we're looking at them like, how could they be unrepentant? How can they have that? So that's how we see them, as though the elders came to them with some kind of sin and they did not even want to cooperate. So that's why they got disfellowshipped, right?
The thing is, when people go for help, they'll be in trouble. They'll say, oh, I did something wrong. They go to the elders for help. They want help. They don't get help.
Yes, that's the reality.
They're allowed to be repentant. Like what was brought out tonight, they're not allowed to be repentant. The elders, the way that, was it Gilbert or one of the brothers or men tonight talked about, as an elder, it's already pre-planned. We're going to do. They set it up. So
they already have their mind made up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so we know that if you need help, go to a counselor or go to a doctor. Don't go to the elders. But the people are mostly, I don't think they sit in the judicial and say, I'm going to do just what I want. Blah, 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 blah. They don't do that. They feel bad. I can't imagine anybody going in there as a witness and not feeling guilty and looking for mercy and forgiveness. One brother I knew went to the committee meeting and he had committed fornication or whatever. And you know what they told him, the elders? They said, there's no way God is going to forgive you for this. There's no way. They made a judgment. They put
no way.
Or in the. And can you imagine going to someone that you think is supposed to be Christian and showing mercy for you, and they're telling you God cannot forgive you.
That there's no way. That's bizarre. Oh my God. Now that's presumptuous right there. How dare them?
I found out later that the elder that told him that was a chronic pornographer, like he was in there real deep, and it was like he's the one who told this other brother, there's no way God can forgive you for this. He had committed fornication.
That is so amazing.
So,
wow.
Yeah, so it's really sad. The thing about it is that we need to understand that these people are, we were all witnesses. I was a witness. You're scared to death. You're scared to death to do something wrong, say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing. And so they're scared. So, like if an animal is scared and you have to rescue the animal, and it's so full of, it's so fearful, it can't, you don't attack the dog and start, making it be more scared. So we have to remember indoctrination puts so much fear and shame and guilt into these people that we need to show mercy and not attack. We need to not, we need to speak what we went through as a personal, story, so that we're not attacking them. We're saying, this is what happened to me. And
right.
I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back because, it's not really what you think it is. So that was a good experience. I might keep working on that.
I've heard people talk about elders telling them that the elders are going to hand them over to Satan. Like, I'm taking you out of Jehovah's organization, putting you out into the world under the influence of Satan, the devil. Like, I can't even imagine saying this.
So frightening. Yeah. What was that experience tonight someone gave? They put a 14-year-old girl up on the stage at the Kingdom Hall. Oh, did you hear that one? They put a 14. I never saw a Kingdom. I never heard of that behavior in a Kingdom Hall, where they took the 14-year-old girl and put her on stage, and then told her she was. And then I guess they disfellowshipped her right there on stage. Somebody told that.
That's actually something Jim Jones used to do with People's Temple. They would bring somebody on stage, reveal whatever the thing was, and then they would have their family members come up there and do the disciplining, which was usually hitting them of some sort. So the family members had to be part of this abusive technique of public shaming of their family members. So when you take part of it physically, you have to kind of somewhat agree with it, or you do this because you agree with what you've been taught, that taking part of this is a good thing, so taking part of the shunning is a good thing. This time out crap is just time out. Oh my God. It's like, how long does it take for Jehovah God to forgive somebody? I was put on public reproof at the age of 16. It took Jehovah 6 months, and I come to find out that was I got off well, Since then, I've heard all these stories of like years and all this crap. It took Jehovah 6 months to finally forgive me.
We were told to use time out, instead of beating them to death, right? And the rule in society, and from my understanding, from the world of disciplining children, the timeout rule, do you know what it is?
When I did it with my kids, it's like if they were 3, they would have time out for 3 minutes and have to sit on a stool.
Exactly, there's a rule. Yeah, there's a rule. And so this woman comes back to my door, and I explained to her about the timeout rule. It's a minute per year old, how old you are.
Yes.
1-year-old, 2-year-old, 5-year-old,
Yes, yes.
And so for her to use that illustration, and I basically told her, I said, no, I said, people are kept out for years because the elders don't want them back in. It's their judgment. It's not.
It is.
It's nitpick. And, like the Mark and Cora, remember their experience? You ever hear their testimony? They went for 4 years.
Yeah, I've heard bits and pieces, and
sat in the back room in the library or whatever, and 4 years, never missed a meeting. After 4 years, they still would not reinstate them. And that's because they didn't like them. They had a vendetta against this couple. So, yeah, it's bad. People just don't get reinstated. They do just one thing wrong, and they go, 3 more years. 2 more years. So,
and that's such an abuse of power and authority to.
I don't know how protected she is this one woman I spoke to, I don't know how protected you are as a circuit overseer's wife. I don't know what they go through. What kind of life do they live? Are they completely blinded? I mean, they must be, because they must be kept completely out of the loop. Like nothing. Her husband tells her nothing.
I don't see how a wife of a circuit overseer could be out of the loop. I think that with the stories I've heard about how elders will get together and talk about things and their wives are around, or some elders will just mention what's going on and speak to their wives about it, like nonchalantly. I'm sure there are elders who never say anything. But I think that's more rare than common. And I think the things that the elders are made to do, I think it affects them. Some get off on it and enjoy the abuse of power, but I think others have a hard time coping with it. And to self-medicate and drink is a common thing, is what I would assume. But yeah.
To cope, yeah. I think when you have any kind of a conscience for people and then you're forced to torment them, the tormentor, finally cracks. I mean, that's why so many wake up. The good ones. I think the ones with empathy can't handle it. They just have to wake up and get out. Yeah, well, like Esther said, there are many of us, like me, I didn't plan to get out.
Right.
I have no thoughts of leaving. And my nervous system booted me out. My own nervous system shut down. I couldn't do it anymore. And I didn't even know why. And then my son came to me when I was living with my son, and he's the one that was doing research on the Royal Commission and all of the court cases that were going on with this abuse. We were in San Diego, and there were some big ones going on down there at that time. And he woke up, and then he didn't want to wake me up. He said, "Mom, I didn't want to wake you up, but you were living with me, and we had stopped going to meetings, and we didn't tell you." And then they came to me and said, "Mom, we're leaving." And I go, "What?" And I said, "What?" And so I just thought about it, and the next day I asked him why. And then he showed me the court cases, and that was it. I was already, my nervous system had shut down, and I'd had a breakdown. I didn't know why. He goes, "Mom, it's the religion. You don't understand why you had a breakdown. It's the religion."
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
And of course, I was having a lot of stress. On top of it, I had a divorce, and I had to sell my house. I mean, I was going through massive stress, losing my marriage, and he was one of those, like what you guys were talking tonight about, somebody who knows everything, know-it-all type. I know everything. And he even told me he talks to God, that God talks to him. And he's a JW, my husband. And he just went off on a tangent of fanaticism, and he knew everything. And he also started partaking. So that's what split our marriage up, is that he just went completely fanatical, and we're, God is talking to me, and so listening to me too. And then, having to separate from him for certain reasons, things were getting really dangerous. And my son reached out and said, "Mom, you got to come. You got to leave. You got to come." But I didn't know that they had started fading, and they just wouldn't tell me. They said, "Mom, I didn't want to wake you up. I was scared to wake you up." In other words, you devoted your whole life since you were a teenager. We know how strong you needed the religion. You needed it, and we didn't want to. They didn't try to wake me up. They just told me why they were leaving. And then I had to decide, well, am I going to look at the reason? And then I did, and that was it. And I was shaking the whole time. I was,
Of course.
completely flat out, had a nervous breakdown. I couldn't hardly talk. I couldn't leave the house. So I didn't want to wake up. I would have never woken up. It was just, people can only handle so much trauma in each situation. And, of course I wish I could have come out like Fran and Joe. They love each other, they support each other, they think alike, they wouldn't do anything to hurt each other. Of course I would have liked to come out like that with a husband that we were in the same frame. We had the same, frame of mind that, we could help each other once we're out, but it doesn't usually work that way. It's very common that one spouse wakes up, and the other one persecutes that one, and judges them, and then tries to get out of the marriage. But, some of us just can't help waking up. We just wake up. I don't know if you want to call it wake up.
It's been called that for years. Waking up from like the state of being asleep and almost sleepwalking through being a member, not aware. You know what I'm saying? And when you wake up, then you can be aware and see things clearly and stuff like that.
Well, I think first you wake up. First you break down. I think a lot of people break down and then they wake up. It's kind of like, you just kind of explode and you don't know what's going on, and then somebody has to tell you. My son had to explain it to me. And then, I started reading books by Bonnie Zeman and different books about what religious trauma is. And
So for the audience, Bonnie Zeman used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and she is now a therapist, and she's actually wrote a book, that helps witnesses, but also one to give to a therapist, to equip a therapist to understand how to serve us as a client.
See, just having a breakdown and leaving the religion is what a lot of people did, because there was no internet. There was no way to find out anything. There was nobody to talk to. So many people who had breakdowns and left the religion have no clue why. They don't even know why they left.
Yeah.
They couldn't say. I've met so many people like that. I used to go to an ex-JW meetup in San Diego.
Right.
People coming, and they're like, they've been out 10 years. They've been out 15 years. And they come to this ex-JW meetup, and they didn't know anything.
Uh-huh.
And you're telling them about what's going on in the religion. They go, what? I didn't know that. They didn't know anything.
Yeah. And
troubled.
The abuse that we endured, many of us did not know it was abuse at all.
No. Look how many think it's the truth, but I just can't do it anymore.
Yep.
It's like, I know it's the truth, but I can't do it. It's like
there's something wrong with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not good enough. I'm not strong enough to be in that group.
Right.
So, I've only been, out, I call it out for 5 years. I'm still confused, and I'm trying to understand things. I'm trying to understand myself, like, who am I without religion? Who am I without religion? And, or, that particular religion. Yeah, it's hard to come out when you're older. I admire all these teenagers that just go, I'm out of here. Like, just today.
It does look that way.
I'm out of here. This is crazy place.
And I think it's because they do have the internet in their palm of their hand, within their smartphone, you know, and they're very much more educated as to what happens to them in the org and the techniques and tactics and the mind control and the undue influence. They've been able to string it together quicker than how we've, you know.
I think a lot of the young people, they go by their intuition, like their feeling. I don't feel good here. You know, it's like, it doesn't feel right. You know, it's like they're intuitive in a certain way. Yeah. So, yeah, I had an experience where I was at the convention where, was it Gilbert or was it his brother that flew the plane over the Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego?
Yeah, Gilbert's always mentioned it. Maybe they do it combinedly. I don't know, but yeah, Gilbert does. He puts.
And so here,
the plane will go over the stadium, and it has a message on it, including jwfacts.com.
Right. Well, I was there, and I was still in, of course.
Hear that, Gilbert? She saw it. Christine saw the plane sign.
Seed sprouted. The seed sprouted. We're seed growers.
No, it wasn't for me at the time. I was still in, but once I woke up from the religion, I thought back on that convention, and people were talking on the YouTube channels about how the young people all had phones. You know, they're at the convention, they're bored to death, and everybody, you know, is watching this thing go over the convention, and they're probably reading it the whole convention. The young people, they're like, I don't care. I'm gonna look that up. You know, young people don't have any fear. You know? And I thought about that later. I was at that convention, but guess what? I didn't look it up because I didn't wake up till 2017. So, the end of 17. So I was at the convention, and I was still in, and I didn't even click to look it up. Yeah, I was like, I'm an older person, you know, I don't know. I wasn't afraid of it. It was just, I don't know why. I wasn't motivated to look it up.
But I like the fact that later on you put the connection together. You know, and it
was, you know, looking back on it, it was pretty gutsy, pretty smart, pretty good. Good job.
It lasted a long time. Didn't it last a long time? I think it lasted like 15 to 20 minutes.
I think so.
It went round and round and round.
Did anybody at the podium make a statement about the plane? The plane. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
You know, that would have been good. You know what they should have said? Don't look up. You know that movie? Don't look up.
Yes, it's a great movie. Don't look up. It's a great movie.
Yeah, they should have made that announcement at the convention. Don't look up.
Yep.
I tell you, that one convention, there's another one. My last convention that I went to, it was Brother Lett on the big screen. This face just came on this giant, they started having this is an outdoor convention, but we had televisions everywhere. And they had giant ones, and that face came on the screen. And he scared me. I was like, oh, who is this guy? It's like, and I think that was the same convention where the parents wouldn't answer the phone. I think it was the same one. For some reason, those two things stick out in my mind, and it might have had a part in causing me some upset. I was upset inside of me. I didn't leave happy. I didn't leave the convention.
Was that the Be Courageous theme?
I'm not sure. Oh, listen, I don't remember all the names.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
But believe it or not, those little things, they didn't wake me. They didn't, like, somebody didn't just wake up, but maybe some did. I didn't. It took me having a breakdown and then my son very kindly saying, here's why we're leaving. Look at this video. And that's it. That was it. He didn't have to talk to me. He didn't talk to me much. He just said, Mom, this is my reason for leaving. If you want to know, which I did.
Yeah.
I love my kids. I love my kids. I trusted my son. He was the kind of son I always trusted. Like, he was mature, and he was a ministerial servant. He was serious-minded. So, you know, when he said something, I didn't ignore it. And,
right. You knew there was reason and logic behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, my son is, like, highly intelligent, and me as a kind of a silly mother, I always look to him. What should I do, Josh? You know, I always ask my son, like, what do you think's logical? But yeah, he left me that video, and it took me months to stop shaking. I call it shaking. It was more like there was this dark energy leaving my body. I can't explain it, but I actually had physical. I had a lot of physical reactions to waking up. Like, I don't want to call it exorcism, but because I'm not a high believer of demons, and you know, of course, when I was in the Watchtower organization, I believed that they existed.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I'd had a few experiences in my life with the demons. But when I was waking up, it felt almost like dark energy was leaving my body. It's hard for me to explain. I don't know if other people have this reaction.
Well, the fear indoctrination that is used on members, or fear induction, if we ever did go to a site that or you know, that's considered apostate, or we come to the realization that the truth is not in fact the truth, it's shaking would be normal because of those things. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand why you would experience it like that.
Yeah, I was one of those. I think I adapted through the years a real, like, almost a spirit. I don't want to call it spiritistic, but it kind of was. It was almost like the power that I felt being a witness. I felt power. Like, I felt I had powers, but I thought they were God. You know, God's power. I thought I had God's power. Okay, so I lived my life in such a way that I really felt that I was in tune with God's Spirit. I know it's not weird, but I'm a weirdo.
No, that makes perfect sense, actually.
I adapted a lot of intuitive things where I thought I had some powers, and I really thought God was directing me through those powers. It was very real, too. Okay? So it wasn't, I made it up. But when I woke up and I realized, you know, I couldn't say God's name anymore. I couldn't say the name Jehovah. I don't like saying it even. But there was something dark. Once I woke up, I couldn't say the name.
Wow.
I couldn't say it. And one of my old friends in the religion came over one day because I hadn't fully woken up yet, and she was worried about me. I had the breakdown and everything. And she came over and we were talking, and by the time she was leaving, she said, "How come you say God?" Because, you know, we had a little bit of discussion about things, but I wouldn't say the name Jehovah. And she goes, "Why aren't you saying God's name? Why aren't you saying Jehovah?" And I looked at her and I go, "Well, it's not his name." And I wasn't fully woken. I hadn't done research on a lot of stuff, but that name was purged out of my system. Like, I don't know, it was like it was some type of what do you call, amulet, or some type of the name itself had some kind of a power over you or the people. Or when she looked at me, and she almost fainted when I said that, because she's a very strong witness. And she looked at me and she goes, well, if that's not his name, I might as well kill myself.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what she said. Exactly what she said.
Wow.
And I go, wow, no wonder people kill themselves when they wake up. So what I want to say is, I'm still confused as far as knowing what's real. I thought demons were attacking me when I was waking up, but then I felt, looking back, that maybe they were leaving me. Maybe I was under some kind of a spell. I feel like I was. And I'm still a bit confused about it. So I'm still learning.
That's totally normal too. Sometimes it clicks in.
I wasn't born in. I came in out of need, because I had a very dysfunctional childhood. So I needed family, I needed community, and I, as a teenager, hungry for that. And then when I learned the religion part, the dogma and everything, I took it in, 100%. I just believed it all. I thought, oh, it all makes sense. Oh, yeah, it makes so much sense. Everything made sense.
I think you were. I look at your situation as though you were groomed for it. Like your home life might have been a bit abusive, so finding yourself in the organization, the way it was presented to you as a nice escape, but it ended up being very abusive.
It was more not so much abuse, but neglect. There was no structure in my life, and no religion, no God, nothing. There was no guidance. My parents were teenagers, so they aren't going to have much to offer me. But so I needed security, I needed stability, I needed structure, I needed people that cared about one another. And to tell you the truth, back then, I don't know, in the 70s, the congregations were booming with zeal and love.
Oh, yes. We were looking forward to 75.
But, you couldn't find a seat. You had to get there early. The congregations were bursting in the early 70s. And that's when I came in. And I just couldn't believe it. I was like, what is going on here? I never saw anything like it. So if we could just get the bad stuff out, it'd be nice to have a fantasy religion about paradise. You get the bad stuff out of there, the death. Let's get the death stuff out, But so even to this day, I don't know how to function without structure and community, and I'm not doing too good with that. I haven't joined another group except 6 screens.
And you don't need membership to tune in every week,
You are my group. You're part of my group, Linda. You helped me early on you were very nice to me when Denise introduced you to me and we talked. That was really
I remember that day very well. And see, the reason Denise introduced you to me was because you were in Southern California, and so was I.
I know, and when I was there, we should have met. We should have somehow got together, but we didn't.
Nope.
Sorry about that.
We got to talk on the phone, though.
So, yeah,
So Cheryl St. Germain, is talking about how there's artificial intelligence in the comment section. Artificial intelligence, as though there's a bunch of bots in the comment section. Much like last time, I invite you to come in the show and, talk with me. When I read over some of the comments you said last time, Cheryl, it was really, really disappointing. And I hope you don't go that way again, to just speak like you were giving comments like you were last time. I'm hoping you might be more positive tonight. But if you'd like to call in, I'd really enjoy talking with you.
Thank you. Yeah, but I did speak about this person that's very foul. If he comes on any show while I'm on, I'm just going to leave because I can't. It makes me sick inside. I almost, I just get a terrible feeling of hate. I get this feeling of hate coming through the channel, and I can't handle it. So I'm just warning you. I'll be leaving if he comes on again. But did Pete ever recover from that? Because that was a pretty bad slam that he did on him last Saturday. Is Pete okay?
A pretty bad slam that was done on Pete last. You mean the caller that just kept calling in and interrupting and accusing him of talking in circles, or
he ripped Pete apart. He ripped Pete apart. Ripped him apart with foul language. And
yeah, that was tough.
It was terrible what happened. I had to get off the phone, and I felt bad for Pete. I hope he's okay.
Sometimes we get to a certain point and we can use a cuss word as a descriptive thing, but when we're going to cuss somebody out or use it in name calling, it's really, that's just not okay. And
oh no, it was.
And that was what was going on,
Assassination. He did a character assassination on poor Pete. I mean, and he's done it on other people too. And
yeah.
I'm sick of it. I just will get off, and I worry about the new people, listening in. I worry about them.
Oh, because it was so. We had Nancy call in, and even she, after he would interrupt and say a bunch of things, she would say, "Yep, that's too much. That was too much." And I had no control, but I did. Go ahead.
I remember what she said. She said, "What's going on here?"
I know.
What's going on here? It's her first time calling in. Very sweet-natured person, very kind.
Yeah. Yes.
Very intuitive. She was very, inquiring for her mother because she didn't understand the religion. She wanted to understand it. And oh man, when she said that, I got off after. I just couldn't handle it. But anyway, I'm sorry. I love this show, and I hate to see it get, I hate to see it harm.
Hello, can I ask Sister a question?
Christine, you want to talk to Christine?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hi, this is JP from California.
Hi.
Hi. When you're talking about Stephen Let's Talk at the convention, was that at the Long Beach Convention Center?
No, it was the Qualcomm.
Oh, okay.
In San Diego. Qualcomm, the big stadium. Qualcomm
I've never been there. Just to the Long Beach one. That's where I used to go.
Remember the big screens? They put the big screens up in Long Beach too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. The other thing I was gonna say is, I think you're saying something about like like a negative energy or something like leaving you or that. I kind of feel like the same way too. I just woke up like 15 months ago, but I kind of feel that too. Like things are. It's been hard,
Yeah.
Just waking up, because I was raised in. I'm 39 now, so I certainly understand how you feel, how those things are leaving us as people that have left. I know you said you've been out a little longer than that, but I'm feeling
about
that.
5 years. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you still feel that in some ways?
No, I don't feel that. I have the symptom because I was in so long. Were you born in?
Yes, I was.
Oh, okay. I was so, my whole identity, let me put it this way. My whole identity, every part of who I was, and I mean, you know, there's layers and layers of things that we are. We all have layers and layers of roles we play, how we think, what we, you know, we develop within that structure of beliefs as a certain identity. And the thing I suffer from, and I think a lot of people do, unless they get out super young, you really, it's hard to separate who you really are from who you became in that religion. Like, a lot of parts of me are still with me as who I am as a person, you know, my general, most of my identity is gone. Like, it's like I would need time to reestablish a new identity, and I don't have time. I'm in my 60s, so I'm your mom's age probably. And fortunately, 2 of my sons got out when they were in their 20s. I have 3 sons. 2 of them got out in their 20s, and they thrived. The other one stayed in until he was in his 40s. And he's the one who, when he woke up, I woke up because I was living with him because of circumstances. And he didn't want to wake me up, but I demanded to know why he was leaving. Because he was my only family left in the witness world. Him and his wife were the only witnesses I had. So the thing that you have to do, JP, is you're young enough. I mean, I hope I'm not sounding preachy or motherly, but you have time to start thinking about who do you want to be? Like, who, you almost have to ask yourself, you know, go deep. I mean, you were born in, though. I know that's hard because you were born in. Try to make a new identity. I don't know how to explain it. You're young enough, I think you could.
I hear exactly what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to do. It's the thing that was kind of rough was with me. I was actually a POMI. I was actually physically out, mentally in for many, many years. And I woke up in the middle of COVID. But like things that are tough for me.
Oh, okay, so were you fully convinced as a POMI that was the truth?
Oh yeah. Even when I was out, I felt super guilty for hanging out with worldly people. Anything I would do that I knew was wrong, I felt really guilty. I was always looking over my back. It's a miserable life living like that.
Yeah, because it was ingrained in you as a child. Yeah.
I was never really able to get into really serious relationships. I tried to date and stuff when I was a POMI, people that weren't witnesses, and I know people go about it different ways, but I was really convinced that it was a truth, so I would feel really guilty, like as soon as things would get serious or something, I would like break off a relationship. And I missed out on a lot of things and opportunities in my life.
Yeah. Did you try to bring someone in when, you know, like a relationship? Did you try to say, hey, I know some things that you might like, and I want to teach you some good things? I don't know. Some guys do that. my son did that. He left at 18, and then he met a girl, not a witness girl. He was born in, met a girl out there, and they were doing drugs and living the life of a typical teen, I guess, and lived together. And so one day I think they did do LSD and stuff, and one day he opened up while they were on drugs, and he told her, I know some things about life, and I could teach. He was foamy, like you. He thought it was the truth, but he couldn't do it. And he told her all about the hope and the paradise, and you know what happened to her? She came in, and she
oh no. Wow.
And so here I'm the mom, right? I'm the pee me mom. I'm not just pee me. I was pee me. And I'm okay. My son comes home to me one day and he goes, Mom, I want to come back, and my girlfriend wants, to learn. She wants to know what's going on with the witnesses. I told her all about it, and I go, okay, well, first of all, you guys separate. I was doing everything right, So they separated. She moved in with me and my son. I had my husband and my son, and she started studying, and he stayed where they used to live. And she starts studying, and she reads all the bound volumes. Like, she's very intelligent. Like, she's always, like a straight A student, and loved reading, and she just consumed all the bound volumes and went to all the meetings. And then they decided to get married. And I said, okay, what can I do? I mean, I was trying to be a good mother and supportive of my kids. So she came in full-fledged, and that's why he came back. He came back because of her. So anyway, I'm glad you didn't find that, because guess what's happened? Once they left the religion, it's terrible. They're split up. They're not compatible at all. When they were in the religion, you have a role, right? You know how it is in the religion, in the role playing. You're the father, you're the husband, you're the provider. The wife is, this and that, and submissive, and all the roles and the identity in the religion. Well, when they left the religion, their whole relationship just became very difficult. They struggled for several years, and now they're split up. So I'm sad for that, because I love both of them. But fortunately, they didn't have children, so the children aren't going through, that. So be glad you didn't do that, JP. Be glad you didn't bring someone in and then end up in a mess. But
it never got to that. I always felt so guilty that anytime it would get to any time serious in the relationship, I would just quit picking up the phone calls or ignoring them and stuff.
So one of the things you have to do, JP, is I'm not a Bible person anymore. I do believe in the principles. I'm not a religious person. Like, I'm not in a religion. But the concept of forgiveness is that you have to forgive yourself. You have to deeply go in and forgive yourself. And you have to tell yourself, I deserve to be forgiven, because if there is a God of love, then I am forgiven. I'm saying if, because I'm not presuming you believe what you believe, but that's how I do it. I go, well, I didn't get forgiveness in the religion. I didn't. I suffered a lot because of people being judgmental. I got disfellowshipped when I was in my young 30s. I made mistakes, and I had a hard time forgiving myself, because they don't forgive you. You don't get that sense of forgiveness. But if there's a God of love, JP, you have to forgive yourself. You have to forgive because he says he forgives you. Do you see that? Kind of? Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And even if you don't believe in God, you need to forgive yourself for who you are. Because in reality, nobody is perfect. Nobody goes through life without making mistakes and feeling guilty. Everybody feels guilty. Everybody. So you're no different from anybody else. But if you could find it to forgive yourself for, imperfections, mistakes, that would be a start. I'm not really a counselor. I'm speaking from my heart, from what I had to do. I had to forgive myself.
No, that's kind of what I'm trying to do now. I appreciate everything you're saying. It really makes a lot of sense. The thing that's kind of hard, like, main thing is for me is waking up is I really believed that it was a truth. So when I woke up, it was very devastating. And
yes, for me too. Yeah. I
know it sounds like silly, but when I was like 38, because I was born in as a witness. So when I woke up to it and I realized that it wasn't real, I was 38 years old and I actually realized that, hey, like, I'm going to die one day.
That's hard to face, isn't it?
And I was always taught that I was never going to die, though. This is it. And I have to accept that. And I'm still a Christian even now. Like, I'm going to go to church tomorrow. Not the Kingdom Hall, but I'm going to go to a church. I'm trying to do what I can to, and I'm exploring different things, but that is one thing I'm trying to hold on to. And I'm just doing what I can. About a quarter of my family are still in.
So you have some family out. You have some family out. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, not all my family were all born as witnesses, but I do have about a quarter of my family that are still in. My mom still lives with me.
Oh, good.
She's 82. I'm 39. She's 82.
She had me later in life. Wow.
Yep, from a second marriage. But she's been a witness for over 50 years. And it's really sad. It does break my heart. She was even out today handing out the invitations for the memorial.
Don't feel bad.
The car work.
Don't feel bad for her. No, don't feel bad for her. That's her identity. You can't. If you take that away, she'll just shrivel up and die. I mean, you have to let people. Don't feel bad for them because that gives
her. What makes her happy. It really does fulfill her life.
Yeah. Yes. And when you said about living forever, that particular belief is what gives witnesses or Christians a lot of power in their who they are. Like when you think about living forever, it changes who you are.
Yeah.
And I personally, I don't have an answer. Like now that I'm woke up from indoctrination of all the teachings, I come to the conclusion that I don't know. I don't take a stand and say, no, I'm just going to die. I don't know. We don't know.
It doesn't matter what age we were. We're exposed to this long enough. We wake up and then we don't know. Like I feel exactly almost how you feel. Like I don't know. I know ultimately. Like I know, sister. Everything's gonna be okay no matter what. Like God's gonna take care of us, and that.
Mm-hmm.
I think everything's gonna be okay. It's scary. It's a little
one belief. If I could keep the belief of living forever, I'd be happy. But I haven't been able to hold on to it because I had to convince myself. There was somebody. Oh, there was one of the shows on here. she did a show where she invited a hypnotist to come in.
Yes, that was Gil.
Yeah, Gail. And one of the points that he made was that when you get indoctrinated, or you are being hypnotized, or whatever you want to call it, you know, when you're in the religion and you hear it over and over and over, he brought out something very interesting, that it isn't just what they're doing. You have to hypnotize yourself. You have to go through steps where you hypnotize yourself. So when they tell you, oh, you know, study the lesson and do Bible study every day and do this and do that, you know what you're doing? You're actually taking the action of hypnotizing yourself. I don't know how to explain it. But when you wake
exactly
up,
what I believe, because it's a very repetitive thing, because I see like my relatives, they'll go to that. What do you do before a meeting? You study what you're going to study before a meeting, and then you go, you read it, read the question, and then you repeat it, and then you go to meeting, and then it gets read to you again, and then you repeat the question again. Yeah. So the process of it is at least 4 times.
See, I was in pretty deep, and I didn't really fade out. Like you said, you're Paul me, you'd be out, but you'd be still believing. I never did that. And so what I want to say to you is that when I would miss a couple meetings, I would get depressed, and I didn't know why. But now I do. Because in order to hold strong on a belief, you have to keep hearing it over and over and over in order to believe.
Well, yeah, once you're awake, it all makes sense how repetitive and how mind controlling it was, just to repeat of the same.
And it's a wonderful fantasy to live forever, whether you believe it as a Christian or as a, you know, whatever belief system you have is the most powerful. For me, it was the most powerful belief. Just think, I'm eternal. To think you're eternal. I mean, think about that. It gives you so much power. But when I woke up and everything left me, I was powerless inside. Like I didn't have this drive, because every day when I woke up, I was driven to eternity in my mind. You know, it was a state of mind. Eternity is a state of mind. And
it leaves like when you wake up, it leaves like a state of emptiness in you, because when you were in the organization, it gave you so much of an assured thing that this is what's going to happen when I die.
Yes.
This is everything that's going on in the world. Everything was so controlled. And once you wake up out of that matrix or whatever, and you realize that.
It's more powerful to live in a fantasy. If you're fantasy oriented, which I think I am, fantasy oriented. In other words, my imagination. Some people don't really spend time in their imagery of things. I was the type that liked to just daydream about my imagination of living forever. I used to daydream about it all the time. Like, oh, what am I going to do? All the things I want to do. I had it all lined up, you know, for all the years I was a witness. I had all these big plans.
I agree with you. It was something that really built my faith, actually, was all those plans and all the things that I thought were going to happen, and all the friends and family that had died that I was going to be reunited with. It was all those things that I was so reassured.
And you know what else it feels like? Have you ever watched a movie that you really like, and you know you're like in the movie and you're there and you're living it, you know, and then the movie ends, and you're like, oh, it's not real. That's what it's like to me. It's like, oh,
I find books feel like that.
Yeah.
Whenever I finish a book, whenever I finish a really long book. It's like, oh man, I have to go into the real world now.
Yeah. And the real world sucks. The real word sucks big time.
Yep.
That's like the JW doctrine. It's like being in a fantasy world, except there's some dark things about it. Fireballs coming from the sky, followed by paradise and stuff. Pretty odd.
Well, yeah, the fear. The fact that you wake up and you find out that
I thought it was real.
But they use the method of, there's a method to give people hope. You can get them to do anything, and that's what we did. We did anything for the organization because we had that hope. We were willing to give our everything because what do we have to lose? We're going to live forever. You have nothing to lose. In other words, they convince you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, this is all temporary. That's what we used to be taught. This is just temporary.
But the truth of it is, for me, the reality is, this is my reality. I'll share it with you. When you just empty your mind and you think about life today, like everything around you, material, the trees and the flowers and the animals and the sky and the universe. Just empty your mind and think about that. For me, the reality is something had to design this. That's me. I don't lean toward evolution, the way it's taught. I lean toward, somehow I have a brain that's intelligent enough to be aware of what's here, what's in front of me. What's in front of me is amazing. There has to be a designer. There has to be some entity that designed this. Whatever it was, I don't know. My son thinks it's aliens, so I go, oh, okay. You believe in aliens, that's fine. But I can't deny, it's kind of like you know what an atheist is. It's someone who doesn't deny the existence of God. They don't have the enough proof to believe in him. So it's lack of evidence to them. But on the other hand, for me, the only evidence is in front of us and what we see with our eyes, what we feel, what we are experiencing has to have a designer. And I'm not trying to preach any kind of a belief system. I don't follow anybody. I just think about that. There has to be a designer, just like everything we do, we design it. We build a house, we design it. We build a car, we design it. It doesn't design itself. We get the materials from what's here, but everything that we do with our hands and our eyes is designed. And so it makes sense to me, and it sounds simplistic, but I would like to know that entity, or I'd like to know why I'm here. Why was I designed? So I'm left in a quandary of, like JP said, you kind of feel lost because you don't know. But when you're in the witness world, oh boy, do you know everything. You know everything. You're God. I know this. I know God. I know what God's going to do. I know where I'm going to live. It's like everything. Somehow they convince you that
we used to know everything. But at the same time, what I was saying earlier, or actually, hold on, just to talk about what you're just saying right now is, I think just for the simple fact that even the fact that that there is a God, or we were created, the fact of that it even enters our mind, that we even think about it, to me kind of proves the fact that there is something greater than us, that we even naturally, as humans, just naturally think about it. But
see, now for me, now that I have critical thinking, I don't think that that entity is what the Bible says it is, that he is. Like, I don't agree with who he presents, or no, who the Bible presents him to be. I don't agree with it because it makes no sense. Sorry, I'm not trying to hurt anybody out there that believes in the Bible characters, but if I look at things realistically, I don't agree with anything that God has done as far as the Bible says. I mean, I've been reading the Bible for 45 years, and I now don't agree with it. I don't agree with the concept of who God is in the Bible, because there's so many gods in the Bible. Now that I've come out, I look at the Bible and I go, wow, there's just so many gods in there. Which one's the right one or whatever? And
yes, I would agree with you with that. I've like you said, I've started researching the history of the Bible and all that and reading it for what it is. And I do know that there are some portions of the Bible that probably aren't inspired. They're just, like, for instance, the first probably 6 chapters of Genesis are borrowed from old Babylonian or Sumerian mythology or
what I don't agree with,
stories.
I don't agree. I don't agree that so many different books can be so contradict. I don't agree that they could be unified, like the way the witnesses twist everything to make it look like it's all unified. I don't see that now that I'm out. I don't see how the God of the Old Testament,
everything, how it connects, yeah.
They do make it look like they can make it all connect, but then now that I'm out, I look at it like, well, I don't agree with the behavior of the Old Testament God, and I don't agree with, how did he switch over? Was he, like multi-personality, and he switched over to a kind person? Like they say Jesus is God, And so I'm like, what? Come on, he can't change his personality that much just like that. Bam, it's like he's confusing. That's what I'm trying to say. And not only that, if I could talk to him, if he really existed, I'd say, why would you allow so many religions to defame you? Like one religion teaches this about you, another one teaches this. Why would you allow the confusion? That's my question. It doesn't make sense that you would allow all this confusion. It just doesn't make sense. Because if I raised my child and I told him my name, I'm your mother, and then the next day I go, no, I'm your sister. No, I'm your grandmother. And treated differently, each character to my child would be so confused. Well, are you my mother, or are you my sister, or are you my grandmother, or what are you? Who are you? So I don't agree with the allowance of evil, the allowance of confusion, the allowance of people killing each other over religion, killing and murdering and slaughtering and, genociding and over all these conflicting beliefs. I would want to be the kind of mother that told my kids the truth,
I'll make you call you.
But you just have to look to it, even the whole, as looking at the history of the Bible, I'm looking at the whole canon, how it was produced, and we have these 66 books, but there is, when they considered it, there was probably close to 100, and a lot of them weren't included.
Like the book of Enoch, all those.
Yeah, but even the book of Enoch was found, with the Dead Sea Scrolls, that was found, and then even, I believe, Jude, in the book of Jude, he quotes, the book of Enoch. So you understand, what I'm saying. But another thing I was wondering, it was just these, this council of Catholic men or whatever that selected what was going to be in the Bible. But what if they didn't select books like Daniel or Revelation, and they just put Enoch or the book of Thomas or something like that? It would have forever changed the whole history of Christianity as we know it, and even like religions like Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't even exist, even if like they just changed, like they decided not to have the book of Daniel in there, which is a very controversial book.
That's true, but they've had the book of Daniel a long time. Gospel of Thomas they didn't have until 1945 or so from Nag Hammadi.
Yeah, can I join in the conversation?
I was going to answer Carrie's question because I was going to go to bed early, but I hear her talking. There's 2 accounts in the book of Genesis. Were you aware of that, Carrie?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So the Creator is actually the one that created the heavens and the earth. And when we get to the second account in Genesis, it's a totally different dialogue. And then when we get to the Tower of Babel, the Catholic Bible was the one I used online, which floored me because it says Jehovah came down at the Tower of Babel like he was some big overseer of a building project, and I nearly fell off my chair, and I thought I knew the Bible.
What was that in again, Pixie?
The account of the Tower. The account of the Tower of Babel. I looked it up in the New World, and then I looked it in the King James, and then I went online to Bible Hub or one of those different translation ones.
And I looked different up in the Catholic, the New Jerusalem one?
Yeah, what it said was, it said Jehovah came down, and they're at the building project. And I thought, well, the Catholics have all the translations in the big library. Let's see what they say. And I'm like, who is this demiurge, big old God? Who's this patriarchal desert God that I'm fighting with all the time? I've thought that for my entire life. And so then when I read it, the Tower of Babel, he came down. I'm like, who is this guy?
I'm going to have to look that up.
And I've often said that, you know, Jehovah's a bad boyfriend on this side. I've often said that. And yeah, who's this doing this?
I think I see him as a bad husband.
yeah, he's a bad boyfriend. And, you know, and then Creator, when you look at the Creator of the heavens and the earth, and you go out to California or Utah or Wyoming, and you see a world beyond the matrix of the East Coast that I live in, and even some places here in the East, if you can get away, and you're in nature, and it's totally nature, and there's no telephone poles around you, and you're like, this was created. I'm a child of the universe, or whatever you want to say, and you go, wow, you know, there's creation here, and it's free of that building master.
Okay, can I join in?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to bed. I just had to say hello to Carrie.
Okay. Thank you, Pixie.
Now, wait a minute. Who do you think is Carrie? I'm Christine.
Oh, hi, Christine. I thought you were Carrie. Nice to meet you, Christine.
Hi. Thank you, Pixie.
Nice to meet you for a long time. Nice to meet you, too.
Do you live in California?
Not anymore. I used to live in California. I've been in Arizona now for 3 years.
Ah, well, you and Carrie have some similar tones in your voice, so that's why I thought it was Carrie. Well, hello, Christine, and hello, everyone. I'm going back to bed so I can listen to this great conversation on my big TV.
Sounds good. Let's make some room. Let's make some room for Kurt. For Kurt, because he's been very patient. What did you want to add, Kurt?
Please speak, brother.
Thank you, Apostababe. Christine, you and JD have been having a good conversation, and I've enjoyed it, and your story very interesting. I don't know if I can just say anything that you all don't already know. I'm going to testify, for whatever it's worth, that the Bible is the inspired Word of God. I'd like to give you an illustration. I might ask.
Who says the Bible says it about themselves? Like I could say, I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. Well, would you believe it just because I told you?
Well,
the Bible is inspired. It's not an outside opinion.
Okay.
I think
Well, as you
what was your illustration, Kurt, that you were going to give?
if you listen to what I said very carefully, I said I would testify. That don't mean I know, but I know enough to convince myself that it's true, and it's the Word of God. For example, the Apostle Paul. I don't think there's any way that anybody could prove that the Apostle Paul did not exist. I've watched some videos with people that have problems with the Apostle Paul versus Jesus, but the question of whether he existed and was an apostle is pretty much undebatable. Now, Paul,
we don't even know if Jesus existed. We don't have proof. Go ahead.
I could address that too, but I'll just say things here. I'll be quiet.
Okay.
For one thing, I've got an old this phone here. I'm having a hard time hearing, and so I'll get this over with real quick. Now, Paul, we're told in the New Testament his story, and he says that faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the Word of God. Now, Paul, when he read the Old Testament, the Septuagint, for example, he had to deal with YHWH. He had to deal with him and what he did in the land of Canaan and what he did with disobedience amongst Israel. What did Paul think about that? What did he think about Yahweh? Why? What did he think? Well, he addressed him as God the Father. Okay, that's what he addressed Jehovah as God the Father. Okay, I'm going to.
You sound. I mean, I understand. I have 35 years of that kind of, indoctrination, so it doesn't make sense to me. So, I mean.
Okay.
Doesn't make sense to me. See, you have to understand, like JP and I were talking, when we were in, we had to convince ourselves because we had to read it over and over and over. But we didn't do any outside verification of the scrolls, the ones that have been. We didn't actually study in the sense of looking at the Bible from historical or that kind of thing. Not through I believe, not through that method. That was the only method that we had. But now when you wake up, you start looking at, let's look at the historical side of the Bible, which I started doing. And then I started realizing that you have to convince yourself. You have to hypnotize yourself in order
Let me interrupt you, and you and Jay can go back and talk. Let me say this to you. If you have the time and the desire to do it, you can stop doing anything else, and you can spend the next year to determine whether the Bible is inspired of God or not. A lot of people that I've talked to that do not believe the Bible is inspired of the one true God. In most cases, what you have is a person that has not done the work. They have not done the research, the pros and the cons. For example, if a scholar...
The more research I do, what was your name? I'm sorry. What was your name?
Kurt, yeah.
Kurt, the more research I do, the more doubtful everything becomes. So it's the other way around for me, because I spent 45 years indoctrinating myself. Like, it's like a scam. When you read the literature, it's very... Hello?
Hello. I thought I heard somebody make a sound like almost like they got hurt.
Can I give you one more example, and then I'm going to go back to mute because I'm having a terrible time hearing. But let me give you just one thing to think about. The book of Daniel.
You sound like a Jehovah's Witness. You sound just like a Jehovah's Witness.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, let him finish out the testimony, okay?
This don't have anything to do with.
You sound exactly like one. I'm not saying you are right now.
You can believe the Bible's inspired and not be a Jehovah's Witness. Now let me give you one thing, and then I'll go back to mute.
Most of Christianity believes
the book of Daniel is in dispute when it was written. Most scholars believe it was written in the 500s. Other people say the 200s. Do your research and find out when it was written. It was, without question, written in the 500s. The 70 weeks of years prophecy foretells the very day that Jesus was executed. The 70 weeks in Daniel 9. It's been worked out by Bible scholars. Put that to the test. Put it to the test. Find out for yourself. Don't listen to me. Find out for yourself when the book of Daniel was written. Now, if you find out that it was written even 200 years before Christ, but most importantly, 500, nearly 600 years, close to 600, if you find that out, and you go to the Daniel 9, just isolate that alone, and you will find that the actual day and the description of the end of the Jewish age takes place in Daniel chapter 9. Do yourself a favor and do that. And
I'm not asking you to prove what you believe. You've proven it to yourself. But I spent 45 years doing that, jumping around, being told this scripture, this prophecy, this, that, this, and that. And then when I went in and analyzed things from a historical viewpoint, I didn't go to college and get a master's in it, but I do listen to scholars, and there's a lot of things are debunked.
Okay, let me remind you of something, Christine.
So, Christine, can you let him finish up what he's wanting to say? Thank you.
I can't hear you. What'd you say? I can't hear you.
No, I was asking Christine to allow you to finish up what you're saying and then for her to comment.
Okay. I know. Apostababe. I'm going to have to get a new phone.
You do deserve it.
I've enjoyed talking to you and JP. I want to remind you of something. When you were in the Watchtower, you got a surface understanding of the scriptures. I'm not talking about the Watchtower. I don't agree.
Don't agree.
Okay.
I didn't get any understanding of the Bible. Zero.
Okay.
Until I left. Then I started looking at it from a different perspective.
I understand. I heard your story, and I wish you the best. I truly do. But as a friend, so to speak, I'm just I would say this to anybody. I would encourage anybody that has stepped away from the Bible and believes that it's not worth much. It's maybe something to read, like you read a novel. I would encourage them to put in the time. Do the pro and the con. Do the pro and the con. That's what I've always done. Pixie brought up the two creation stories. What's up with that?
Oh, please, Pixie.
So what I do with
Another thought. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain just one simple example of why the Bible cannot be trusted. I was talking about that it claims to represent God, but there are so many facets of who He is as He's revealed in the Bible, in the Old Testament, the New. So, you can pick. That's what I'm trying to say. You can pick the group of scriptures that you want to make your faith based on. So if you want to follow the Old Testament, you can start sacrificing animals, and you can start following those laws of the Torah or whatever, all the Jewish laws and the cleanliness and the food and the, when somebody does something, they're supposed to get, well, that's my faith. That's what I believe in. So when you say the Bible is inspired of God, anybody can serve God based on whatever part of the Bible they want to follow.
Well, I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you why.
Well, wait a minute. If you think that it is the Word of God, why aren't you sacrificing animals and doing all the things in the Old Testament? Why aren't you doing it?
Well, I think you know the answer to that. The old law covenant was done away with. But as you mentioned a minute ago,
the Jews in the Old Covenant, all the Jews are still there.
Well, you would use me. You would use me as an example of someone that would accept the Bible based on my favorite stories. See, I have to deal with Jehovah God in the Old Testament and His judgments. And why did He do what He did? Why did He flood the world, a worldwide flood? What was the reason for that? So, I don't want you to be confused or confuse me with someone that's confused, because I realize
I'm saying we have a choice. We have a choice. So if I want to believe that you have to have two witnesses watch me be raped as a child in order to prove it, I could choose that religion.
Well,
that's what it says. Two witnesses, and you can make your religion any way you take the right group of scriptures, and that's what I have found. That each religion prioritizes.
I'm going to go back to my foundation. Okay, let's go back to the foundation.
So Christine, just let him finish out his testimony, and then please comment after he's done. I know.
Okay. Thank you, Apostababe. I'm almost done. I know I kind of broke up.
It can be difficult.
There. I done it as a friend. I'm not trying to be mean. I forgot what I was going to tell you next. The scriptures. You take me. I have to, again, to repeat myself, I have to accept and acknowledge and try to understand the God of the Old Testament, who I'm sure is the Father of Christ Jesus. Why did He do or not do certain things? And I got a list in my mind now of about a dozen things. For example, He turned an angel loose. One angel killed 70,000 Israelites because of a sin that David committed. And David begged Jehovah to call the angel off. How do I explain that? How do I explain
There's a lot of them.
Well,
There's a lot of instances.
You know how
like,
I
why
look
did
at
you
it?
let me let the virgins live? Or the army's coming in, taking just the virgins. Everyone else is left out.
Yeah. Well, there's a list of things that are hard to understand. But what I do with that one example I just gave you is Jehovah God is the source of all life. Just breathing air, living sick. Okay. So he. Okay. Well, it's been good talking to you. We're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere. I wish you the best. I wish you the best. You wish me the best. We'll shake hands and agree to disagree. And but anyway, no hard feelings.
I'm not trying to convince you that you have faith. I'm just expressing where I'm at now.
No, well, I understand where you're at. I mean, I'm not. I'm not on any kind of mission to change anybody or the world. But on this call, keep in mind something. You are, as you said yourself, you're talking to a lot of ex-witnesses. I'm going to use myself. If I came out of the organization 3 months ago, and I came on 6 screens, what I would prefer to hear is encouragement for me, for Kurt, to study your Bible. That's what I would want to hear.
That's where we came from. That's where we came from.
But you can study the Bible outside the Watchtower. That's the point.
You said that I listen to ex-JWs, but no, when I do my research, I go through scholars. I read scholars that have studied the Bible from a different viewpoint, from a historical viewpoint.
If you're listening to Bible scholars, if you're listening to Bible scholars, then you should have faith that the Bible's inspired.
Yeah, see.
No, a lot of them are not. A lot of them are agnostic.
Well, they're in the wrong business. They're in the wrong business. They need to get them another job.
Well, why don't you tell them that? I don't know. You can go tell them that.
I don't have their phone numbers. I gladly tell them that. They just need to get another job.
Well,
it's kind of like Kurt. Are you saying that it's kind of like they have no business if they're agnostic to be a Bible scholar? Like
that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's understandable.
And I'll give you one last thing. I'm gonna take a break. I'm having a hard time hearing anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of doubt about the Apostle Paul in different ways. 2 ways. Did he exist, and was his teachings in conflict with Christ? It's all over YouTube. When I watch those YouTube videos for my own education, it's downright comical. Their arguments are a joke. They are a joke. They're going to have to come up with someone.
But you're not an authority, Mr. Kirk, or you are not an authority.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way.
He's sharing his opinion and his testimony.
Question this way. Let me ask you a question this way. No, I didn't say I was. No, I didn't say I was an authority. No, that's you talking. That's you talking, not me. What I do. I don't have a PhD in religious studies. I don't have to read my Bible. I don't have to. But what I will do is I will listen to their explanations of why the Apostle Paul didn't exist or why he wasn't inspired. Have you ever watched those videos? Let me tell you what you're going to find. what you're going to find when you watch them, you're not going to find any proof at all, only conjecture. Now, what do I base my opinion about the Apostle Paul on? What's my basis? My basis is the Scriptures. What are their basis? Their basis is on total conjecture. That's the difference.
No, their basis is what's available historically. They use that as a basis. What is available historically, and what is available in the found scroll, whatever scrolls have been discovered. That's where their basis comes from.
Okay.
They look at the out in instead of just reading. You know, it's kind of like you read a fairy tale book, right? And you say, oh, this is true. This fairy tale is true. But then if you step outside and take a literature class, and I took literature in high school, they go in and analyze what that's behind whatever's behind this fairy tale story. What does it really mean? So they don't just stick with the fairy tale. So that's what they do, the scholars. They look at the outside, and they don't just read it, and they're critical thinking. They use critical thinking, and that's different from just, it's easy to say the Bible, don't look outside. It's easy to do.
Well, critical thinking also applies to a true Bible scholar that knows the Bible's inspired. So using that phrase, critical thinking, people like to use that. The evolutionists use critical thinking. I don't think we all use critical. But anyway,
I think critical thinking and agenda has a lot to do with it. What is your agenda? Do you really want to try to find the truth of the Bible, which I believe is to try to find truth in the Bible is impossible because there's so many interpretations of it. But man, like Jehovah's Witnesses' biggest problem is we're going to stick with Russells and Rutherfords and every other dumb son of a bee that's followed him and screwed everything up. And we've been following men. We're not following the Bible. I just think the Bible is better off at your home, and then maybe you can go to work and talk to another person. That's church, after all, 2 or 3 people, right? It's a congregation. I mean, I think it's a weapon when it's a church sometimes, depending on the church. There's good churches, and I admit that when I was homeless, Jehovah's Witnesses did not give me a place to stay, not even my own family. But but I got fed by the church, and I had a place to stay until I got back on my feet.
Right.
Very
Yeah.
That's what I. Who's
that
speaking? Who just spoke?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My name is Eric.
Oh, Eric. Hi, Eric. Okay.
Hello, Eric.
All right.
Hello.
Just one last thing on what Eric said. That's what I do. I don't have no power or will to change anybody. I like conversation. So that's what I do. My 4 kids are grown. They do what they want to do. No hard feelings. And so we're all friends here. But on the program sometimes.
Sir, can you answer me a question?
I don't know.
Do you agree that it's reality that every person that has their own religion, they believe in a certain religion or group of scriptures, they prioritize the one that they want, that they have an agenda for. So do you agree that exists? I mean, it is obvious it exists, but do you understand why that fact that exists, that there are so many thousands of groups that prioritize certain things that makes their faith? It's their particular group of scriptures or beliefs that create their religion. I mean, it's a dumb question because it's true. That's the way it is. But I'm trying to help you see that the reality is that when you wake up from one, you see that it's consistent in all of them. They all prioritize certain things, whether it be, you know, Hindu, Buddha, or whatever, any religion. Just take any religion, and they create their own doctrine from whatever source they choose. And so when you thought that the one you had was the truth, you know, when you first start studying with the witnesses, they tell you it's the truth, so you don't have to search for the truth because you already found it. So when they give you a doctrine, you go, oh, it's the truth.
Okay.
And you just, if you're not a person who has, you know, I was naive. I didn't know anything. I was 15 years old. Oh, it's the truth.
Well,
and as long as
you and I understand all that, it's a good. You're explaining it good. I'm going to have to take a break. I'm going to have to take a break here. Let me answer your question really quickly. You're speaking the truth. What I'm talking about is this a simple fact. At least in my world, it's a simple fact. I have proven to myself that the Bible's inspired. Now, what I do with that, after I prove that, I go into the Scriptures, and the Scriptures tell me plainly that either now or in the future, that eternal life comes from faith in Christ as the Son of God and obedience to God in Christ, either now or I'm trying to apply it now. So that's what I do. Now, if the Hindu and the Buddha, I don't concern myself with them unless they want to talk. And I don't know any Hindus and Buddhists. I had a son that was a Buddhist forever, and now he's a Catholic. In the last 2 years, he's a Catholic. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine. But one last thing. Any group in Christianity or anywhere else that you join, they have their interpretation of the Scriptures. What I do is I don't have any part of any group. I read my Bible and study my Bible on my own, and I have.
That is your group. That is your group.
Huh?
That is your group.
Him on his own, reading his own Bible is his own group?
Well, I don't call it a group.
That's what you chose. That's your group of doctrine. Your group, that's your choice of priorities.
Let me make one more simple statement. It's a little repetitious of what I just said. When I study my Bible, and it tells me about God in Christ, and I got to take the good with the bad stories and the good stories. Then it tells me that eternal life is possible for anybody that has faith in Christ and God and is obedient. So I look forward to tomorrow and 1,000 years in the future, and hopefully, it's a hope that I have that I'll be with my wife, I'll be with my family, and anyone that makes it there. I hope everybody does. I hope everybody, including myself, is good enough to.
Yeah, and like Kirk and I were saying, JP and I were talking about the concept of eternal life are very powerful. We were talking about that. The whole concept of it is very powerful.
I heard you.
We were just, even though we left the religion of Jehovah's Witnesses, we still understand certain concepts. We're very powerful. I do. I feel like it was extremely powerful. But now that I woke up from a bubble, because, I only read certain scriptures. I didn't study the Bible. No Jehovah Witness studied the Bible. They studied the doctrine they were told to study. This is the book you got to read, and this is what you got to believe this scripture means. They tell you what every scripture that's important to the religion means.
That's why I told you earlier that you got a surface understanding of the Bible with the Watchtower, and you do that with all groups. You get a surface understanding.
And I'll add to that I don't think I learned anything about the Bible. I'll be honest. Now, the principles of goodness, yes, those are principles throughout all religions. Love your neighbor as yourself, do unto others. Those principles are wise principles in most religions. I haven't studied them all, but my understanding is that in the pure form of their faith, it's usually positive. It's, love God, love your neighbor, that kind of thing. That I agree with. It's very important. But I'm talking about how religions will prioritize certain scriptures and then make their own doctrine and then cause harm, to their people, like Watchtower does. So we've been traumatized. So we have to stand back and go, wait a minute, what do I believe? What do I want to believe? What sounds reasonable to have a life? But we were talking about, facing reality without the fantasy or the faith fantasy. Facing life without it, difficult. We agree. We both are at that point. I think JP and I felt like we, we're in the same place. And then, like I said, I don't claim to know. So I don't claim to be right. And I think you're telling me you don't either. You're saying that's what you believe.
No.
But it's not.
Precisely. He was simply giving his belief and his testimony. You don't have to agree with it or not, but it was a suggestion of his. And I think it's hard sometimes to listen to somebody say something that you might not agree with without interrupting. And it's the same way with me, Christine. And I've been thinking lately, I need to get like a tablet so that as somebody is making a comment, I can jot down a few key words. And then when they're done, I can bring them up, because he keeps trying to make a point, and then you're making the point of why that wouldn't work for you, which is understandable, but he's not being able to finish this out. And that's what I'm requesting, to please let him finish it out. And it doesn't mean you're agreeing with him if he does finish it out. Does that make sense, Christine?
No, but he didn't address, he interrupted our theme of what we were talking about to start a whole new theme. And it's kind of like, I didn't get to finish. JP and I were having a discussion. We didn't get to finish. So.
He asked me if he could join in, and I allowed him to. And
he took over, and now he's the authority on what the truth is. And it's the same trigger we get when we're witnesses. That's what they say. You got to listen to us. We have the truth. And I don't think you're
Christine, you've done a lot of talking tonight. What makes you think in anything that I said that I'm the authority? Did I tell you that I was the authority on anything? Did I tell you, Christine, that I was the authority on anything? You made that up in your mind. You made it in your mind.
When you came in, you should have announced that you're going to start your testimony of your faith. And that's what you were doing.
You had been talking for an hour and a half.
That's exactly what he said.
Grace, hello, this is Grace. I call from Sweden, so I can't sit here and wait. I have been waiting for 2 hours and 15 minutes now, and I can't speak because everybody else is speaking, and it's the same each weekend. Everybody talks for 4 hours, and I can't hardly get in my 3 or 4 minutes here. So we have to think about, we are 53 people who are watching now, and maybe not everybody wants to hear your argument back and forth. And I
somebody should interrupt Kurt. I also want it, but I can't get. My brain is like Kurt is getting interrupted all the time. So I can't follow him when he's always interrupted. So this is a useless discussion because of the interruption.
I should have been told to just
I'm here because I want to be healing after the Watchtower. Now, if you have Bible discussions, why don't you do that on the spiritual Sunday that's every other weekend?
Exactly.
So now, anyway, I wanted to say that I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you now, Kurt, but I have been listening to you also some weekends for several hours, and now I wanted to say something. Yes. This Hamburg in Germany, I called some Jehovah's Witness, and everybody say, oh, now they will be hemorrhaging. But I actually spoke to a Jehovah's Witness. That's she and her husband. They are really Jehovah's Witness, and she said, no, I get more firm now. I will go to meetings, and this is the first time we're having an assembly in 3 years. They are more firm now. After this shooting, they really, really, really want to go to meetings. So, and this is how brainwashed they are. You can't even get input with these people. They are just so firm into it, and I'm not too sure that they will be happy. Even if they woke up, they wouldn't. It wouldn't make them happy. But on the other hand, last weekend I spoke to another. She's a bit older, a lady, and she was more like she was more open. But she haven't. Because of COVID, she hasn't been going to meetings because she was afraid to get contaminated. So anyway, by the virus. So she's more open. And I actually got to tell her about the Royal Commission, about Silence of Lambs, and just everything about this. I get so stressed out when I call in here because I always get interrupted. I can't even. My English is bad, and it gets even more bad because of all these interruptions. Is it Philadelphia? Help me, Apostababe.
I love your English, and you sound very clear. And go ahead and take your time and share what you have to share.
But is it Philadelphia where there are now 9 pedophiles, or
Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania. I was trying to think of that earlier. Yes.
I can't even get my thoughts together. Thank you.
Me too.
Pennsylvania. And I told her, and she was like, oh, I never heard about any pedophiles in Jehovah's Witness. She was all very, very surprised. She was like, what are you saying? No. Oh, I never heard about this. But she was open. She was going to get on YouTube and watch this Royal Commission and Pennsylvania stuff, and she was more open to. But I think these are all people who. I mean, I'm not rude to them. I don't think that's a problem. I think most ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are really sweet and nice when they talk to somebody that's still a Jehovah's Witness. I don't feel that's a problem. I haven't ever argued with anybody, so I don't think. And also, even other people, I hear them, I don't think they argue with the Jehovah's Witness. We are very sweet to them, but we argue between each other. Ex-Jehovah's argue with other ex-Jehovah's Witness. That's what's happened. And I was thinking something. I can't even remember. I was going to say something.
You were talking about the sister that's a Jehovah's Witness and the things you were going to bring up to her, which was Pennsylvania. Australian Royal Commission and how she was open. She was shocked that there was some of the info you were giving her. And then you were sharing that you think that us in this ex-JW community are pretty nice when we say things to Jehovah's Witnesses, and that we don't seem to be so nice to each other when we argue.
But Pete is actually here now also. At least he was in the chat. I don't know if he vanished or if Pete is going to say something to us now.
He's a big fan of yours, by the way. He thinks you're amazing.
He thinks I'm amazing.
Yes, he does. He just texted me and told me so. He's like, I like Grace. And then he says, she's like me.
We have to help each other out sometimes. I think it's really important if we're going to have this program also. We have to help each other because sometimes we get on the wrong track and we have to lift each other up. And I know he said, oh, I don't need anybody to help me or defend me, but I think it's really important because you leave this place with a feeling. Either it's bad after arguing, or it's good after you feel there is love and support and somebody helps you. But I know there has been a guy, he was really rude. He called each weekend and he was saying things.
Yes.
And
I haven't heard from him tonight.
More firm with him and just cut him off. What is that?
I said I haven't heard from him tonight or today. Maybe he's on vacation.
I thought that too. I mean, where is it? I don't know. Is he called Jeff or what?
I think it's a different name. He does kind of sound like Jeff, but I don't believe it is. Could be, but I don't believe it is.
Hello, Grace. This is Pete.
The Swedish lady is talking about.
Hello, Pete. You're here now.
All right, Kurt.
Yeah.
Now they're going to have a little love bombing together.
I thought I'd call in and say hi. We love you, Pete. Thanks very much. Love you guys too. Hello, Pete.
Go ahead.
How you doing?
Yeah. Is this is Curious Pete?
Yep, ex-JW Curious. That's me.
This is Kurt. I apologize to you last week. You were talking to me, and the video was not up on YouTube, and I got confused. I thought I was talking to somebody else there for a couple of minutes, so I apologize. But the Swedish lady, I love her voice. She brought up another guy. I was asking Apostababe earlier because we never got his name. I haven't heard him tonight, but he was. You all know who I'm talking about. Him and Zachary don't get along too good.
Pretty sure his name was Zach.
No, it wasn't Zach. Zachary gave him a different thing.
Anyway, him and Zach don't get along very well. But he mentioned before that he lived out in Provo, Utah, and then he mentioned if I understood him right, he's in maybe Arizona. I'm not sure about that. But I guess what we have here is we don't know his name, but I didn't hear him tonight. That's who the Swedish lady was talking about. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Okay.
I have a question for the Swedish sister.
You have a question for the Swedish sister?
Yeah, this is JP from California.
Okay, JP from California. What did you want to say to our Swedish sister? Her name is Grace.
What's her name again?
Grace. You know that thing that's undeserved kindness in the Watchtower? Grace.
Oh, Grace. Okay. I just just ask how long has she been listening to the 6 Screens, and how long has she been out of the organization and stuff, and how is she doing? It's nice to hear her call in from time to time. That's all.
Yeah. So Grace, if you wanted to push *6 and answer those questions, how long have you been here? Involved in 6 Screens, and how long ago did you leave the organization? What was the other one, Jay, that you asked about? You wanted to know from Grace?
Well, that was pretty much it. That's a good start right there. Just a few questions to ask her.
So she just made a comment in the YouTube chat that she called into this show first time on the 21st of January. So January, February, March. So it's been about 3 months now. Maybe 2.5.
Until the Swedish lady talks again, I wondered if Christine is still on. I wouldn't hurt your feelings or anything. You're very smart. I love listening to you. We just disagree on at this point, and I just want to apologize. I don't want you to get off the phone or be mad. So that's what my message is to you. Are you still on the call or what?
I've got a question for Kurt, if I get a chance, so I can hold on to it.
Sure.
Usually, hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Usually I hang up because I'm calling from Sweden, so I only can call 50 minutes each month. So I just say something quick for 4 minutes and then I hang up. But anyway, did you also have a question or what? Hello? I thought it was Robert. Or...
Can you repeat the questions you had for Grace?
No, but I heard JP. JP, you know, I'm not going to lie to anybody. I have been floating around. So
okay.
It goes back and forth with Jehovah's Witness stuff. So I'm floating.
JP here, I can hear you.
I'm floating, and also I have lots of problems with. I tried to go to churches here in Sweden, and Pixie actually helped me because she was confirming that you don't have to go to church if you don't want to. Just sit at home, read the Bible, go to the library, and she was giving me some. Because it sounds a bit weird, like I talk, I also talked to Jay Hess a couple of weekends ago, and he actually helped me with about the Sabbath thing, explained it all to me, and it sounds like I'm speaking against myself sometimes, and it's because I say things that the Swedish Free Church, they say things to me that I don't agree on, and then I repeat them because then I got to hear what is your opinion, and then when I talk to them the next time, then I can say back what they have told me, then I can tell them this. The next time they come with their arguments, I can speak to them. And also the first time I called in, I talked to Gilbert 21st January, and I was not really, I didn't really, but I listened. After I've been calling in, then I listened to the tape over and over and over again. And I just thought, oh my God, I sound so stupid. But it's like, also you're taken back when you get news. You're taken really back, and you have to get it into your mind for real. And then after a while I start to get it. This is what he's saying, and it takes time, really.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Grace, for answering my questions. This is JP. Thank you so much.
Hi, JP.
Hello.
I'm putting a message in the
Linda,
chat
Grace
under
know
YouTube.
about special. Linda, does Grace
Yeah.
know about the special channel that Rick has set up for people in foreign countries that they don't have to pay for their time that they spend on this call?
Doesn't sound like it. So
I'm going to ask about that.
I was putting.
But I felt like then maybe they have to pay for me, and I want to pay for myself because it doesn't feel good if you pay, and then I want to pay for myself when I call. You have expenses each month, $400, and I don't want to be a burden to you.
You're not a burden. This is set up. We do it because we want. Rick is my husband, and we do this because we love people and we want to help them. And the best way to be helped is to talk to other people about what our concerns are. So we pay for it whether you use it or not. So you might as well use it.
I'm in the United States and I use it.
You pay for you have to pay for each minute that a person call in on that number, or what?
No. Go ahead and explain it.
Well, first off, I need to ask permission to.
It gets set up. They pay a fee. It's the same fee regardless if I call in for 10 hours, Grace, from Australia, or if you call in for 10 hours from Sweden, or we don't call at all. They've set up. They've paid a fee, and that fee, I believe Suzanne said that they're willing to pay to set up for this anyway. It's going to be paid regardless of whether you use it or not. I don't think it's, as an example, last time I was on for 12 hours, and I was on the phone the entire time. If they paid per minute, they would be bankrupt. Fair way away. I am quite a way away. And the first time I called, I only spoke for maybe, I don't know how long, maybe 20 minutes, and that was like $400 from over here.
Oh my goodness!
So you should definitely use that feature. You should definitely use it. That it's not costing. That you're not going to put them in a financial burden in any way by using it. You're putting yourself in more of a financial burden by not using it. Does that make sense?
Yes. But I have 50 minutes each month that I can call on my service without paying any extra. And I only paid in once like $10. So that's all I paid so far.
Well, we would all very much like to hear you more than 50 minutes if we could.
So it's
you have really good things to say. And as Suzanne was saying, you're not putting any burden on anybody by calling in by using the free number.
But also, I wanted to talk to Pixie, but usually she's sleeping. I wanted to.
Sometimes it's about. I think I found it's maybe bi-weekly with Pixie. Some weeks she is sleeping. Some weeks she stays in bed to just watch it on TV or listen to it on TV, and some weeks she's in it from start to finish.
She was on earlier.
To everybody out there, I use the free phone call in, and it is a godsend, a Rick send, I should say. I don't know what I would do if there wasn't the way to call in for free. So thank you, Suzanne. Susan, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Susan, for reminding us about this, and thank you for clearing it out.
So, Susan, may I give the info in the chat?
I want to know, how much do you pay each month for this service, regardless if I call or not? How much do you have to pay for that service each month?
You know, I have to ask Rick. I'm not sure of the amount, but it's not a lot of money. It really isn't compared to the service that we get. All over the world, people can call this call right now. and talk about their concerns. And we're happy to pay it's a few $100s a month it costs us to do this. We have a lot of people that use this service.
Okay.
People call from England.
Is it safe to say that the more people that use it is almost like it doesn't matter?
Right.
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to throw this in. It's 4:13 a.m. here in New Hampshire, and it hasn't cost me a dime. So enjoy, because Rick and Susan are doing a great thing for the rest of the world. This is amazing to be able to hear you guys from all over the friggin' world, and it isn't costing you anything, and that is awesome. I would actually be willing to pay just to hear you guys, and they're doing that for you, and that's awesome. And thank you all for all that you do.
Hey, Pete, I'm going to joke with you. Your clock's off a little bit. It's 4:13 direct TV time.
Sweetheart, it's happening again. Kurt, this is Tom. This is Tom rather than Pete.
Oh, Tom. Okay, I'm sorry, Apostababe. That's Tom. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No worries. They do they're kind of similar, yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to throw my 2 cents worth in and just say how wonderful it is that Rick and Susan are able to do this for everybody. To hear people from all around the world, from Australia to I don't know where else, everywhere in the world, but they're willing to do this for everybody and allow everybody to have a voice. It is priceless, you know.
It really is, yes.
I've tried to give them money, but they always say they don't want money, you know. They just do this because they are just wonderful people, and it's wonderful to hear everybody's voices from around the world. It really is.
I agree with you, Tom. Keep in mind, everybody, it's actually instead of 4:11, it's 5:11. We're supposed to run the clocks up an hour. I want to take a little minute here about Christine. I don't know if she's still on the call.
She went to sleep.
I wouldn't take $1,000 to hurt her feelings. I'm not in that business.
She might be listening, yeah. She just probably won't join you, but she's probably listening.
Yeah, but we're all, me included, sort of, I guess, hard-headed. I'm hard-headed. Real quickly here, I've got 4 grown kids. 2 of them are atheists. One of them, the boy, when he comes over, it might be once every 3 months or so, he'll come over and he'll start about God and the Bible and what garbage it is. He's lived a real wild life, and but he didn't become an atheist until he watched the Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist was the motor. It was the motor that made him an atheist. Now, what he'll do is he will come in and sit down and start with it, and I'll listen to him. He'll go on forever. He'll go on forever. And I'll just sit and listen.
He's your son.
I'll just sit and listen. And then when I begin to talk, he gets mad. And within 5 or 10 minutes at the most, he'll storm out the door because he wants me to hear him. He don't want to hear me. His mind is made up. My mind's made up. 2 unmovable objects, so to speak. What I have learned about myself, I'm just speaking about myself. I have to learn on my own, whatever it is. I'm not unteachable. I will listen. But in the end of it, and I think this is true with every person. Maybe I'm wrong about it. I'm not a psychiatrist. Maybe I'm wrong. But people somehow, as they go through life, they're a product of their environment. Things happen to them, and they make up their minds on certain things. And hell and high water couldn't change them. If they change,
they're looking at experience too. They've had experiences as well.
Thank you, Pixie. So I'm going to shut up at this last thing. With me, I have to, what I've done with the Bible, I've taken it and I've made a decision that it's the Word of God. It don't matter, what my wife thinks. It don't matter what anybody else thinks. Now, if someone came to me and knocked on my door and they have introduced themselves as the world's greatest Bible scholar, I would invite him or her in, and they could talk for 3 hours. That Bible scholar may be agnostic, as was mentioned earlier. But I would listen to everything they had to say. I'd get my notepad out and write down notes. And when they get done, I would say, now, you said here, you testified that the Apostle Paul is not an historic figure. Is that what you said? And they say yes. I say, well, now I looked into that. I don't have a PhD like you do, but let me talk for a minute about Paul. Let me tell you what my research about the historicity of the Apostle Paul is. And you can take it or leave it. So that's the way I look at things. With Christine, I would not offend her. It makes me sick at my stomach that I may have said something. I get a little testy sometimes. I have a hard time hearing, that's part of my excuse. But the bottom line is I want to hear Christine on the call. I enjoy hearing her. I don't have to agree with everything I agree with some of it, but I enjoy hearing her. That's my message to Christine. That's my message to her. She don't have to worry about me, giving her any problems. I just want to say that. Go ahead.
Linda?
Yes?
You said something last week that I thought was so profound, and I thought that way, and I didn't realize I did. I want to thank you because it still goes along with what Kurt is saying. As Jehovah's Witnesses, we were raised to think that there's only one true religion. You said that, correct? Right?
Yes, that we were given no other option but to the Watchtower to choose, Is
right.
That what you're speaking of? Yeah.
Religion to choose. So when we read Jehovah's Witnesses, we still have that thought within us that there's only one true religion when it's not. And you made the good comment that if a church is for people to get together and worship. It's not a place to get together and prove out who's right. It's just a place to get together.
Thank you.
That's Linda. That's not me. I just thought
that's good though. That's good.
It was very profound. And so I think what we as witnesses still are looking for the one right church when there is no one right church. If you're looking for one right church, one truth, you're never going to find it. And Jesus, he led the way, but he said there's one way, the Bible way, but there's many ways to get there. And we're all at different levels of
Hey, Susan.
Yes.
If I could add to you, like an experience that I had, like since you were raised, and Linda and all of us here were Jehovah's Witnesses at one point.
Can I just interrupt one just super quick, because I had a question for Susan like a while back. I'm putting in the information for that. I was putting the information in for that app, and I'm asking your permission if I could put it in the chat of YouTube, or is that something that is given in another manner, or should I not?
Oh no. This is for everyone. Rick would love it.
Okay, good. I've got permission. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Cool. Sorry for interrupting, but
Linda, it's spring forward and fall back. So we want to spring forward.
Yes, we do. Spring. I've decided that's forward.
Tomorrow for the Bible part.
Yes.
I think that's 1 o'clock tomorrow. Now, Kurt would enjoy the programs tomorrow.
Yes. Pixie. I like you. Thank you for, for the invitation.
Now, Kurt, one thing I want to note about Zeitgeist, I'm a 4th generation witness, and my dad, I've got Charles Taze Russell's autograph in the family Bible. But way back when, my dad's favorite uncle was a Baptist minister trained at a seminary. And some of what is in the first 5 minutes of the Zeitgeist, that, Jesus had the same birthday as Mithras and things like that, some of that was taught way back when in seminary. So that's not New Age or new. It's just that it's in video form for the first time. People in seminary have been rolling some of this stuff around for a long time.
You're right about that. You're right about that. I've done a lot of, no authority, but I've done a lot of research on Zeitgeist, breaking it down detail by detail. And I could go on about it for a little bit, but I won't bore us to death. But, yeah,
well, my concern that I just learned, I'm looking, I talk sometimes with Zach, and we both lament the burning of the Library of Alexandria. I just found out that in 1836, the U.S. Patent Office had a fire. So I think sometimes there's been an agenda for thousands of years, and if stuff didn't go along with the elite's plan, they just start over with their plan.
Yeah, that makes sense. It does.
So we know that, I choose to believe that Jesus was the Messiah. I love the story. I love the book of Luke. The Journal of American Medicine figured out that Jesus had all the specialties there in the book of Luke, from neurology to orthopedic to obstetric, gynecology with the woman that bled for 12 years. He was a great physician. We can go with that. We can go that he was the Redeemer. We can go that we get eternal life. We could go on and on about that wonderful story.
Yeah.
But there's 66 books there. There's 66 books there. And when you go back and look at what they left out, which maybe you've read all that too, because I have, you say, okay, was this pieced together from the Library of Alexandria? Was it pieced together by rabbis? What aren't they telling us? And I think that's what a lot of people do after they leave the witnesses. They go and read as much as they can and say, this is a little different.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The burning of the Temple of Alexandria, I've looked into that some. It was a disastrous world event. One thing comes to mind, the story of the flood.
The flood is true. The flood is true.
Flood is true. Now, according to our Bible, biblical chronology, Noah's flood came once the Catholic priests had done biblical chronology, 4000 CE, the creation of Adam. 1656 years later, Noah's flood came. It flooded the entire world. I'm convinced it was an earthwide flood. Now,
it did. It's true.
Now, after the flood, the first event in the scriptures that we read is the building of the Tower of Babel.
Mm-hmm.
Where and the civilizations in Sumer and Akkad and Ur, the Chaldees, in the Mesopotamian Valley. Now, the Epic of Gilgamesh, that's where it came from. That's where it came from. And they wrote that. They wrote that history of the flood before Moses wrote his history of Noah's flood. See?
That's right. You got it right.
We have a problem. Now, what some people do, they will say that the Epic of Gilgamesh is the true story, because it's the oldest story.
They're not too different, though. The story is pretty much the same, more or less. So
exactly. I agree with
that. And we know that
if the flood happened to the whole earth.
Yes.
If the flood happened to the whole earth, how did they get the animals from the whole earth?
Pete, I'm sorry I asked you to hold on and then I didn't welcome you back in. Sorry about that.
I mean, really though, like how would they have the
geologically? Well, geologically, we know that happened. The Dalai Lama has noted, and a friend of mine came back from Tibet, Nepal region. He came back with a ring that had a seashell in it, and they know that there's seashells at the top of the world. And the Dalai Lama has linked the people of the Four Corners region of the United States genetically to the people of Tibet. So that blew me away. So I'm looking at the science of it and the geology of it. And there are people that try to discount the Bible saying the flood was a myth, but I'm not coming from a biblical perspective on that at this point.
I was just asking the whole earth, not just like a portion, the whole earth.
Pretty much I think it was. But I don't know the animal thing now. They may have been younger animals. They may have been a portion of animals. I can't answer that, but I can say geology-wise, there was a great flood.
Yeah,
that's true. That much is true.
Now, my view of the animal situation is two, male and female of each species. I don't know how many species at the time of Noah were taken onto the ark. And then, of course, I'm not a scientist, but I would say since the flood, we have a lot more species. What would you call it?
We have a diversity. We have more diversity, but they're still the same species.
I use an example of dogs. I mean, people have bred dogs, deliberately bred dogs. I don't know how many breeds of dogs in the species there are, but there's a big variety. So I would argue, without having any scientific background, that since the flood, with a much smaller amount of species to take on the ark, that we now have many, I don't know how many species of animals is out in the world. And
we have diversity, but we still have a limited number of species. But we have a diversity.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
No. Talk to Smithsonian and get back to me. I have friends over there.
Well, explain yourself.
It would take away the attention from the dialogue that I'm having right now with several people. But if you look at geology, which is where I'm coming from, you'll see that we had a flood, and it goes back.
No, I meant the person who said ridiculous.
Well, let's not argue. Let's try to find common ground.
Not you. Yeah, I agree with you, hon. I mean, like, there's the pink Himalayans with salt, and how did that get there? How did salt get up into the mountains? I agree.
Well,
that definitely happened.
How did the seashell get in the ring?
Right.
That blew me away because I thought I knew.
I'd just like to say there's 2.13 million species of animals on the planet.
That's a lot of animals. Hey, what's the story there? What's the story there in Australia and
let him finish out his statement that he started, please. Brad started a statement. Let him finish it out, please.
Sorry?
Did you start a statement that you were going to continue with, or is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah, there's 2.13 million species of animals on the planet. I just wanted to point that out. That is a crap load of species on the planet. The Aboriginal people of Australia don't believe in a great flood. That's not part of their thing. But they believe in things that do match up, as in 7 people started the world.
Okay.
And New Zealand people believe that they were on boats pretty much from birth, and then Maui went and pulled New Zealand up with a huge hook while he was trying to hunt this giant whale. So
I believe that. I believe that totally.
So yeah, they don't have a great flood style of thing.
Well, the
That makes sense.
native peoples of the Four Corners region of the United States who live in a complete desert region, they believe in a great flood. And they say that they survived by being on top of one of the messes. And before that, they were under the ground with the ant people.
Okay. Well, that is actually a pretty, that is, if you're going to talk about common things that global people say, living underground is much more common than the great flood.
I think somebody went to sleep.
Yeah, Rick is sleeping. He sleeps in the room that everything's being run from.
Right. Okay.
Because he's probably been up for about 16 hours now. So he sleeps. Right. If we yell loud enough, we can wake him up.
It's not
We only do it for emergencies.
It's not Rick. I don't know who it is. It's not Rick.
Oh, it's not Rick. Oh, okay.
No,
Sorry.
I know it sounds like someone snoring. Well, if it's snoring, I'll let you know who it is.
Well, then how can we mute that unknown person's feed then?
Oh, we can't at the moment.
Well, you know what? Let me see what I can do. Hold on.
Also, while Suzanne's doing that, I'd just like to say that Eric had a really good point earlier on about the phone line, and that's that.
Did we lose you?
Someone is, they wanted me to wake you up. Someone's snoring really bad. It's not, and they're on
It's very easy to fall asleep
Is there some way to mute?
without muting.
Everybody, you have to
I've always blamed it on Rick, and he's always told me, no, it's not him. And I blame it on him again. And now I'm really corrected because I hear her talking to Rick, and I hear the snoring at the same time. But Rick never tells who it is because it would embarrass them.
We're going to have it taken care of. Rick will take care of it.
ex-JW Curious does it.
We still got a score.
What did you say?
mute everybody, and then you unmute.
Okay.
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
Can you let Christine know that I really liked her and we had our differences, but boy, I really loved her story. I loved what she was saying. Just let her know. And
Okay.
And she talked about how she was like lost in that she didn't have a
Snoring solved.
Good. And she was like alone, and that was back in the days, 2017. My brother and I, we do videos and we talk about NOI, the National Organization of Non-Organized Individuals. Make your own organization, make your own group,
Mm-hmm.
and I think she's doing good now. But I just wanted to do a shout out to her. I thought it was she was a great asset to your show.
I think so too.
Hey, this is JP from California.
Hi, JP.
About to check out. I'm about to check out for the night too myself. But yeah, thanks Gilbert for saying that. I was having a conversation with Christine earlier, and maybe we could finish it sometime. But I just wanted to say it was good talking to Kurt, Christine, and I think Grace called in. I just wanted to say that, and thanks Linda for having the show tonight, and Rick and Susan also for setting all this up. But good night to everybody. I'm gonna probably check out for the night.
Okay.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you for showing up and calling in. When Christine was sharing, what was going on with her and her testimony of what it was like for her waking up and everything. When I was looking at the chat here on YouTube, I mean, many people were just like, wow, what a story. And, they were with her as she was describing it. So I know there was many that was appreciating what she was sharing and how she was sharing it. Denise Hetberg, 66. She ended up giving me Christine, because we're both in California, or she ended up giving Christine to me. So I don't know how it worked, but we got in touch a few years back, and I just remember, what it was like for her at that time, and just the over time we come up with our own, what works for us, what works for us and what gives us peace. And
I relate a lot to how she was feeling. But this is JP again. But I'm from California too. But I could relate to a lot what she was saying tonight and how she was feeling, especially being that I just woke up like 15 months ago and being late. So I did really enjoy what she was saying.
It's taken me years on some stuff.
Yeah.
I enjoyed listening to her. I had the awfulest luck, not feeling sorry for myself, but I know back a few years ago on 6 screens during the night, we get in some terrible discussions. I'd get my feelings hurt, or somebody get their feelings hurt. It's not I have none of this in me. Now, maybe 10 years ago, I can testify that I'm aware of. None of this in me to try to change people's minds. I don't know much myself. I am convinced at this point the Bible's inspired, and it's tough to read. It's hard to understand a lot of things. And yes, I'm going to interpret it my way, and it may be a lot of mistakes. But I'm going to have to try to remember that me coming on 6 screens, it's not my job. I mean, I barely get by. I'm not smart enough or whatever to change anybody's. Oh, Kurt, yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you. Now I'm cured. Now I'm on. Oh, what a joke that is. No, I like to have discussions. If I hear somebody say something like there a minute ago, yeah, I think there's a worldwide flood. Pixie says yes, there's a worldwide. Somebody disagrees. Well, I want to hear, if someone doesn't believe there was a worldwide flood, I'll listen to them. I'll listen to them, and we can just agree to disagree. Now, 10 years ago, I would have to try to prove. How could I prove there's a worldwide flood? How could I do that? Really, I can't. I can look at some science. They're kind of divided in the world, whether there was a worldwide flood of any kind. And so you watch these videos and you're back and forth. You're back and forth. Who has
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but you brought up something earlier and then you were cut off, and I cannot stop thinking about what you were going to say. You said that you were about, how do you justify the God from the First Testament? How were you about to do that when you got cut off by Christine?
Okay, that's not to just play around, but just sincerely, that's a question. Excellent, because I've struggled with that and I'm not over it yet.
No, it sounded like you did struggle with it, but it sounded like you thought about it a lot. It's something that I think about a lot and cannot justify. And so I'm asking somebody who is a true believer how they justify that.
Okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to make an attempt to answer that.
Kurt is my pastor.
Pardon?
Daniel. I didn't know who that was. Daniel. Okay. What I've done.
I'd also just like to say real quick, your phone is terrible. I can only.
I know it is. I'm going to have to get me a new phone. It's really bad. It's really bad. I don't know what else to do. I'm going to attempt. All right. I'm going to attempt to answer that the best way I can.
Awesome. And then I'm going to try and help you out with your phone problem.
Okay. I'm going to have to get my headphone and a new phone. I've been threatening to do it for 6 months. Still,
I believe a set of headphones with a microphone attached would work just fine as well. It sounds like your speaker is filled with crap.
I hear you. I believe it is. Thank you for that.
No, you're right.
Okay, here we go. I'll try not to bore you. The doctrine of atonement was a blood sacrifice, and we all know that. And God has wanted blood sacrifices and other sacrifices, but generally the rule is blood sacrifices from the time of Cain and Abel.
He loves the blood.
He likes the blood. We're told in Genesis 9:6, a little tip out here. Well, first of all, Abel's blood cries out from the ground in Hebrews 11. What does that mean? Genesis 9:6, you're allowed to eat animals now. Just pour the blood up on the ground. Don't eat the blood. The soul is in the blood. The life of Christ, we transfer that. The life, his blood was his life, his soul. His soul was poured out there in Isaiah 53. But I'm dancing all around this.
Propitiatory sacrifice for Adam's sin in the New Testament that balances the opera, which is the scales of the two testaments together.
Exactly.
We got it.
And there's no sacrifice without blood. So we've got to try to understand that. We've got to try
It wasn't sacrifices that I was talking about.
Well, because the pagans have copied these blood sacrificial rituals in all kinds of ways down through the centuries, from vampires to sacrificing their children. So we've got to understand.
Not forget the Canaanites.
Exactly. We've got to understand God and blood, and also God and violence. Two things: God and violence, and God and blood. I still blood it's hard for me to understand what it is with blood. I mean, I saw someone say, the Mormons believe, for example, that Adam was created with bone and flesh. He didn't have blood until he sinned.
I never heard that one before.
Yeah. So, getting back to blood and God, I'm still trying to figure out the sanctity and the outpouring of blood for sacrifice. I'm still trying. It has something to do with God's mind. I don't fully understand yet that an animal's blood or a human blood in particular is sanctified to God. It's separated in some way. It's spiritual.
Yep. Okay. Well, thanks for that part. But it's not the sacrifices that I'm talking about. So there's a particular story that has always bothered me from when I was a kid. And that is when Elisha is leaving a city, a bunch of kids come and they give him shit about being bald. Hey, baldy, you've got no hair. And so Jehovah sends, or Elisha calls with Jehovah's power, a bear to tear them all to pieces.
Okay.
How do we justify those crazy actions?
Let me give you my best explanation for that.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for an answer. I'm just asking for your best answer. That's it.
I'll try to give my best answer here. If my brain gets going here. That is a hard one to swallow. Now, first of all,
sure is.
In Elisha's day and Elijah's day, we know that there was a conflict in the 10-tribe nation of Israel in them worshiping Baal. So we know that. So there's a big struggle going on. So Jehovah is going to prove who the true God is. And he's a very serious God. See, Jehovah God don't have any sense of humor. You don't have
that's the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what we have here...
I don't know. Have you seen a platypus?
when those verses are translated into English, the Hebrew word that was used for young children or children, I haven't read the King James in a long time, that word should have read young men. So, for whatever
it could have said old men,
no,
and it still doesn't justify it.
I know it don't. I know, but I'm going to take.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. You keep going. I'm going to shut up. I'll stop interrupting you.
What that tells us is at least they were not children, they were young men. I don't know what that means. 18, 20, 25, I don't know. But they were young men. But they were priests, or they were obviously, maybe not involved in Baal worship. Now, some scholars argue, with no scriptural backing, that they believe that these young men were involved in worshiping Baal. Now, so they smart ass to God's great prophet. They smart ass to God. What does God do? God allows or commands the bears to rip into pieces. So, where do I go from here? Here's what I think. God is the source of all life. He's the source. He put men on earth. He gave them free will. And men are confused. These Baal worshippers, they were probably confused. But nonetheless, in this test, in this context of Baal versus Jehovah, Jehovah was teaching a lesson. Keep in mind one thing. Jehovah, like in Job, he giveth and he taketh away. We have to live with that. Now, keep this in the end of everything, in the end of it. Jehovah God, in my opinion, will resurrect those victims because they were ignorant, but he wanted to prove a point. I'm going to jump to another. I'm going to jump to another illustration. When someone stood up to Aaron or Moses, the earth opened up. I think on at least 2 occasions, the earth opened up and swallowed the man and his family. They went down to Sheol for one swift action. Right in the world. All he did was disagree with Aaron or Moses. What's the big deal?
He didn't use the wooden poles on the Ark of the Covenant that was the instruction that came with the magic trick.
Yeah, you need to use the instructions. Always need to follow the instructions.
The best way that I deal with the young men being eaten by the bears, I say Jehovah God is the universal sovereign. He is the person. And he can do, now I'm also thinking, with all this power he's got, everything in the end, everything will be okay. I think Adam and Eve will be seen again. They may have repented, maybe they didn't. Keep in mind this. When they took a bite of that fruit, if that's a true story, he cursed the snake, he cursed the cattle, he cursed the earth. The earth is under a curse. All for that one thing. And I believe in the doctrine of original sin. I believe in the doctrine of original sin. That's what our good brother, what's his name, the governing body member, he was trying, but he didn't explain it. Until a person is baptized or adopted by God, Testament, they are considered in the other kingdom. They're considered in the other. Jesus spoke of 2 kingdoms when he was accused of having the power from Beelzebub. He explained to those people there that there's 2 kingdoms. There's God's kingdom and the Satan and the kingdom of Satan. And he confirmed that Satan's the ruler of the world, and confirmed in Revelation by this. But there we go. Listen to that.
Let me rebut really quick, just because I feel like you're going to talk for a little bit, and that's fine. But I want to rebut about the story of the bears really quickly. The reason I find it troubling is because, well, for the same reason that everyone else finds it troubling, but my mind tends to cling on to details. So the Bible does say that they were killed for basically making fun of Elisha. But it also said there was only one bear. And do you remember how many children it was?
There were several.
It was more than several. It was over 20 kids.
That's a lot.
How did they get the number? Because kids don't just stand there and let a bear kill them. So what happened was
that's
those
one
kids would have
supernatural bear.
As soon as the bear came out, they would have scattered, which means the bear stalked them over a period of time, and then someone had to go and count the pieces. See, when it comes down to the details, God can own my blood as much as he wants. That is not justice to me.
No.
So
he's Jehovah of armies, remember? He doesn't always have a justice. He's not always wearing a justice robe.
For what you were saying, Kurt, because I ask every person that's a true believer that I can how they justify God's actions.
You know, the only time I ever tore a page out of the Watchtower, you want to know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tore this only in a lifetime. I tore this one page out of the Watchtower and put it in my Bible. Now, they had already talked about the Gnostic notion, was eating the fruit the upgrade. They had a question from readers about it that was a full page. So we're not the only people that have wondered if eating the fruit was an upgrade. This is a Gnostic notion, and it was on a one-page, complete page of the Watchtower back in the 1980s.
Okay.
But I didn't tear that one out, but I said, oh, somebody's read some of the stuff I've read. The piece I tore out was a little golden god with an appointed hat. Really finely wrought, really a museum treasure. And someone said, if Baal was a thunder god and Jah is a thunder god, is Jah Baal? And they had a paragraph that almost said, yes, he is. And I tore that one out and put that in my Bible because I'm still reeling from that. There's a YouTube that says, who really is this Jehovah, with a picture of that little God from 30 years ago. So my Bible studies witness lady did not want me reading Archaeology magazine. We are not from the Middle East. I respect that Kurt has faith in the King James Bible. I think it's wonderful to have that kind of
I'm jealous of that kind
certainty,
of faith.
because I used to have that. But when you look at Archaeology magazine, and we're not Hebrew readers, and we go back, and one of my best friends was a Bible translator of the NIV. He did the whole book of Genesis. Some of the people I've met in my life, some of the places I've been. I haven't been to the Holy Land, but I've been to lots of libraries and talked to lots of scholars. I know they got lots of tablets in Pennsylvania in a library they have not translated. So you're like, what's the real story here?
Yeah. So I guess whenever I meet somebody that just has such a strong conviction in their faith, I like to ask them those questions because I'm jealous of somebody that has that faith.
That was a great question, and I don't have a good answer for it.
You know what, Kurt? Kurt, you answered it better than anyone else has ever answered it just by saying, I haven't worked that out yet.
I hear you. And the first one I have it. Let me read it here real quick. One verse about Elijah. So he turned around and he looked at them and pronounced, this is the New King James, and pronounced a curse on them in the name of the Lord, of Jehovah. And two female bears came forth out of the woods and mauled 42 of the youths. So 42.
42. 21 each.
Number. Yeah. So, again, just a repetition. I don't understand it completely. I just try to have enough faith to say, well, that was a really bad scene. God knows what he's doing. And I hope that they'll be back in the resurrection. They'll wake up back in the resurrection and have a chance to have a chance for eternal life. That's what I'm hoping.
Okay, well, you answered it, Kurt. You've answered it because they were mama bears. They were mama bears. That's why they had more strength and determination than the male bear would have had to protect the dead.
Yeah, the female bear.
You raise an interesting point, though, Kurt. You said you hope that those kids get resurrected. If they get resurrected and then a Jehovah's Witness goes up to them, and if Jehovah's Witnesses are correct, let's say, goes, hey, the God that sent the bears that killed you is the one that saved you now. Do you think that they would, how do you reckon they would respond? I know how I would respond. That was shit that I got killed by a bear. I don't think I should have been killed by a bear because I called someone bald. I'm a stupid kid for doing that. Screw this guy. I'm out.
I hear you. Well, that may happen that way. I was hoping that, they would wake up and an angel of God would.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense than waking up in your body and going, this isn't the body I died with, probably because a bear tore it to pieces. Thanks a lot.
I'll say this. I don't believe in consciousness after death until the resurrection. No lake of fire, hellfire. With that being said, Joseph Stalin, some say he was responsible for more than 50 million people. I don't know if that's true. It may be.
That's true. That's a fact.
If Joseph Stalin, he laid down, he had some kind of brain aneurysm, brain tumor or something like that. He went to sleep. If he's not burning in the lake of fire, then what I hope is that God will raise him from the dead in the kingdom, and he will have to do reparations. I don't know what that would be. I mean, if you're responsible for 50...
He's on community service for 1 million years.
Well, what are you going to do? Maybe both blocks for 1 million years. Something. To open it, and hopefully the idea would be that of his own free will, he will begin to worship his Creator. Now, universalism preaches that every soul, no matter how wicked, will be given an opportunity. It's more than an opportunity. They, of their own free will eventually worship God. That's what universalism is. I've done quite a bit of looking into that. It's a little unagreeable with me, but Russell taught that Christ had bought the entire human race and that all people, it was a ransom for everybody, no matter how wicked, unless they had grieved the Holy Spirit. Now, when Jesus was talking to a Pharisee, and the Pharisee saw him resurrect the dead person, the Pharisee responded to it that he was of the devil. Well, Jesus responded to him and he said, you are having your reward in full. Now that tells me that Pharisee may have grieved the Holy Spirit. It's supposed to be the unforgivable sin. What that means is if I would have stood there and watched Jesus Christ resurrect a truly dead person, what am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with that? I think it's logical. Jesus claimed to be the Son of God. He had healed the sick. This was information, I guess, all over the parts of Judea and the Galilee. And I would suspect that any person with any goodness in them would say, now he claims to be the Son of God, look what he's doing. when he raised Lazarus, he raised like the account says that some were just amazed at it. Others left out in the passage in John 11. For some of them didn't respond to him raising Lazarus for days. So people, some people, why bother?
Okay, Susan, I think I hear you.
There's a word for it. It's called incorrigible. Now, one last thing I want to say. Job was tested. He was allowed to be tested by Satan. It was a terrible test. And you notice when Jehovah begins to talk to Job in Job 38, does he explain to Job what's going on? No, he don't explain to Job. He said, gird up your loins. I've got something to tell you. So for about three chapters, 38, 39, and 40, I believe, he is grilling the hell out of Job. Putting Job in this place. So, God didn't come to him and pat him on the back and say, hey, brother, I'm giving you a test. Just hang in there. Hang in there. Everything's going to be good. His own life told him, curse God and die. But the story goes is that his integrity was strong enough to make it through it. But, God didn't pamper him and pat him on the back. You're such a good guy. You just hang in there. I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
About the story of Job, the Bible actually says, didn't Jehovah go, don't worry, I'll replace your kids that would kill?
Oh, yeah.
That always makes me angry.
Yeah, same. Again, that is a weird detail. Don't worry about those first kids. I'll replace them with bigger, better kids.
I've said it before. If I had 10 kids that were killed in the way Satan or killed in any way, I would tell God, hey, man, I want my kids back. What's up with new kids? I want my kids back. But
I don't want replacements. I want the original ones back.
Right, you and Kurt are saying the exact same thing.
I said it 40 years ago. He don't explain himself. He has no sense of humor. It is a bow, like he told Israel, you got a choice to live or die. And of course they were going to die anyway with old age, but he was telling them, you obey or you will suffer and die early. And he sure did it. Moses tapped on the rock and didn't give Jehovah the credit. He wasn't able to enter the promised land. He died in the wilderness, and the angel carried off his body, and I guess so they wouldn't worship him or something. So
Moses couldn't get angry once, but the Most High was angry all the time.
Like all the time, like all of it. Hey, okay, I have another question for you then, Kurt. Thank you so much for answering my questions or trying as hard as you can. I can tell that obviously you don't have all the answers, and that is exactly one of the reasons I'm asking you, because you don't profess to have all the answers. But where was I going with that? Job replacing his kids? No. Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. So who do you think has a better deal? The people in the first in the Old Testament or the people in the New Testament? So what I'm referring to is, okay, God was angry all the time back then, but if you spoke against him, you were straight up dead immediately. Dead. And probably your family dead, and then everyone that was ever connected to you dead, because he has no sense of humor. Quite a violent God. But these days, we, the good people, have to deal with all the shitheads or the horrible people. So do you think it's a better deal that they had? Because if he was like that now, how many people do you think would be denying Jehovah's existence? 0, because those people would be dead. So,
well, he kind of had he and Stalin had a little bit in common then, didn't they?
Well, they sure did. But does that question make sense? Do you think it's better that he's aggressive and gets rid of evil immediately? Or do you think it's better for the New Testament version where evil gets to live for, a full lifetime and victimize people all over the world, you know, kill 50 million people like Stalin did. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, it does. Well, it's obvious to me in the New Testament that with Christ and the atonement, most everything changed. The atonement had reconciled the world, not limited atonement like the Calvinists, but it reconciled the world. Now, the people in the world.
What's limited atonement, Kurt?
Yeah.
What is limited atonement?
Well, with the Calvinists, limited atonement is that Christ's atonement is only for the church.
So that if I'm a Calvinist, I get it, but somebody else doesn't?
Right. If you're a Calvinist, and you are predestined. You are predestined from the founding of the world. You know, the Scripture says that the kingdom was founded from the founding of the world, but after the sin or before the sin. Who knows what God's mind was? But he had in mind the kingdom and the atonement was going to reconcile the world. So a Calvinist has limited atonement, and it has to do with predestination. The people that are saved are predestined, and the people that go to hell, eternal hell, they're predestined. And it's from God, the sovereign of the universe. And you can do no work or anything for that. It's grace, it's total grace. So the limited atonement means that those that are saved and go to heaven, to their heavenly home, that atonement is only for them.
Well, that's great. I think as an American WASP, that applies to me, and I'll explain it to Brad. Brad, some of those Calvinists came here on boats and became the elite founding ruling class of America. So maybe that makes sense now.
The Puritans were Calvinists.
Born to rule.
To finish my answer, we know that there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of people that lived since Christ. I think the apostles, by the way they passed, they were expecting Christ to show up any time, but that's another topic. But
I read that recently, and I was surprised by it. They were expecting him to come back real soon.
Well, it's pretty obvious in Scripture. I don't think Paul and Peter knew, and James knew the time of that. And you know, the fact of the matter is, he may never show up according to the Scripture. You know that. But I want to finish out this atonement where the world is reconciled. We know that many people of all kinds of cultures never hear about Christ Jesus. They never had a chance. Jehovah God and Christ, I'm certain, will take that into account. And I have the belief that at Armageddon, what Armageddon will amount to, in my opinion, is that Christ Jesus, with the sword in his mouth, and he is given a staff. That's not the right, a rod of iron. He's given a rod of iron to rule over the nations. In Revelation 19, he puts that sword in his mouth, and the angels, some argue that's 144,000, the angels will come with Christ at Armageddon, and this is when his rulership begins. He will not come here and destroy anybody. He will destroy the systems, whatever is in the world that is against his rulership. I'm not talking about people, because people, in my view, are going to be given a chance. We're going to be given a chance, a lot of chance to get with the program. I mean, let's take the President of the United States. And here comes Christ Jesus. This is fantasy. It's fantasy, I know. But let's just say what happens. And the President of the United States personally has got to make a decision about Christ Jesus. Well, that will be up to him, and he'll have time. I'll have time. He'll have time to adjust.
Well, we know Jimmy Carter is a good Christian man.
I really like Jimmy Carter. But that's my view of it. I don't think the world is very wicked. I don't think that I do think that there will be a 7-year great tribulation. I could go into that. I don't know that. I'm thinking it because of the 7 seals, the 7.
Did you read the Left Behind comic book? Should I read the Left Behind comic book?
You could, yeah. Oh, yeah, I Left Behind. I think we're out in the dispensationalism, but I'm not a dispensationalist. But I'm thinking that the wrath of God, before Christ comes back, will be poured out upon the earth. I think what it means is that Satan knows at that point he has a short period of time before he's bound. Before he's bound by a great angel with a chain, the great angel comes down with a great chain, and he binds Satan for 1,000 years. So I'm thinking that Satan will bring on the great tribulation, which the world has never seen, nor will ever see again. Worse than the flood, worse than the destruction of Jerusalem in 70. And that is the wrath of God. God is allowing Satan to stir up the sea, to stir up the government. So that's what anyway, somebody else let me talk. Go ahead. I'm done. Yeah.
I think
I really appreciate that.
They've already ruined the ocean. Man has already ruined the ocean, and that's Revelation 13, but that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I think I heard Susan pop in.
It could be. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
No,
were you talking?
I was just enjoying. I have my own, points that
I know that you're a true believer as well, Susan, so I want to ask you the same question. If you've heard the questions that I just asked Kurt, I would love it if you could answer the same question.
She just started to say something.
I'm going to listen on my big TV. I haven't got messages yet, Brad, but I will. I'm going to listen on the big TV.
Actually, before I ask Susan that question, I'd just like to make sure that it's okay for everybody that's listening that I ask Susan that question. I have been talking a little bit, I've taken the time, and also I do realize that this could be a better question for the Sunday show. But, yeah.
I think Susan was starting off with sharing a thought, and then, you can ask her. Was there a thought you were going to share, Susan?
I was just going to say that if Brad had, his questions, Jay Hess is probably the best one to ask. He would answer probably much better than I could. In fact, the one on the ball.
Oh, no. That's not. I'm not looking for the right answer. I'm looking for your answer. I'm not particularly looking for the right answer. What I'm looking for is your personal answer, because faith is so personal, and from the different stories that people tell about believing in the Bible, lots of people believe different things. So I'm asking everybody, and I will ask Jay Hess at some point, but I'd also very much like your opinion on it. Like, how do you justify the actions of the first, the early Bible Jehovah, and how do you feel about the deal that was made? Do you think it's better leaving the evil people to be playing around with us, or do you think it was better back in the day when Jehovah would just go, "Oh, what, you're screwing with my people? That's it, dead."
Well,
you know what I mean? Because there's kind of appealing points in both of them.
Mm-hmm. Well,
as in, he wipes out evil immediately, or he gives it a chance.
Well, one thing that God has always from the beginning given man was choice. He will never interfere with a person's choice. If they choose to be a certain way, he will let them be that way. He never forces anyone to worship him, ever, never. And what's hard for me, and I agree, as far as the bald head part of it, I don't have a good answer for that. I wish I did. But what I can say is that there's more than just humans. There's also the angelic realm. And people tend to forget that because remember, God said he would put a division between man and the woman and between his seed and their seed. And that's the angelic realm that people forget about, but it's always there. And God has to prove not only to Satan, but all the angels in heaven that man will eventually want to worship him. And he only wants those who will. Back in the Hebrew times, I don't understand I think a good point was made. Was it Pixie who made it that said that it's hard for us to understand their lifestyle? Sometimes it's like the scene of the crime. They go back to the scene of the crime and they understand better how something happened. So it's hard for us to imagine what life is like living in those times because we just don't know. The things that are just.
Oh no, I get that bit. But even having that leeway, it's still, the story of the children and the bears is still a very difficult one for my mind to justify.
I wish Kurt had a better answer than I can give. I really don't have an answer off the top of my head. I could ask.
It's okay to say I don't know as well. That's fine. That was the first thing Kurt said was I don't know. So that's okay.
I would never lie and make people think I have an answer when I don't, because I really don't know. But I can tell that it's a very important question for you. So probably I can ask them that question. I'd like to know myself, to be honest.
I think it's an important question when it comes to trusting a God like that. That's all. And I haven't heard any justification. I haven't heard anyone be able to answer it in a way that made total sense to me. But Kurt's answer is definitely the most appealing because it was just like, oh man, I don't know. And it sounded dodgy to me too. and I like that because that's realistic to me.
You brought out a good point. When the Bible brings out detail, we should stand up and pay attention because the Bible uses an economy of words. There's thousands of words. So why does the Bible use that particular word? It's worth studying to find out.
Why did the amount of children matter? Why does it matter that there were 42 of them? Because obviously, like you said, that the Bible uses an economy of words, and the words, I believe, have been chosen quite carefully.
Yes.
So I do think about the details a lot. But thank you so much for trying to answer. I appreciate that.
Well, they always say the devil is in the details, and that's just it. We should always pay attention to the details because that's where we're going to get the answer.
I agree with that, yeah.
Good back and forth.
And I'd just like to point out, as a small disclaimer, I'm not asking this question as a gotcha or anything for anybody to try and test anybody's face. I am genuinely asking.
Well, I know you are.
The story has bothered me since I was a kid, since I heard it, because I thought, crap. The reason it probably bothered me so much is because my uncle is bald, and I called him Baldy all the time, and he was an elder.
Oh my.
It was just like, wait a minute, am I going to get torn to pieces by bed?
I would think the same thing.
All the time, we do it in a playful manner.
That noise is on there even when I'm muted, so I don't know where that.
Sorry, if you're hearing an extra noise, that's probably traffic because I'm walking home right now.
Okay, I can live with it.
Sorry about that. Yeah, right. Sorry about that.
So I would like to make a request that within the next few minutes we finish this little subject up and we switch to a non-biblical subject, because I'm usually okay with, bringing up some scripture here and there, but this actually has gone on way too long. Way too long.
I apologize. I'll end it right now. Thank you so much to everybody that answered my question.
That sounds good. If you want to start on something else, I'm good with that. You go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what else, but I just wanted to change the subject. Rick has made it clear that the scriptural stuff is for Sundays. But in my mind, if there's a few things that we're going to touch on, I don't mind. I just don't want it to keep going on and you know what I'm saying? I don't mind. But that's why I'm putting an end to it right now. I'm actually like at a point where it's like I'm kind of over it. But I appreciate the opportunity for the conversation, and it was worth having, you know. Is there another subject somebody wants to bring up?
Yes, I'm also over it, Linda. Thank you. I'm overdue.
Okay. And then Brad, will you?
I'm calling from this super number. I figured out how to do it now.
Woo-hoo! Yay.
Oh, yes.
That is so awesome. Awesome. That is so cool. Grace is using the app. That's so wonderful.
Good. The sound is
well, thank you, Susan.
Awesome. I use it too because
what would you
even
like
though I'm in the States.
I'd like to get to know you better.
And
I thought I brought it up the last time. I think it's just I know that Jehovah's Witnesses are hemorrhaging, but at the same time, I feel many of them, at least here in Sweden, maybe it's because you have other news here in the United States, but we don't have your news. So they don't even know about this Pennsylvania stuff, and it's not on the Swedish news, so we don't know anything except for the shooting in Hamburg. That we have had that on Swedish television. So, I mean, it's really, I don't know really how to help them because they don't.
Hey Brad, can you push *6 and then push *6 when you want to comment? Thank you. Do you are you on Facebook, Grace?
On Facebook?
Yes. Do you ever use Facebook?
I don't use it that much. Yeah, sometimes.
That is a great source to get some of the things that the United States is doing. You might be able to get a better option of the news, maybe through some of the ex-JW groups. Are you involved in any of the ex-JW groups?
No, I'm not.
Okay. If you want to be, you can go into at the top of Facebook. It'll show that little. It'll look like a magnifying glass, and that's your search bar. And if you just put in ex-JW, I think many groups will show up, and then you can kind of look around and pick and choose. And you know, many of them you can join very easily, and you can just observe for a while if you want to stick around in them or not. But a lot of times there's info within them that will tell you the latest stuff going on that maybe, you know, where you're at isn't telling you.
Well, thank you, Linda.
You're welcome.
Are you in some groups in Facebook also? Or?
I didn't hear that. What?
I want to know, are you in one of those ex-JV groups on Facebook?
I am. I'm in many of them, but I have lately not gone on Facebook very much. So I can't even think of one to tell you about. I've actually gone on to Twitter, which at first I didn't care for, but now I enjoy it. And it was foreign to me. But when I get on Twitter, there's a few people that I follow that have the latest news, and I can just, you know, see what they're posting, and they're like on top of it. Like they were on top of it about the Anthony Morris not being a governing body member anymore. They were just like, I found that out through Twitter. And then this shooting and stuff, actually I found out through Rick the other day, but if I went on to Twitter, there's quite a few people that would be posting about it. And I did post, actually, I posted about the shooting too. The mass, it's so hard to say. Mass murder, suicide is wow.
Great. What I found out, they don't know about like Colorado.
About the at the Kingdom Hall on Christmas Day.
Or the shooting, yes.
Yeah, that was brought up a lot on Facebook and Twitter when it was happening. Yeah.
Great.
Did you? Yes, Susan.
I wanted to ask if I could, Grace.
Oh, sure.
What are the people in Sweden saying about this shooting in Hamburg?
Well, they are just saying it's awful and it's horrible, but they are just more firm to go to the meetings now.
Because they feel that they've been persecuted, so now they're going to stand firm. Is that it?
I guess so, yes.
So it's the opposite of what you would expect then.
Yes. But you have to realize also, like I said, we don't have United States news here, so they hardly know anything. I mean, they only know like about the shooting. That's all that's been on the Swedish news. And there was just one time, several years ago, that there was a guy, and it was some kind of pedophilia, or how you say, child sex abuse. And this guy, he was a bit older, and it was his sister, so, but, I mean, they didn't really care. And I actually asked about this episode, I mean, afterwards, several years ago. And she has said, this Jehovah's Witness, she has said, the older one, she said, well, there just him saying so, and his sister, I mean, well, I don't know if it actually is true. So even if you suffer from child sex abuse, they just say, well, we don't know if they are just lying.
Oh, my. What did they say about Anthony Morris?
Well, this question I only asked this old lady, Jehovah's Witness, and she said, she said something like, well, you know, there can be several reasons why they drop out. There can be health reasons. And then actually, I had listened to you, so I was very updated, on the 6 screens. I said, no, they actually have an infirmary, and there where they go when they get sick, they go to the infirmary. You just don't drop out from the governing body. It doesn't happen. And she said, well, there can be several reasons, and that's not blah, blah, blah. It was just making excuses like it was nothing. And I was really amazed. I mean, I was like, I couldn't believe it. I mean, the reaction that you're expecting here on the 6 screens, I just feel it's not coming. But I mean, I only talked to these 2 ladies, one younger couple and this old lady, so I don't really know. I mean, there are, maybe it's, I don't know. I'll see now, I can't remember. Maybe it's 24 or 26 thousand Jehovah's Witnesses in Sweden, and I only talked to 2 of them. So I was actually discouraged because, you know, even if there are just 2, then I think, well, what are the others thinking? I don't know.
That's what's so frustrating. I'm sure Linda will agree that we bring facts to people, not feelings. We don't give them our feelings. We give facts. and they ignore facts. But they've been ignoring facts, being a Jehovah's Witness for a long time. You have to be very good at ignoring facts to stay a Jehovah's Witness.
Yes, but they are so completely brainwashed that sometimes I just feel I have more hope for United States than I have for Sweden, because I mean we're falling behind. I feel like I don't know what to tell you. So.
How are the young people in Sweden? Are they staying witnesses?
Well, I don't know everything here. I don't keep track on everything, but I've noticed a lot of young ones stay also in the religion, and I don't know about how many are leaving. I don't keep track on things. I mean, and I actually try to reach out to. In Sweden, we have a place where you can go and get help from cults and things. I mailed them, but I never got any answer. So I don't know.
Well, what we care about is you, Grace, and encouraging you and trying to help you where your needs are. How can we be of help to you?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, if we can just be there for you, that's good then. To support you when you find out new things against Jehovah's Witnesses. Because it's not just you that feels that way. There's probably now millions of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that feel the way you do. There's more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses than there are Jehovah's Witnesses in the world.
Really?
Yes.
That's true. There's another place called Reddit, and an ex-JW portion of Reddit where many things will get brought up too.
So Serena Williams' husband, she had an account on Reddit, or?
That's a good question because her husband owns Reddit. Yes.
Could I make a point?
Sure. Who's this?
Tim. He does a lot. The one on the forum. I was chatting. Well, does Grace maybe watch Genesis videos? Go like personality, because I think he's Swedish and he lives in Norway, but I know he seems to have a lot of contact with people all over with all his activism, and he might also be able to help her to know things. And not saying that she wouldn't find anything out here, but that would also help with it. I just thought of that. I don't know, but
can you type his name in the chat, because
okay.
I don't spell that.
Okay, I'll try to. I'm kind of off the thing right now.
So that would be YouTube.
Because I love to when I was on that. That's not letting me. Okay, good, there it is. Okay. I'm going to just type it, capital letters, okay? And you'll just see it say the man. Good. See, I got a kitty on me wanting to put him. Bad timing chat. YouTube. Type personality on YouTube.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know how to link it. he seems to know about what's happening there, even though he lives in Norway now. So I believe. I could be wrong, but that's what I understood. Anyway, that's all I needed to say. I'm going to just let you guys talk. I'm sorry to interrupt, though.
Oh, I'm not. Thank you for that. Was a great idea because I don't even think any of us touched on YouTube. That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Well, I know there was one man that was a YouTuber from, I think he said he was from Sweden. So just maybe type in ex-JW Sweden or something. Maybe even in Swedish. It could be other languages. It doesn't have to be English.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Good suggestions. Yeah, goat-like personality likes to stay on top of things and shares many things with the audience. And he has a very facetious kind of personality to go with it. And so we've been on 6 hours. Yes, we have. It's actually showing 6 hours and 10 minutes right here. So
1 minute.
okay, sure. And I'm just talking to the YouTube audience, letting them know that the phone has gone down and he's going to put it back up. He's going to call in now and get us connected in.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please enter your PIN followed by the pound. Thank you. There are 7 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
Don't worry, it's still being recorded. They just give me that message. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Grace, I'm also putting in another link, and I'm going to do that kind of space between the dot because if it shows up as a link, it won't show up. So I put the dot, I put some, you'll see what I'm talking about. And what I'm suggesting to put up now, or what I'm going to put up, is to tell you about a site called avoidjw.org. And this guy is on top of things. He always has something. It's the latest news. Matter of fact, latest news is that guy. Okay. He's got him right there. So, and that's from March 11th, 2023. And there's already 10 comments on this article. So he's very, very up to date on things and always has been. So I'm putting his link to that on here. So that could be a source to know what's the latest as far as Jehovah's Witness things everywhere. So it's called avoidjw.org. So I'm going to put a space between the dot.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. It's good. It feels, to me, I like being up to date on what's happening with the organization. Maybe I will one day not care, but today it's very important to me. So I enjoy going to websites like this.
I definitely like hearing about things like the shooting.
Yeah.
Same way, it's like we are living in exciting times now. It's like Rick said, there's so many news now in a short time. It's amazing.
Yes.
But
can I make a comment? Sorry.
Yes?
You go, Grace.
No, you go.
I was just wondering if I could make a little point about the shooting and Germany, if I could.
Yep.
I don't think anybody else has. It's that Germany does have very strict gun laws, but they are also the fourth highest country for gun ownership. Those strict gun laws didn't come in until 2013, 2009 as a response to school shootings.
Oh,
so most Germans that are over the age of 25 would already own a gun.
Oh, I see. That is a different view.
That's difficult to get a gun if you're over 25 in Germany. The strict laws, they became strict as an answer to school shootings, and basically it just took away your ability to get a gun easily under 18 or under 25, and also fully automatic weapons become unavailable unless you can prove you're a professional, like a game shooter, not hunter, but somebody that shoots for sport. A sports shooter.
Oh.
Self-defense isn't an answer, obviously, but most Germans would own guns. So him owning a gun isn't rare at all.
Okay. This is really connecting the dots. Thank you. That makes perfect sense.
Point that out because, some people have said, it was definitely premeditated because it's so hard to get a gun in Germany.
That was me. I stand corrected now that I'm hearing this. To me, it was premeditated, and it wouldn't necessarily be because it's hard to get a gun. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
That's all.
Thank you for that.
That's very interesting because I didn't know that about Germany. But this guy, he was some kind of special. He had it for a sport to be shooting or something. That's why he had so many weapons.
Okay.
The point is that if he did have a weapon like that for being a sports shooter, he was probably a very, very good shot.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I don't get it. How can he shoot so many shots and then only get the four?
Well, I'm thinking that the reason I mentioned that is because I think the 7 people that he shot were the 7 people he meant to shoot.
Oh, big one.
That's the only thing that pops into my head based on him owning weapons for sport shooting or hunting. He would be a good shot. So I think I personally think that he aimed and shot the people that he was aiming for.
I can actually.
We don't know it. You go.
Go ahead. I can actually read this article if you'd like to hear it. The one that from avoid.jw.
Sure.
.org. So it says one of Jehovah's Witnesses kills 7, injured 8 more in Hamburg, Germany, before killing himself. The Hamburg shooter. Hamburg, Germany. As more information emerges about the Hamburg shooter, we are beginning to create a picture of an individual who shot and killed 7 fellow Jehovah's Witnesses. And there's an asterisk next to that. I'm going to touch it. And that took me to once a person is baptized as a Jehovah's Witness, this identifies them as a member in the Jehovah's Witness theology, a person's dedication and baptism cannot be revoked, while a person can be expelled. Their status as a member changes, but their identity does not. And then it's suggested see Watchtower, Study Edition, April 2017, page 6 and 13. So I believe that's where what he said here is from. So that's, I can't help but push the asterisks. I'm all about pushing on the asterisks. So now I'm going to cruise back up here. Wow. Okay. So there's that. Okay, so we are beginning to create a picture of the individual who shot and killed 7 fellow Jehovah's Witnesses before turning the gun on himself. Here is what we know thus far. It says, written by Jason Wayne, first published March 11th, 2023 at 4:30 p.m., updated March 11th, 2023 at 10:20 p.m. So it was the same day, but he updated it later that evening. It appears that he got more information. The Hamburg shooter has not yet been formally named due to Germany's privacy laws. However, which we found out since. However, Avoid JW has learned that his name is Philip Fuse, F-U-S-Z. He was 35 years old at the time of the shooting. He was born on September 18th, 1987 in Memmingen, Memmingen, but grew up in nearby Kempten, Kempten, both towns being west and southern of Munich, respectively. Fuse was educated in Munich. He held a bachelor degree in international business, communications, and a master's in business administration. Higher level education is not common within Jehovah's Witnesses community. It's openly discouraged. Instead, members are asked to seek out a trade or focus on a career in pioneering, which is full-time preaching. That can be supported by manual work such as window cleaning or some similar job that requires little or no education. In his private life, Fuse liked to be active and multicultural, preferably in a sunny environment close to the water. He was a Liverpool Football Club supporter and saw them play live for the first time in 2007 at Anfield Road in England. The Truth About God, Jesus Christ, and Satan. That sounds like the name of the book. Fuse wrote a 300-page book entitled The Truth About God, Jesus Christ, and Satan, a new reflected view of epochal dimension, EPOCHAL dimensions, that he self-published on Amazon. It was removed on March 10th, 2023. It was written in English, and he intended to translate it into Arabic, Chinese, Mandarin, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. In the foreword, he thanked his angelic fans, along with his grandparents, parents, and brother. He claimed that he had prophetic dreams in childhood. Suddenly, there was an understanding of the scriptures that wasn't there before, he wrote. Talking about himself in the third person, he said, the author went through a personal journey through hell that lasted more than 3 years. Philip Franz delivers a state-of-the-art view on his first book about God, Jesus Christ, Satan, and the humanity. A book which will change your view of the world and will be a new standard book next to the Bible and Quran. A book which will be also valid in 100 years' time. Fuse claimed about his own book. JW.org echoes the Hamburg shooter's words. Okay. On his own website, which was taken offline on March 11th, 2023, he described himself as being brought up in a strict and evangelical household. We know that his parents, brother, and grandparents are all Jehovah's Witnesses. So it's fair to say that he is referring to his Jehovah's Witness upbringing. Okay. The website made use of biblical references that most Jehovah's Witnesses would be familiar with. For example, in a post entitled "Things to Remember During a Financial Crisis," he says, "We often forget that God is always there to help us. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear." And he put in Psalms 46, 1-2, but it's an NIV that he's quoting. Emphasis, mine. Interestingly, Jehovah's Witnesses in their breaking news feature regarding this very event, entitled "Shooting at Kingdom Hall in Hamburg, Germany," made use of the very same verse to provide comfort to their readers. Wow. The anonymous writer wrote, when did something become anonymous? Anyways, I'm going to go back a sentence. Breaking news feature regarded this very event entitled "Shooting at Kingdom Hall in Hamburg, Germany," made use of the very same verse to provide comfort to their readers. The anonymous writer wrote, "We are confident that Jehovah, the God of peace, will continue to be a refuge and strength in this time of distress," and included the Bible reference Psalms 46, verse 1. It's quite evident where the Hamburg shooter discovered his interest in the love of Bible quotations. And it's showing here what looks like the breaking news that I read to you earlier. JW.org echoes the Hamburg shooter's sentiments, fundamentalist views, and delusion of grandeur. While Jehovah's Witnesses are accustomed to repeated use of Bible verses and religious references in their everyday life, those not familiar with their beliefs would find this very strange and quite striking. Fuse was quite generous in his fundamentalist views, writing, among other things, "Remember that this world and all things, including our finances and values, belong to God, and there's no reason to worry about the future. ... Instead, believe in God's will and Jesus Christ, as Philip Fuse has been doing for years." Fuse's book is a mix of theological exegesis, EXEGESIS, mixed with his own educational background involving business management. He says it is an excellent book to deepen your interest in God and humanity. It can also be cumulative for all persons who hold a position or leading role in the economy and other earthly and religious programs. It's quite possible that Fuse suffered from megalomania. He saw himself as much more important and powerful than he really was. He saw his book as epical, EPECHAL, work that is required reading for leaders and various sciences. He also demanded a daily rate of, so it shows that little C with the two lines in it, and then it shows 25,000 as a management consultant. So I don't think that's US dollars, excluding tax. As he said himself, the fee incorporates the fact that my work should generate you a leverage or value added of at least 22.5 million euro. The Hamburg shooter describes Hitler and Putin as instruments of Christ in his book. Wow. Hitler and Putin, instruments of Christ. Experts who have reviewed Fuse's book says that it is a work of a Christian extremist. In it, he praises Hitler and Putin. He considers Hitler to be a human instrument of Christ for his 1,000-year rulership. This belief stems from Jehovah's Witnesses' theology regarding post-Armageddon Judgment Day, which will last 1,000 years under Jesus' rule. He claimed that Hitler had his idea of a 1,000-year Reich from Jesus, and that Hitler wanted to implement it for Christ. Elsewhere in the book, he claims that Hitler and Putin had God's favor. He saw Putin as a statesman who publicly stands up for God's values. It's not hard to fathom why Jehovah's Witnesses would take exception in this belief. After all, they see Putin's Russia as the King of the North, and it's written in red. King of the North is written in red. a reference they derive from their interpretation of the Bible, Book of Daniel, chapter 11 and 12. Furthermore, Jehovah's Witnesses are currently banned in Russia, with many of their members facing imprisonment, fines, or both. And then it shows a picture of Michael, I can't even pronounce his last name, Tsifidars, spokesman for Jehovah's Witnesses in Hamburg. I'm going to bring this up there in case you can see his picture. That's him, the spokesman for the Jehovah's Witnesses in Hamburg. Disfellowshipping or dissociating. There are conflicting stories about whether the Hamburg shooter was disfellowshipped or disassociated from Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm going to take a break there and just mention, sometimes when you find yourself in a judicial meeting, they will let you know that they're going to disfellowship you, or they let you know that your actions has made it to where you have disassociated yourself. And you kind of get to find this out as you go along. For instance, if somebody does receive a blood transfusion, that act in particularly will be a person disassociating themselves. So, it just depends. And now I'm going back to the article. Not that it really matters how he was expelled from the religious group, because the end result is the same. Disfellowshipping is when a person has been expelled by the elders and the religious group is put on notice to shun the unrepentant wrongdoer by way of a brief announcement at their midweek meeting. Disassociation, on the other hand, is a little more complicated. In some cases, disassociation is when a member informs their congregation that they no longer want to be known as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. In 3 additional but very specific instances, it is where the elders determine the person no longer wants to be a Jehovah's Witness by way of their actions. That's what I was talking about. They willingly and unrepentantly accept a blood transfusion. Wow, he's talking about the same thing. They violate their Christian neutrality, such as joining the armed force or voting in political elections, or they join and remain with other religious organizations. So those would be situations where their actions have them disassociating themselves, is what they're saying. Of these three latter situations, the person has no say in the decision made by the congregation elders. Once the brief announcement is made to the to the congregation in the same way as the disfellowshipping announcement is made, the congregation is put on notice to shun the unrepentant wrongdoer. I'm going to step away from the article again. So from the platform, all they need to say is so-and-so is no longer a Jehovah's Witness. That in of itself is code for we will now shun them. They don't have to say to shun them. It's understood to shun them once they're no longer one of Jehovah's Witnesses. And he's right. They don't make the differentiation whether they're disassociated or disfellowshipped. The fact is they're no longer one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and he's mentioned this twice in this article, that they are an unrepentant wrongdoer. Okay, back to the article. In view of the foregoing, it is worth considering the words of Michael, I can't pronounce the last name, Tsiffidaris, regional representative of Jehovah's Witnesses for Hamburg and surrounding federal states. He told journalists that Fred's departure from Jehovah's Witnesses was a personal decision. Apparently, Philip Fuse had left the Jehovah's Witnesses 18 months before the shooting. Whether this was done in writing or orally, we do not know, and whether it is really his decision to leave the group willingly and peacefully is open to debate, considering the actions on Thursday night, March 9th, 2023. And then they're showing a picture, and you can see one of the people that showed up to assist them. It says a member of the bomb disposal unit inside the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses. The Hamburg shooters' actions. Thursday was a typical worship night for a small language group of some 40 to 50 Jehovah's Witnesses in Hamburg. They would meet at the Kingdom Hall on Delberg Street at 7 p.m. They enjoyed their religious service for upward of 90 minutes. Would linger on afterward to catch up with friends and family, but this wasn't a normal Thursday night. At 8:45 p.m., the meeting ended, and the live stream for those who would attend online was switched off. Shortly afterwards, a woman leaves the Kingdom Hall and gets into her car in front of the building. Philip Fuse shoots her. Officials counted 10 bullet holes in her car. Fortunately, she escapes with minor injuries and alerts the police. Maybe she's the one that got the alert out, the first, to get the police there. Back to the article. Meanwhile, Philip shoots out a window of the Kingdom Hall building. He enters and starts shooting at the 25 guests inside. He kills 7 persons, 4 men, 2 women, and an unborn child. 8 others are injured. 4 are serious. They are all German nationals and are aged between 33 and 60. The police are on the scene almost immediately. The shooter goes upstairs. The police follow him. When they arrive, Fuse has already shot himself dead. And the handgun, a Heckler and Couch P30. Okay, Heckler, Heckler, and Couch, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Koch, and then P30, is lying on the floor beside him. Fuse has fired a total of 135 rounds. In a search for his home on Friday, the police found 15 loaded magazines. That's what holds the bullets, and 200 more rounds of ammunition. And then they show a picture of him in a suit, much like the one Rick was showing earlier, where he just looks like such a nice gentleman, Philip Fuse, a Hamburg shooter who killed 7, injured 8 with that brand of a gun. The anonymous letter. A month prior to the shooting, an anonymous letter was sent to the police warning them about the gunman. In it, the writer asked for a review of Fuse's behavior, his mental health, his ill feelings towards Jehovah's Witnesses, and the weapons regulations. The letter also explained that Philip Fuse may be suffering from a mental illness despite not being mentally diagnosed. I'm wondering who made that request. That's fascinating. I was assuming earlier that no Jehovah's Witness would say anything to the authorities, and so this might be saying otherwise, where it looks like this is saying otherwise. Upon receipt of the letter, the police arrived at Fritz's home unannounced. Hamburg Police Chief Ralph Martin Mayer said when officers arrived at his house in February, the suspect cooperated and had an open conversation with the police, who found no grounds to take away his firearm. Let me just break here. Are police able to, give a diagnosis? I don't know, but I do know they are trained to look for certain behaviors and stuff. Back to the article. The bottom line is that an anonymous tip in which someone says they're worried a person might have psychological illness isn't in itself a basis for measures, said Chief Meyer. May it have been congregation elders of Jehovah's Witnesses who wrote the letter? ? It's not unusual for elders to be directed by the branch to contact authorities about certain former members, if they pose a risk to the general public. I got to read that again. It's not unusual for elders to be directed by the branch to contact authorities about certain former members if they pose a risk to the general public. I'm going to comment after. However, congregation elders are also directed not to reveal their personal identity, their religious identity, their religious position, unless legally required to do so. In this situation, there would have been no legal basis for them to reveal personal identifying information. It's quite possible this anonymous letter was sent by congregation elders or other persons within the Jehovah's Witnesses who knew friends' current mental state. Additionally, was friends' deterioration in mental health exasperated by the intense shunning Jehovah's Witnesses enforce against former members, and especially towards those they identify as disgruntled former members? ? This isn't the first time that those shunned by Jehovah's Witnesses have reacted violently towards members of the group. In 2002, a former member killed his wife and his children and then fled to Mexico. He is currently in jail on death row now. In 2013, a man sexually assaulted and killed a 21-year-old Jehovah's Witness female. In 2018, a former member shot her husband and 2 adult children before turning the gun on herself. That would be Lauren Stewart. In 2022, a former member entered a Kingdom Hall, shot his wife before killing himself. Religiously enforced and sustained shunning over a long period of time has an unpredictable effect on its victims and needs to end. That is by Jason Wayne. And what it says about Jason Wayne is a husband to 1 wife, father to 2 children, and writes extensively on the activities of Jehovah's Witnesses, having been baptized as a member in 1995. It says, while comments are welcome on this subject, please be mindful that this is a very sensitive and delicate matter. Treat all these affected by the crime with respect. They deserve it. They deserve this. They deserve this very sad time. Insensitive or inflammatory comments will not be tolerated. So it looks like there's 10 comments there now, which I'm not going to go into, but just reading this has opened my eyes a little bit more. So Jason Wayne is a prolific writer, and he's very on top of things. Thank you for bearing through this as I read. I don't always feel confident about my reading, but the more and more I do it, the more and more confident I do become. So, wow, that I said I was going to make a statement later. Yeah, about the organization suggesting to, say, maybe elders to go ahead and call the police, but you don't give your identity or anything. In situations of CSA, it's got to be like the law of them being a designated reporter, for them to be suggested by the organization to make a report on CSA. But in this situation, if there's, a disfellowshipped person that maybe, is showing some symptoms of becoming unhinged or something, they're suggesting that they call the police and ask for what seems to be a, not quite a welfare call, but please check this person out. We're concerned about his actions. I find that fascinating because with the CSA situation, they say that they won't do it because of confidentiality, and they don't want to do something that they can be that they could be sued for slander. But doing it in this manner, by not if they don't give their identity, right, and they're doing it anonymously, this letter that was written, I guess they would not be accused of slander then, wouldn't they? Would they? Okay, so that's what my moment was like, wait a minute, I think there's a contradiction here. So yeah, this was quite explanatory and very, very sad. Very, very sad. So that I put in this site is something I put into the chat, and I had just gone to Twitter to get his latest article, and there's different people that I enjoy following on Twitter. Larchwood, LARCHWOOD. And I like following that person, and Jason Wayne. So once you start looking around and seeing the things that people are sharing, you'll kind of choose to follow them. And it's not a whole lot that they can put in the comment section for Twitter. I also follow Riley, which is the one who has a YouTube channel. I think it's called Jexit. I can't think of the name of it. Jexit, I think. So I follow him and a few other people. But, if you do get on Twitter, you can find out quite a lot. Just quite quickly, actually. So somebody mentioned about the map I was telling you about before, the map where people will document certain atrocities. And this is from Angela Glass, and she tagged my name in it and a couple of other things that the report is in. and that Michael Moore deserves better than the time left I have to plan. Got time to be in Arcadia. So what she's talking about is Michael Wayne Moore, who was an elder and having a hard time remaining in the organization, and he quit going to meetings, and then the elders were giving him a hard time about it, but he wasn't comfortable doing. He stepped down as an elder, and then he stopped going to the Kingdom Hall, and then the elders came in and were just talking to his wife like, leave the guy, I'll marry you, come marry me. So the one of the other elders showed up at his daughter's job, okay? Tells his daughter, you're going to be having to see the birds pick out your father's eyes on his dead carcass if he doesn't come back to the truth. So there was a whole lot going on because the elders were trying to get his wife to leave him. And it ended in suicide. So I believe what I'm being told here is that he got put on the map. Actually, what she's talking about is the situation of the German thing that got put on the map. That's what it is she's talking about. Okay. So that got entered onto the map along with other crimes and things like that. So, yeah. Kim and Mikey, they say it's very difficult knowing what to say and trying to balance between empathy for the victims and family while wanting to call out Watchtower for their abusive treatment of people that might force them over the edge. Many wanting us to do a video, but it's difficult. So that's from 21 hours ago. I can understand what they must be going through, If it's just, you have to pick and choose the things that you are going to be a part of, because some of it is too toxic, and you have to balance that out. But yeah, I can understand that statement. So I'm just going to close that out. So I don't like to spend too much time on Facebook, because what happens is I get on there and I'm scrolling. 2 hours later, I'm like, I've read a few articles, but I don't realize how the time just goes by. So I usually get on and make a post, check out a few things, and then I'm out of there. So I'm not really in there like I used to. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that Grace was able to get on there onto the phone through that app. Grace Henderson in the chat is saying the elders are insane telling a woman this when she is already married. Yeah, I agree. But what's going on is the elders are telling this wife that her husband is considered spiritual endangerment. The elders came to, the family and spoke about him no longer being the spiritual head. And there was this other talk that happened like a year ago about how children in the organization, if their father is a non-believer, they were spoken of as fatherless children when they were in fact in the house. The father was in fact in the house, but the organization views a non-Jehovah's Witness father as the children being fatherless. So that was irritating him too. You build up a whole bunch of different things, and it just adds up. And eventually, like the term, the straw that broke the camel's back, it was like something of whatever that straw was by itself probably would not have been a big deal. But a whole bunch of stuff leading up to that was the moment that, took them over the edge, and horrendous acts can happen during those times. Does anybody have any comments on the article that I read or about this situation? You can push star. Hi.
I have two comments. I think they did a typo on the type of gun he had. I think it's a Heckler and Koch with a K, K-O-C-H, not A-O-C-H. And probably they just never think about guns, which makes sense. But also, his name is pronounced Fuss.
Say that again. His name is pronounced
Fuss. You know, like fussy.
Oh, I like that. Fuss. Okay. Like fussy. Yeah. Okay. There was a Z at the end, so I was kind of
German for 6 years in school, and I still remember a fair bit. So.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Again, let's be extra kind during this season. And
absolutely, and that's why I thought it was important that we knew the right pronunciation of his name, because he is dead, and he obviously did go through a very hard time.
Yeah.
So, respect.
Mm-hmm. And it's okay for us to be angry with him over this act or the situations that led up to it. But I agree with what Brad's saying. You know, a bit of respect can go towards him as well because of what may have led him to that.
And also because his photo makes me think of every person that I grew up with.
Right? I know, right?
The kind of thing that drives someone that I grew up with to do something so crazy, or I don't know, you know. So I don't know what his mindset was. So
yeah, I like that Jason in the article spoke of, you know, that he had said he grew up in an evangelical, you know, group. I'm thinking it's evangelical, full gospel, you know, Foursquare, Pentecostal. I'm thinking that way. But then Jason brought it to the attention that the Jehovah's Witness religion can actually be described as that as well. Whereas I was thinking he was recruited, and maybe he just grew up in it and went through a very strict time.
yeah, absolutely. And what? Okay, buddy, go away. And one of the things I do know about growing up as a Jehovah's Witness and having friends that were Jehovah's Witnesses is some families were much, much stricter than others, and some families were a lot, you know, more lenient.
Yes, this is so true. Very, very true.
So he probably did come from a more stricter family, which I can relate to personally. I can kind of relate to this entire thing, to be honest.
How so?
I'm not trying to justify his actions in any way, but I felt like doing the exact same thing at one stage. You know, I can't remember who said it. Someone came on and said it. I think it was Dan came on and talked about how there's a switch that turned when he got disfellowshipped or shunned, and how that made him feel. And I completely understand that switch feeling. Like when I confronted my parents about my brother's abuse, their response was just so out of this world, unfathomable to me, that I can understand that switch. I went into a very dark place. I thought about, what am I going to do if they're not going to do anything? You know, I'm going to do something. All of the and I meant violence when I thought of that. I'm so thankful now that I never did anything. But yeah, I can kind of I feel for this guy for some reason. For that.
I have, yeah. I believe that the way the situations are set up within the organization, that has something greatly to do with the reaction he had. And it's,
Yes.
As you're talking, that it was taken so lightly, your brother's molestation. This is not normal. This is like, it must have been just insanely hard for you to look at that, how it's almost dismissed away like it's no big deal, when in reality, this is a big deal. And it's almost as though you're not even hurt. It's what's wrong.
It's a soul that knows it's a big deal. There's a part of being human that knows that that's a big deal.
Yes.
And for it not to be a big deal to someone just doesn't. It's so unfathomable.
Yes.
And you feel 100% powerless.
That's what it is. That powerlessness. You were saying you felt.
Yeah, power. It's just you feel powerless, and I guess he chose to take that power back in a horrible way.
Precisely. I've heard of stories where some people were so upset with the organization, they would go and pee on the Kingdom Hall walls and stuff, It's kind of their way of going, F you, so.
Take that, Jehovah.
Right? Or, no, yeah. But when you said earlier, you felt like you almost wanted to do the same thing. Are you talking about like the Kingdom Hall or with the situation with your family? Or can you explain the context?
About the situation, I'm talking about doing the same thing that man did, then I can kind of understand. I'm not justifying it anyway or anything like that, but I can understand why he went to that extent, because he felt so powerless. I felt like I could do, like the situation with my family was that when I confronted them on it, it was because my brother had a mental breakdown because of it, and he actually almost murdered my father.
Yeah.
And it feels like that same thing. Like I could completely understand how my brother got to that point because of how we grew up. It was years of being punched in the face coming straight back to somebody. And I also know how mentally unstable my brother was. I guess what I'm saying is I guess I couldn't see myself doing something like that, but I could see my brother doing something like that. And I'm so glad he didn't go to that extent. He just attacked my dad instead of attacking a kingdom hall full of people.
Yeah, and certain situations get you to think things that are unfathomable. And if you find yourself in a situation like that where you're thinking things that you never would have thought it before, please get help, because professional help will help you place things in such a way that will help you get your sense of self and power back, because that's really what our minds are wanting to do, because we've been put in such a position of being so low, so horrible, and we know that we weren't the ones that caused this abuse. Blame shifting happens often. It's your fault, when in actuality, you're a victim, or your brother's the victim of it. And somehow it gets twisted around and you get blamed for it, or blame shifting. It's just horrific.
Yeah, and in this case, I guess it was just my mother's reaction that was the worst, and that she was the one I thought would care the most because she's supposed to.
Right.
And her complete kind of, well, maybe the perpetrator doesn't remember, so it's like, but come on, if I don't remember robbing a bank and it's proven that I robbed a bank, no one's going to care that I don't remember. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen. She just every excuse under the sun to not have to accuse
the fact that Jehovah's Witnesses, the organization, kind of made it possible. You know,
Yes.
we can't accuse Jehovah of anything.
Yes.
If we bring reproach to Jehovah's name, it is the worst thing possible. But, you know, it always seemed like removing that element would look so much better than hiding that element.
Yes. So cognitive dissonance, I could picture.
Into my own stuff.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. What was the last part you said?
I just said, anyway, I'm getting too much into my own stuff, and there's a horrible tragedy that's happened, and
I agree, and thank you for sharing that. That was very vulnerable, and it is relatable from the atrocities that happen more often than we even realize.
Picture of the guy's eyes. Look at his eyes.
Yeah.
Oh man, he may have been unstable, but he doesn't look evil to me at all.
No. He looks quite peaceful, quite relaxed, and just, yeah. When you said that he looks like every JW you've ever seen, I see that too. I was shocked when I first saw him. I'm like, oh my God, he looks like such a gentle gentleman, like he wouldn't hurt a fly. Yet this happened by him. Like, oh my goodness, But I think we've talked about this enough, and let's just be extra loving and kind to fellow Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not surprising to hear what Grace had said when she brought up, this situation to some Jehovah's Witnesses, that gave them a mentality of being more determined to go to the Kingdom Hall. That sounds counterintuitive and doesn't sound logical at all. But when, the person that coined the word cognitive dissonance actually spent time within a cult and saw how the behavior of a cult was when they had prophecies and the prophecies failed, they actually became more fervent and more loyal to this group that they were involved in. So they're not coming from a place of being logical. They're coming from a place of, undue influence and already the mind control acting on them, or their own self-talk. So some empathy and understanding, and whether you pray or do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around, just share some good vibes going that way. And for these people that have experienced this. So I'm going to end the show tonight. We've done about 7 hours, and I'm really glad we talked about things. I think it was important for us because this is just as traumatic for us knowing about it as it will be and is for Jehovah's Witnesses. So I'd really want to thank everyone for being part of talking about this today. It's truly heartbreaking. I want to say thank you for everyone that came to the show tonight and everyone that was listening tonight and those that will listen to this in the future. I appreciate you so much. And I look forward to this show each and every weekend. I know I say this every week, but it's really, really true. This is the highlight of my week, to get to spend time with you and to bond with you under the circumstances that we've once lived in. I think it's very healthy for us to be able to have this time, and I think it helps to support us in functioning in society at large. So thank you for that. I learn from people that call in. I learn from guests that are on other shows through Six Screens, and the things that I've learned, I love sharing with you, and whatever makes sense to you, it makes sense to you. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. I don't have a problem with that. But if the things that I do bring up, ring true to you, give it some thought and do some research. That's actually something that we are allowed to do today since we left the org. And those of you that are still in the organization, and it is a scary thought to do some research outside of the organization, I just want to remind you that many of the books and articles that they write, they will often quote certain authors from certain books that are from outside of the organization. So it might be okay for you to do that as well. You might be able to come to a place for your conscience to be okay with that as well. You don't have to accept everything you look at and everything you read. But if you do read some things and it does ring true, keep going with that subject and see if there's ways to confirm it or to disconfirm it. Research is very personal for us that have taken time to research outside of the org. We all do it. Like, there's not a book that's told us all how to do research. We don't have this system that we it's kind of a personal thing, how we've all came to learn to do research. We kind of most of us are self-taught. So you don't have to be concerned whether you're doing it right or wrong. And what's really awesome, and what I really love about having a device in your hand, like smartphones, is when you look up an article, you can, what's really nice is that you can put your finger on on a word, and it should open up the dictionary. I'm going to see if I can open up something for having this. Okay, so I just opened up something here. Okay. And what I'm going to do is highlight a certain word. And I highlight it. And what's happening is down here, something comes up. I tap that, and that gives me the definition. So from there, I can even scroll up and read more about that particular word. Because I often read things and I don't understand all the words. But just by highlighting it, especially when using Chrome, Google Chrome, that little bit comes up. It's like a shade coming up from the bottom rather than coming down from the top. So I get to take a minute in the middle of what I'm reading, to see what it means. And then I reflect on whatever this article is saying about it. And it just helps me have more understanding about it. I love about it. So first it'll show the definition of what it is. And oftentimes it will have that little speaker so you can find out how to say it. I'm sorry, I have this thing all the way turned down. I'm not going to turn it up. Sorry, guys. But as you scroll down even more, then you're going to find some articles about that certain word, which you can choose to take time and open up, and it kind of helps you get a better understanding how this word is used in other situations, So I've loved the fact that I've gotten to do this, and I've gotten smarter from this. Wikipedia is something that some don't trust, but what's good about it is that there's references at the bottom. So when you open up something in Wikipedia, it'll talk all about it. But when you get to the bottom, you have these references, and it'll say, see also, and it'll show a bunch of words that might be related to it. And then references. So you can take time to look up these references, which is really good. And then there is, wow, there's a lot of references on this one. I'm still scrolling. Woo! Okay. External links. Okay. So then that would be links for that as well. So there actually is quite a bit that you can get from Wikipedia that you might not have thought of before. And again, when you do read these things, take what you like, take what rings true, and if it doesn't, you don't have to receive it, you know. So there's that. So I wanted to just say thank you for everyone that showed up tonight, and I'm looking forward to next weekend. And tonight we turned our clocks forward 1 hour. Many people have. There's been a time change. And because we're getting towards spring, we spring forward. As opposed to fall, we go and fall back an hour. So we're now into spring. We're going to spring forward. So we're losing an hour. So tomorrow, the things that you're going to be doing, your devices will be the right time. But if you have a clock in the room, you might want to go manually switch that clock to the right time. And it's going to take a good week or so to balance and get used to that time change. Totally normal. But thank you again, everyone. I really appreciate you. And this is Apostababe, Linda James, your favorite apostate. This show started on March the 11th, and today is Sunday, March 12th, because I get to go all night, and I love doing it. So I will be here next weekend, and enjoy your week. And let someone know how much you care. Thank you very much. I will talk with you later. Goodbye.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the end, Disney.